software and all of that. And there is a little bit of a resources that you need to get good software. You know, you are going to
Dude,
spend
I
some
went to
good programs.
I'll send you the link once I get home. But it's a website. You go in there and you can choose the type of music that you want. You can choose the instruments that you want, and then you can go ahead and choose. Whether you want like a more intense section or less intense. So you can have like an area for your chorus and some place for your hook. But speaking of hook, I gotta get out of here right now, but I'll be back in a few minutes. Let me see if I can unmute my mic.
Later, no problem.
I'll be back in about 10.
So, Sonny, you said you were behind the curve. Are you saying you were like Netflix?
Yeah, actually, I was. No, I was in front of the curve.
No, okay.
It's curved because it appears so flat.
Okay.
So
I want to know if I just want to know, Sonny, if I should call you
I don't know what I
Sonny
was.
Netflix from now on.
I don't think I was ever. No, you're never going to be in front of the horizon and not blocking the horizon at the same time. You're not blocking it, so you still see the horizon. The horizon's being. Heretic says it the best, man. That horizon you see way back yonder on the other side of the oil rigs is being blocked by something you can't see. Holy crap, Mildred. Why don't you go get a new apron or something?
I want to know what the globe has ever done for a glober. I mean, like I said, does the globe take them out to dinner, or do their clothes for them, or I don't know what the globe does for globers, but they sure love to defend it.
I know. Change your clothes. You spilled globe tards all over it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we got the best comedy, the best music, the best conversation, the most intellectual people anywhere on the flat plane, where it rains mainly in Spain.
And Spain's on the plane, so hey, what can you say?
And you can't analogize the earth with a train. But if you insist, I'll refrain.
Yeah, if you want to
singing about a flat earth plane.
If you want to silence me, no, I may not refrain unless you have a gun to my head. Then I might go.
You say the plane is curving down, as you exclaim with a frown.
Jeez.
You don't seem very proud of your spinning globe.
Oh my goodness, stupid globe.
And the sun ain't going down.
Oh, I'm getting in my car going to get breakfast today, and I don't make it out of the parking lot. This commercial on the radio's telling me, and it says the word globe. She says globe, she didn't say planet. She didn't say Earth. She says globe. This is like, oh my goodness, who writes your script for you? Oh my goodness. You listen to these radio stations, TV stations. They say globe, planet, sphere, whatever. It's like you just want to get on the stupid phone and just call them. It's like, you idiot.
So that thing that's what is it? Dovey Das? That thing makes music? Is that what they're talking about? It's like an AI music maker.
Well, that'd be cool.
Wait a minute, dog. I would first watch all my videos. It's me. Wait a
mercenary group.
Are you kidding me? I have a Schecter. I just cleaned it up and fixed it up. It's a badass guitar, man. Oh, that's a musician? Okay, that's just a video, right?
Hey, Sonny, that guy and anybody in the chat, was that Rocket Man 24 that's been in here the last few days? Is that what his name was? Rocket Man 24?
Yeah, that's one of them, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Rocket Man 24 is over in Earth Awakenings. I'm sure he's giving them lots of great information over there. Oh, he's not there now. Oh yeah, he's still there. Rocket Man 20. He's actually on mic too. He's unmiked. So he's probably spreading his garbage over there too. He was actually kind of reasonable.
Okay, you guys, I gotta go because it's like 4 o'clock again, and I'm gonna miss the sun. I gotta go now. I'll talk to you in a little while.
Bye, Sonny.
See ya.
Okay, now I resume my ride back out of beautiful downtown Los Angeles off of my suburban home. And meet with my suburban wife to live my suburban life on the stationary flat plan that she thinks is spinning around 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. And I'm probably going to pick up some road noise here, so I'm going to unmic before I start driving. I think. Well, I'm trying to unmic this. And I hate Discord on a phone. Fuck. All right. So is everybody. How come it's so dead quiet in here? I think somebody is.
Nobody wants to talk to you, I guess.
I heard somebody hot micing, so I guess that's much more listenable than me.
Wave Mixer, was that you that was talking about your significant other doesn't want to have the FE conversation?
That was me.
Because I was thinking about that for the last few minutes, and I was wondering, have you tried like an approach? Because I imagine you must be feeling a bit sort of some resentment towards it, and maybe some doubts about. I don't know, because I know what that's like. You feel unloved in a way, right? At least I would imagine.
No.
Because she's not taking.
No, I don't feel unloved.
You. Okay.
I feel like my job as a husband is to be the protector. And I want to waken her up. I don't like that, woke. Okay. So no, I'm not woke. Yeah. But just to realize, open her eyes and look at everything that's going around. For our whole relationship, I told her I believed in UFOs and other planets. And now all of a sudden I'm saying, no, there are no other planets. And, she was at the point where she could believe that there could have been, other planets and alien life forms and us going to Mars. I believed all that kind of stuff too. Mm-hmm. But it's not, I don't feel a resentment. I feel a sadness that I can't share this information with her.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if that was the case, maybe you could try to her in that sense and say, and it just express those feelings with her and try to have a conversation that way. I don't know. That sucks, dude. I feel for you.
She's gone to 3 flat earth.
I just want to say.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. I'm not going to interrupt you. I just want to say you're a legend, and I respect you, and the way that you go about this is respectable.
I'm a legend. I don't know about that.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, my dude, you are doing it properly. You're doing it right.
And you're Ethergrass?
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Haven't chatted in a minute.
I thought so.
Yeah.
I thought I recognized the voice, but I'm used to hearing you early in the morning and not later in the afternoon.
I know, right? Today's a weird day, but I hope it's all's well, and I just want to let you know that I've been paying attention to your journey, and I know that you're doing it the right way.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's the right way. So far as nothing's working, I'm still driving around in circles trying to get to that destination.
Well, let me explain why I believe that. You're having an incredible amount of patience, and that is the right way.
What's interesting, my wife likes to, she tells me about her mother. That's basically her job. She's the caregiver for her mother. She spends most of the day there. and her life is all centered around her family. So she's got her aunt and some cousins, our daughter, and our son's wife's parents, and that's her small little circle of family, and to her, that's what everything is. And that's cool. I can respect that. I dig it. But there's other things going on that the family can't really help with. And one of the family members, my son's wife's brother, we were out at a party in the backyard one day over at our son's house, and we were looking up at the sun and the moon, which we actually saw at Santa Monica to be up there too. But the sun and a partial moon were both up in the sky, and just started talking about that and how could that be? So he's been with me to a couple of flat Earth meetups. He actually brought his wife to the one with us last weekend. But what I was saying, my wife, her life revolves around her mom, and she goes into finite detail about everything that happened, but she doesn't always just like tell me about what we're going to be talking about. She'll say, oh, and then my mom said, well, her aunt was doing this, and her blah, 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 and then 5 minutes later, and then my mom said, and get back, So I a lot of times, I tell her I don't want to hear about your mom because I can hear the frustration in her voice, about some of the stuff her mom does. And I feel that frustration because I love my wife and I feel like, we're part of each other. And I tell her, I don't really want to hear that because I just came home from work. Now you're not near your mom. We can get away from that and let's go ahead and enjoy this time that we have right now, because that's the only thing we have is right now. So if we can enjoy right now, we never know what's going to be here tomorrow. So let's enjoy this moment. And she always ends up getting back on the topic of her mom, and she gets pissed off when I talk about flat Earth. So I told her, let's just make a deal. You don't tell me about your mom, and I won't tell you about flat Earth. So she still ends up telling me about her mom, and I'm probably roboting real bad here.
No, you're not that bad. You're actually coming in fairly clear. It's a little loud and buzzy, but actually we can hear you.
All right, well, maybe I'm speaking too loud. I don't know where the hell the microphone is on this car.
You're fine. You're fine, because if you go less, then it might be worse. You're good.
Oh, okay. So the whole thing is, she still talks about her mom. And, the fact of the matter is that, she's part of my life too. And I don't rub it in and start saying, okay, well, you're talking about your mom, so I'm going to talk about flat Earth. But I let her know that, it's this thing right now, what's going on. It's a piece
now
of property.
It's a little bit, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm going to have to continue this right on the other side of this little valley here.
Oh, okay. You got some landscape.
So I don't know. I do. I'm going through the valley of death as far as cell phones are concerned.
Night camera ahead.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you guys are working it out. That's good, and not it's not being a total detriment to your relationship. I'm happy to hear that. And yeah, I'm sorry I didn't see. I'm not paying attention to who was speaking a minute ago, but he said you're doing it right by being patient. There'll come a time, he's right. That is probably the best way, and she'll come around. I think eventually there'll be a point in time.
That was me, Paul. AG. How's it going?
Yeah, that was a great point. Just about being patient.
Have you tried talking with her about it? Getting to the bottom of it?
Have I tried what about it?
I mean, actually talking about her mom with her and getting to the bottom of it.
Well, I actually invited her mom to a flat Earth meetup, and she was there last Sunday. But a few months ago, I walked in, and she's in the living room, and she's reading the Bible. And I asked her, what are you reading? And she goes, oh, Psalms. I love this. It's, full of beautiful poetry. And I said, oh, great. Where are you at in Psalms? And she goes, oh, I'm in 20. And I said, oh, so have you been reading for a little bit? Did you just go through Psalms 19? And she goes, yeah, I started back a little further than that. I said, okay. Well, you remember you just went through Psalms 19:1. What do you think of that? She goes, oh, I don't know. What is that? And she goes back and takes a look, and she says, oh, yes, God is so glorious. And so I questioned her a little bit deeper, about the firmament. And then I started showing her a couple of other places in the Bible, and she is Catholic. So I started showing her, a few other places in the Bible when it talks about a stationary plane and God stamped the earth like with the seal of his ring. And it doesn't say seal of his ring, but it talks about how, the kings used to stamp their letters with their seal. But she didn't really say a whole lot about it. So she's the kind of person I can't really push about that kind of stuff. So
sometimes it's like you can't even plant a whole seed. You have to do 1% of the seed at a time. And you go a little until you get to the whole message, and then they can get it. That takes a ton of patience. It is what it is.
I wanted to add too that your wife doesn't have to come around on flat Earth because you're there. So as long as you're here, she's gonna. You're leading and steering your family, so you guys will be fine.
As a lot of flat earthers do, they open their eyes up to a lot of other deceptions. Those deceptions I'm not going to go into right now, but and looking at those deceptions and how best to lead my life and lead my wife. And if she doesn't see those deceptions, and I do, then I can make it a bit of a controversy. And we've already touched past this, avoided this subject a little while, so we'll continue avoiding it now.
So it's spilling over.
There's a lot of different things involved.
I get it. Yeah, I understand that.
One thing that we both agree upon, is like the political parties. Whether you're left wing or you're right wing, it's still all part of the same bird.
And you're still getting shit on by that bird.
But it's the same bird. It doesn't matter right wing or left wing. It's all, the wings don't control themselves. The head of the bird controls everything.
And it's not an eagle, it's a phoenix. That's one of the secrets there.
I'd agree with that, since society keeps killing itself and resetting.
Mm-hmm. The Empire's a phoenix.
It's funny that you mentioned too about, you remind me of when you were talking about your wife about my girl too, and how she'll come home from spending time with her family because she has a very large family, and she'll want to, just share all this gossip with me. And I let it go on for a while, but some days I just have to say, I'm like, babe, I love you, but I'm really not interested in this gossip shit. Like, if you want to talk about this, go call your sister, please. But I don't want to gossip, babe.
Well, I wake up 4:30 in the morning, jump in the shower, go to the door before 5:30 to go to work. I get to work, heat up my breakfast in a microwave, and it's now about 4:50, so I'll be home a little after 5. So I've got, almost a 12-hour day from when I get up to get ready for work and I get home. So that eats up a hell of a lot of my day. My wife's asleep when I go home. Usually I come home and she's on the phone with one of her relatives. And, she goes, oh, yeah, I worked all day. I had to do this. I had to do that. I don't know. I think I'm fortunate because I don't have to work hard. I just have to think and be nice to people. And I don't have a hard time thinking, and I don't have a hard time being nice with people. I kind of compare myself to George Jetson. I'm a boomer, grew up in the 50s watching the Flintstones and the Jetsons, and I'd always rather have been George Jetson than Fred Flintstone. And now I actually have a job where I sit, behind a desk. I can put my feet up on my desk and push buttons, on a keyboard. But that's what I do. So, I could have a lot worse jobs. I was saying earlier, I was an auto mechanic for about 20 years, and I got a bad back just from bending over underneath people's hoods, working on their cars all day.
Oof.
So I figured I'm going to do something else, and I did.
Hey, you did it, though. You got the position that you needed. It makes life, comfortable for you.
Well, it's always been comfortable, my brother.
I'd say more effective would be a better thing. Now you can do what the goal to push the buttons and get paid.
Well, my fingers don't get smashed. I don't come home with greasy fingerprints. I don't come home smelling like somebody's transmitted. I wanted to be a mechanic when I was a kid, and I, for quite a while. But, I started looking at the street, and when I was in this lot, and I'd have to go out in the rain and bring a car install, in the rainy weather. And in the summer weather, there's no air conditioning. I'd have shade, but if it's 100 degrees out there, it's 100 degrees in the shade. And I'd look up this office building, and I used to laugh at them. I said, man, why would somebody want to be trapped in an office building when they can just be out in the open and enjoy the world? And then, after I got into computers, and I got a job doing that, and I was the one in the office building, I thought, damn, Grant, how come you were so stupid to be out there in that hot sun and the cold weather and the rain for all those years when you were looking up in that window and you could have been, cool and dry? So
now you're up in that window and you're like, oh, now I get it.
Exactly. So,
I think
I'm using the same skill sets.
Think that maybe, I'm sorry, I did like your comparison, but I do think that being out in the sun and doing more laborious jobs make better men. And I feel like nowadays, if you've just been too comfortable in your life, it doesn't really make strong men today. I don't know if you guys remember. I have a question for you guys. Have you guys heard of Michael Rupert? He was an ex-cop who busted the CIA for drug trafficking. And he went into this whole rabbit hole, and he started looking into 9/11, and then he started looking into peak oil. And
was that the guy that exposed the Iran-Contra thing and the whole Colombia and bringing drugs in to fuel all that shit? Is that the guy who exposed that?
Yeah. And he had he eventually committed suicide because he predicted that there would be a massive agricultural economic collapse, right? And we're living in a population bubble. And
sounds like a that sounds like a narrative.
He pretty much predicted that right now we're so dependent on fossil fuels that eventually when there's no oil, we're not going to be able to sustain this type of standard of living. And eventually we're going to move back from people working in office buildings to doing farm work and whatnot. Yeah.
Well,
and there's a documentary that came out in 2009.
Why would we run out of oil though?
Well, I think
dinosaurs.
No, it wasn't that they would run out of oil. It's just that the U.S. And all of the other countries that kind of found oil reserves, they used up all the low-hanging fruit that had that were either cheaper to source and cheaper to refine. But now it's getting more expensive to source, apparently. And
it's just a narrative.
Yeah,
there's a big giant lake of oil under the United States. It never runs out, it never goes low.
Lake and ocean.
I thought that the US was importing all of its oil since the 70s.
Don't believe everything they tell you on TV.
I live in California.
That's what I thought the whole war in that's why I thought the war in Iraq and Afghanistan happened, because they were trying to control the oil.
Oh, they are. The reason they're trying to use everyone else's oil, though, is if you expire everyone else's resources before your own, your resources therefore increase in value. So they're getting it from everyone else while it's cheap.
Nah. They're not used. Those resources can't be depleted. That's a false narrative that they want you to believe.
We know that. We know that, but the general population doesn't.
So yeah, that storyline of that war is a lie.
Okay.
I mean, we were supposed to run out of oil. What? Shit. I can't remember when they were saying that shit. What, in the 60s?
In the 70s, this one guy said that we reached peak oil, which means we used up like half the world's reserves, and that there's only half left. And so
how do you measure that?
I think they made this estimate based on the fact that that oil is not a renewable energy source. Like, it doesn't like fill up like a well normally does, like a well of water.
Maybe they stuck a dipstick down the tube.
Yeah, right.
I just typed that at the same time. The measuring stick on the side of the tanker truck, so it can tell you how much is in the tank.
And they return to oil wells years later, and they can get more.
So how long does it take like an oil well to like replenish? Or does that not happen?
Depends on how deep they go.
What was that?
Oil's
depends on how
levels.
Mm-hmm.
You can just watch oil drilling shows, and you'll see that they can hit oil at different levels. They say, "Oh, you need to go to 10,000 feet," and they'll hit it at 6,000, but they still go to 10,000. They know it's at 6,000 though.
Oh, I see. But then do you think that like there might be a lot of oil, but we've been like we're so dependent on it, like we use oil for everything, like even like just like the agricultural industry, like I
love oil. I pour it right into the woods when I'm done with it so it can go back where it came from.
But like I think the one point that did stick with me was that people are like, we can't expect to live in this luxury, like the luxury that we have from like oil. Like that's like a little bit excessive. Like, don't you think like there's gonna come a time where like we can't sustain like 8 billion cars on the road?
I love it. The more the merrier. The trees need it.
I personally, I don't know who you're asking, but me personally, no, I don't even believe that at all.
Like, what I'm asking is like, do we think that these resources are like infinite, and that like generation after generation will be able to like live this lifestyle of like technology and stuff?
Of course.
Okay.
If you take it out too fast, then your well will go dry. And then it'll refill eventually, and then you can pump it again.
Yeah, that's what I wonder, if that's what happened, that like, you know, we took out too much altogether, and then like the oil wells eventually just became.
Not going to happen. Don't worry.
Okay.
No, it's just a form of.
I have 4 cars.
So we're not. So there's not going to be like an end of the world. Okay. Yeah, because that guy's because Michael Rupert's documentary, I don't know if you guys watched it, but it's called Collapse. It's pretty interesting watch, but like, yeah, he's forecasting like this emergency situation where there's not going to be any oil to power the grid, to run the cars, and like it's going to cause a big inflation, and like billions of people are going to die.
Yeah, and meteors are coming, and people are going to hop on the UFOs when they come by with the meteor.
Oh my God! Yeah.
You say people wouldn't be able to get in their cars and drive away from the UFO invasion when it gets here.
Wait, so do you guys know about that? That like there's like a whole conspiracy with I
Operation
think it's
Blue
called
Book,
Blue
or is it
Beam.
Blue Book?
Blue
Yeah,
Beam.
something like that.
They're gonna use like a projection. It's gonna be like projection. It's gonna be like holograms or whatever. And they're gonna.
That's the false story anyway.
I mean, like Ronald Reagan said something like that in his speech, like, "Oh, do we need an alien invasion for people to, come together or something?" So it's like, are they gonna fake an alien invasion to try to scare people? I don't believe in aliens, by the way, because I don't believe in like outer space. But
so it wouldn't affect you then, would it? It won't affect you. How's it going to affect you if they try to pull something off? Just going to laugh.
Like if I saw a UFO in the sky today, I will actually laugh. I'll
Exactly.
Be like,
So
they're
it doesn't
trying.
affect you. Do you hear what I'm saying? It doesn't affect you.
Yeah,
So
but I can imagine everyone else running around and
so
being
what?
hysterical.
So what? Sit on your front porch and laugh.
SETI's got to get a signal first.
I volunteered my computers for SETI back when they were doing that. I've got a certificate from them thanking them for my computer hours.
I did the same exact dumb shit too. I didn't get a certificate though, but it was always running. SETI, it would just run in the background. And here we were probably mining Bitcoin for all we know back then.
Yeah. You can devote so much bandwidth or whatever to them,
How did you guys all become like awake on the flat Earth front? I want to know your stories.
There's no curve. You don't once there's no curve, you can't have a globe. So that's the end of that.
Did you used to believe in the globe and then you realized it wasn't?
Yeah, my dad worked at NASA too, so yeah.
Wow.
But I didn't spaz out. I was just driving down the road and I said, motherfucker, it is flat. And that was all it took. And
wow. You just looked at the road and realized it was flat. Yeah.
No, because I was driving and I was crossing a super high bridge where I can see all the way to Cleveland from where I was at. And I said, it's flat. Because I could see the lake after it.
Yeah. Where was this, by the way? Like, which bridge was this? And you said you could see all the way to Cleveland?
I don't want to give away too much info.
Oh, okay. No, because I'm always curious to see like where we can like physically kind of like prove the Earth is flat just like by looking. But no, that's okay.
Go to Lake Erie and look for Canada. Go to Lake Erie and look for Canada when the water's like 75 degrees and the air's about 75 degrees, and go at dusk and start looking for lights with a P900. You'll see it.
Okay. Yeah.
Any delta of the river.
Yeah, I think a large body of water are like the quickest way to realize that the Earth is flat for sure.
I started watching videos.
The other dead giveaway is air pressure. Once you realize air pressure requires a container, it's game over.
When you realize that when you are not moving that you are stationary, that's the best thing.
Yes, I mean that one was a pretty easy one for me. Like the whole concept of gravity. Like how is it that when you go on like one of those like spinning rides at like a carnival or like Six Flags, like those rides that just like spin, everybody's sitting in like a round circle and it's spinning around like I don't know, like maybe 150 miles. Yeah. And it's like you feel that you're spinning like crazy, makes you want to vomit, right? Like that, and that's just less than like, well, I mean, for those who are faint of heart, I'm a little faint of heart when it comes to rides like roller coasters and stuff. so I don't go on like rides like that. I learned my lesson. But imagine, okay, you scale that to like 1,600 miles per hour spinning and orbiting. Like, why doesn't that make anyone feel sick?
Because Earth is big and you cannot feel it.
Gravity.
Yeah, but 1,600 miles per hour. That's really fast.
66,000 miles per hour is also very fast.
And how is gravity like keeping like large bodies of ocean like stuck to the earth, but like small insects and birds can just fly and take flight, you know?
What's gravity?
Or like if I like want to walk, I'm not like pulling my leg up off the floor or something. Like I can just walk. Like it's not. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. And I think they just use like big fancy formulas to try to confuse people into thinking that it does make sense.
And if you're a human, the bigger and the more dense you get, the harder it is to walk.
Yeah, that's for another reason, not gravity.
It's called density.
Yeah. Exactly.
But why you not fly away?
There's a certain limit where you're not going to be able to fly anymore, Sasha. That's in your imagination only still.
The other thing was like every time I look up in the sky I can see the constellations. Like that wouldn't be possible if you were spinning.
Well, it wouldn't be possible if we were spinning to see the same ones over and over and over again.
Every single day.
We're supposed to be expanding and going off into all kinds of crazy world directions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Polaris tells it all. If we're spinning around, how come Polaris is always in the same spot?
It's always in the same
End of
spot,
story.
Yeah.
Well, and if we're spinning around and Polaris is always in the same spot and we're moving, that means we're moving directly towards Polaris.
Speaking of like stars, like another majority of I'm Muslim, by the way. Majority of Muslims believe in the NASA like globe stuff, and that's because a lot of Muslims, unfortunately, today they don't really read the scripture. And like I like looked into the Quran to see like, okay, well, what does my religion say about this? And I came across a verse where God talks about creating like putting roads and rivers and mountains on the earth as landmarks. And then the next verse proceeds to say, and also by the stars they are guided. Like people can use the stars for navigation purposes. So that made me start thinking like, okay, well, how can we use stars for navigation if they are constantly moving, or if we're constantly moving? Like if I was like traveling at sea, I wouldn't be able to use the stars if we're like spinning around and whatnot.
You're right on the money.
And how can you use stars for navigation if you don't have a flat surface?
Yeah.
You need a triangle.
You need to be able to triangulate. Yeah, exactly. And like people who travel by sea and like pilots and stuff, they never account for curvature either. And you also just, I mean, even a compass just does not work on a globe. Like.
And nobody in military, and nobody nowhere.
No one in the military. All of the railroads that we have, all of the railroad lines, none of these engineers accounted for curvature when they were like building these railroads.
No, they didn't be as level as possible. You know why? Because that's a lot of weight.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Do you know what the black swan is?
No. What is that?
Black ugly bird.
Guys.
I'm joking.
You know, another good example of things is all their supposed globe proofs. None of them have ever been demonstrated or verified at all.
Yeah.
They're all, you know, all everything they use to try to prove the globe. None of it can be demonstrated or shown to you at all.
Have you got access to live stream voice text? I'm pretty sure I VC verified you the other day anyway. See the bottom of the voice text?
That's not a bird. That's an oil rig.
Sasha's our local glober. Is she still there? Or?
I don't know.
Are you still there?
Yes, I am, Timbo.
Alpha Cat, you still
Yeah.
there?
Yes, I'm still
Yeah.
here.
Are you in the live stream voice text?
Like the side chat?
Yeah, so just above our live stream with the red dot, there's a channel called Live Stream Voice Text.
Yes, I see that. Okay,
Oh,
I'm in it
go
now.
go to the bottom of that.
Okay.
See that image?
Yeah, it says the one posted by Flat GPT.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
So, all right.
Can you
So
explain what you're looking at? Yeah.
Can you read that out? Just start from the if.
Okay. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225
miles that's supposed to be. But, yeah.
okay, times square root of observer's height in feet, Q. Geometric horizon curve calculators. Okay. Not Q, which is horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth is not a sphere.
So this image was taken 1 foot off the surface.
Okay.
So 1 foot, so that's the observer's height. That's the square root of, so 1.225 times the square root of 1 is 1.225. So the horizon should be at 1.225. Now, these oil rigs, you've got Platform Hill House, 6.21, Platform Habitat at 9.41. So can you see the horizon behind the oil rigs?
Yes, I can.
All right, so that's telling us that the horizon is beyond 9.41 miles. But we just say it's 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it should be below. It should be below. I think it's like 8 inches every mile or something.
Yeah, so it should be blocking the bottom of those.
Right.
But we're just talking about the horizon in this instance because the horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's not. So
I think I saw another video on this. I was just looking through you guys' library like last night. I was just going through every single one of them, and I came across a really good video that I like sent to my husband, and it was the video of the flatness test. It was like 100% proof there's no curvature, and it was the guy put like the distances of like 4 different mountain peaks, and I think it was in New Zealand. And he did like the same thing. Like we should not be able to see these at each distance. But yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Well, that's crazy. Yeah.
So this for me does it. That's it for me. That's all over. We see way too far.
I also don't understand why
no amount of refraction can fucking correct that. You know.
You know, like it's even like it's not even enough to like. People don't realize that if they're expecting curvature in front of them, they should also expect curvature like when they see side to side, right? Because it's a sphere. It's not like the Earth is a wheel, right? And it's just curving like forward, like it should curve side to side. So anytime we look out on the sea, like right before they zoom in this GIF that Sasha just sent, right? If you look side to side, it's also like completely flat. Like, why don't we see a curve there? That's also like miles and miles of sea.
Yeah. And not only that, if you go there to that rigs, it must curve also.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Everything, and the oil rigs would also not be standing upright. Like, you know, if they were across, like, from each other for miles, they would be like at an angle, like standing upright at an angle. If the Earth was like curving, it wouldn't be perfectly like, they wouldn't be perfectly parallel to one another.
if you think now, everything it's saying, even without thinking, you could realize like years ago without making observation. Sea level, you know, that's it.
Yeah, it's not sea curve.
Horizon, you know, horizontal.
Horizontal, yeah.
Everything is there, but we were programmed like others. It's not.
Yeah, they just want us to think we're just monkeys on a spinning ball flying into space.
Insignificant monkeys.
Yeah, insignificant monkeys in this cold universe, cold apathetic universe. Before my husband like believed in the flat earth, like after he believed in it, he was realizing that there were times where he was like, how do I know that we're not just gonna, you know, crash into another galaxy and then everybody just dies, you know, and the universe just doesn't care.
Yeah, guess what? He doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Every time you see on TV how close an asteroid is coming, you just know every segment in what you saw before and after this was all fake too.
Yeah.
You guys left out one crucial aspect about what else they're doing besides making us think that we're insignificant nothings. They're also telling us there is no God, no creator.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so you can basically do whatever you want.
I feel like the moment, like the one pattern that I've seen that this is new, that there's like a resurgence or a surgence of like a lot of atheists. And once you deconstruct evolution and the globe theory, people do tend to start leaning towards believing in an intelligent design and an intelligent creator that has intent and will.
It doesn't leave much room for doubt, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't.
I think saying intelligent creator, it doesn't really need to be said. It's just like the creator, because obviously it's intelligent already. They created something.
Yeah. I guess I'm like trying to emphasize that like it wasn't like random, you know, like none of like particles didn't just come together to like form like, you know, this beautiful, you know, earth that we have, like, and all of the beautiful animals and like, you know, human beings and like trees.
Major religions have like come to accept the heliocentric paradigm.
Yeah.
They've just inserted their religious faith into it. Well, that's just how God made it, right?
Yeah, like that.
But it does still leave that room. It does still leave that room for doubt. It's a dichotomy, right?
Yes.
If you accept the heliocentric paradigm, the ever-expanding universe, you have a dichotomy. It was the Big Bang, you know, random, or it was intelligent design. But with flat Earth, there's really little doubt. Like,
there's very little doubt. Yeah, I mean, believing in the flat Earth. Like, I think who was it? It was the brother who was talking about working in a new office, and as opposed to fixing cars, he mentioned something about, you know, once you start learning about the flat Earth, you start learning about all the other deceptions. And so flat Earth opened up this can of worms, and then I started thinking, okay, well, are dinosaurs real? You know, and then I started like looking into that stuff, and then, you know, debunking evolution, which I already didn't believe in evolution, but I still was suffering from cognitive dissonance because that's what I was taught in school. But it's like, why are they teaching us this in school, right? Like, okay, is there some truth to it? But yeah, but like I
So-
stopped believing in dinosaurs, and I figured out that was
So
a
how-
hoax as well.
So how old are you, so I can get a range of something here?
I'm 31.
Okay. So are you completely out of cogniz now? Like everything, you can see through everything?
Now I see. Now, like, the veil has been lifted. Yes.
Okay. Well, some people are still go through it. They
Yeah.
still kind of.
It's tough. I mean, it's been a while, but
Well, climate change and this and that. Well, that used to be called global warming, but they renamed it because there's no globe.
Do you know, Radvin, what part is it's not good? When you take up, okay, this is reality, but then you know that question, why would they lie? And then if you
why
ask
would
that
they
question,
lie?
yeah, but you realize everything, but it's not nice. You know, you have somebody or whoever they are. They're lying about the shape of the air. That's not nice. It's not they're lying about some candies in the shop.
It's like, why would they lie? But that's like it's saying like, oh, why would they lie? Therefore, you know,
yeah, but,
it's not true. But then imagine somebody. It's like a detective going to like a crime scene and saying, okay, why would somebody do this? Therefore, this crime didn't happen.
It's not somebody, you know. It's not that you practically know who is that. That's some kind of bigger authority, you know. And maybe you don't want to have a business with a bigger authority. Maybe you want to put that aside and say, "What the fuck? I don't want to touch this because this is not so small thing," you know.
Oh, I see what you mean. I do feel like sometimes people cope as well. Like, I like now when I speak to people who believe in I'm mostly try to speak to Muslims who believe in the globe, and I try to show them like, well, if you were to forget everything you learned from school and NASA, and if you were a person that only read the Quran, you would see that it's flat, right? Or like I know that all of the scriptures like have mentioning of like a firmament, for example, or like a protective barrier over the sky. And whenever I speak to them, it's I do get a sense from certain people that they don't want to let go of this because it's something that they've always known. And that's where the block comes in. It's like, well, you know, how can I let go of something that I knew all my life? And they almost have this false sense of wishful thinking that it wasn't the case, that they were lied to their whole life. Like, give the government like the benefit of the doubt, you know?
Just remember the shit you hear about oil's going to run out, we're all going to die, and this and that. It's all just a bunch of bullshit.
But why? Let's say, why Nigerian government lying about the space program? Why Belgium? Why? Let's say, whatever country, you know, whatever
like
country.
why is everybody like what's
yeah, but I'm telling you the specific country. Why Colombian government lying about space program? Colombian government maybe has not any space program in their country. They're getting the news from the space program that exists. That it's from Russia, America, Israel, and other 4-7 I don't know countries. That means we are getting our information from 7 governments, not from 192 governments. About space. That means there is no all governments is lying. There is some governments are lying about space. All others are repeating the information what others say, like in school. All other governments, they have how to say educational program. In an educational program is that you're learning heliocentric model. That's all. They are not lying. They are only telling you what what it is. Did Antarctica Treaty started with Nigerian, Peruvian, Colombian, Azerbaijan government, or with other governments? Who made treaty first? The bigger power or small power? Others are only following others, nothing else.
Oh, hi. Of course.
What, Mike? Got it, reckon? Yeah, and someone's got it. No worries.
I definitely do believe that this truth about the Earth being flat is going to come out, and it's going to, like, I have a feeling that everyone will eventually know about it, and it's going to cause a lot of people to, I don't know, be extremely existential, and it might cause a lot of chaos in the world. But I do think the truth will come out. Like, I don't think like the truth has to come out.
Oh, this one will come out because it's obvious. You cannot hide this one.
Like, you can't believe in God and then at the same time not believe that, like, you know, the truth will come out, and then the people who are the deceptors will be exposed, you know.
Yeah. This is not conspiracy theory.
Already.
You have ocean, you go to the ocean and you observe the ocean, and that's it. You don't need to find documents about who killed the Kennedy. You know?
Yeah. That's funny. Yeah.
I agree with you. I think the information is going to eventually come out. However, I'm not as optimistic as you in thinking that it's actually really going to make a difference, because people are hit with truths all the time, and ones that should really wake people up and make them want to do something different, and they don't do anything. They just put their head down and keep going about their lives and do nothing. So what will happen is, in my opinion, the powers that be will make up a great excuse for the lie, and people will buy it and accept it and move on with their lives.
I see.
Yeah.
It happens every day, especially in America, every
come
day.
out though?
Yeah, that's
What do you mean
true.
come out though? What do you mean? What do you mean come out though? Like, because it is out. It's out there. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're talking about mass awakening.
Yeah, like right now it's out, but then people think it's like it's just a conspiracy theory, and we know that when people say conspiracy theory, it holds a negative connotation. So even though it's out that there are people who believe the Earth is flat, majority of people are like, yeah, it's just crazy. And then we also know that there's like controlled opposition where, you know, they'll plan to like people who also believe in the flat Earth, and they just act really crazy, or they say outlandish things, and that causes people to also believe that, oh, the flat Earth thing is just a hoax. But I do think there will be a more tangible, irrefutable kind of awakening that's going to happen, that's going to force people into like confronting it. For example, like now people aren't confronting it, but I think there will be a time where every single person needs to confront this fact. I think that'll happen with a lot of things as well. Like, I think that if there is another war, for example, that's going to completely evaporate feminism. And all of this gender ideology stuff.
Maybe if you get this question, what is Earth? Who made the Earth? What is private property? How much is private property mine?
What do you mean by private property?
How much of this Earth is mine?
Oh. Well, what do you think the answer to that is?
I don't know. But is it more than yours?
I think this is God's earth, and he wants us to live a certain way on his earth.
Yeah, I don't necessarily go along with that. Physics proves that this place is created, and he's not sitting there watching me go pee in the bathroom like a ghost.
I can see so many people, if there was like this mass awakening event and so many people seeing their family and friends talk about flat earth and then them realizing, oh, okay, it's flat now. Okay, it's flat. Well, is Monday Night Football still going to be on? Yes. Oh,
my God.
okay. I don't care. I don't care then.
Nah, that won't happen. Once you know it's flat, Monday Night Football is bullshit.
Some people don't care.
Yeah.
That's why sometimes it's hard to
Then
reach
they
people
don't know
because
it,
they don't
and they don't
understand
know,
the importance.
and they don't know it's flat, and they're just going along with what somebody told them, and they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care
right.
if they've been lied to. They're like, okay, like, how does this affect me? Yeah,
They've
it's really
successfully
sad.
been domesticated.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think like today, like people don't know what they're doing and why they're doing it. No one really stands for anything. It's just a few people who really care about the truth. Most people can't be bothered.
I think we're naive to think too that any impact that we might feel we're having on awakening is being allowed to happen.
Yeah, that's true. Like as if they don't know how to like, deal with people who are being talked to by people like us, right? Like
yeah, I don't think they're really worried about it. They have a plan and a backup plan A, plan B, plan C. They're so far ahead of us, I think, in the scheme of things. That's why I don't think it would ever really. It's not going to topple the pyramid, It's not going to topple the power structure at all. I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think people are also so distracted. It's like, okay, like people are on, like, I know kids these days, they're just always on TikTok or like social media, and like they just constantly need like this. They need to be stimulated, right? And so it's like, oh yeah, the earth is flat. It's like, okay, all right, now what's the next thing they can, talk about or do? And then they forget about that, Yeah, people are just distracted, or they're being distracted. And so they don't care.
So how close are you to Cleveland relatively, Alpha Cat?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Cleveland's in Ohio, right?
Yeah.
So I'm in like West Virginia.
Are you getting the smoke down there?
The smoke?
Yeah, from the Canada fires.
No.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of mountains and trees, so it's probably all filtered out by there. But it is like the other day we had a half-mile visibility in Cleveland coming from Canada over lake.
Oh wow.
It's pretty fun.
I'm looking out right now and everything seems pretty clear.
Like we can actually just smell it like there's a campfire going.
I think there was another fire in like Toronto, and like something similar happened in New York. Like my family's out in New York, and they had like zero visibility too. But here,
they burned enough of California up, so they moved over to Canada to get rid of some of those trees.
Oh man. Yeah, I did get a air quality alert though today. So
no, you might still be getting it because looks like it's not stopping right.
Pretty. I'm like 179 on like the air quality, which is pretty unhealthy. Yeah, I guess it is a little. Yeah, I think my area is affected by it.
Yeah, so if the Earth was spinning, that smoke wouldn't go south.
I see.
See how I bring it all back to flat Earth?
Yeah, that's the way we should. That's the way the truth should be spoken about. Everything connects.
Yeah, I'm a bit direct in person with people, and they freak out.
Do you just like have small talk with people, like, you know, in the grocery store, you're like checking out, talking with the cashier lady, and you're like, yep, and that's why the Earth is flat. All right, have a nice day.
I absolutely do that all the time.
Oh my god, I can just imagine people's reaction.
If there's an opportunity for me, I'll take it. I don't push it on anybody, but if I can hear keywords and put a little earwig in them and plant a seed, I will.
Yeah, no, that's good. Not a lot of people have the guts to do that, or the courage to.
It's easier for me because people think I'm crazy as it is, because I can they just do. I have a lot of skills that people really shouldn't have as far as technical and other shit, so they already think I'm nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it's like they think you're nuts and they think you're crazy, and people think I'm crazy too. But like, you know, it's the lunatics are running the asylum, so we're not really the crazy ones.
Nope, and yet they still come around because they want to hear more crazy shit.
Yeah.
The one guy at work, I'm in an engineering department, so I only work, we're all engineers, so everybody is just kind of goofy in their own way. But I guess I take the cake because the one said he's absolutely positive I have an evil lair in my house where I create things and I keep secrets. And I said, you know what's funny? You're right. And that was all I ever said to him. And he just looked at me. He's like, I knew it. I said, yeah. I said, it's quite the opposite, but it's similar.
Yeah, my family thinks I'm crazy. No, they've lost all hope for me.
That's all right, because then the day that they do find out, because it's gonna.
I can't wait to have my "I told you so" moment. I literally can't wait.
I know, and
I'm
you
being
are going to say,
patient.
"I told you so."
I can't wait for that day. That's why I'm being patient. It's like the more patient I am, the more satisfying that "I told you so" moment will be.
But they can't stop this train, so all they can try to do is slow it down as much as they can.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know, but we're live 24/7 streaming. You know that?
Yes, I do. That's somebody was talking about this server in another server that I'm in. It's the Sneeko server. He's a streamer on Rumble, and he recently has been talking about flat Earth stuff. He's banned on YouTube and everything, but as soon as I heard 24/7 flat Earth podcast, I was like, oh my god, send me this.
So so now we're also on TikTok, which is really going to make people nuts. The real flat earthers are hitting TikTok now. We have a plan behind it, and it's working.
So when you post stuff like that, like, doesn't TikTok try to ban you, or like, how do you?
No, you don't. You got to be smart.
Mm-hmm.
However they're doing it, it's working. We're getting more and more super Glovers, I call them.
I don't have TikTok, but I will download it just for that.
I don't have it. I'm not one of those people, but I did click on a link, and I think I signed in with my Google address or something.
Okay.
I have a Gmail account, of course. You have to have that if you want to just quick sign in anonymously.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that trips me out about the information that we're spreading is when you talk about TikTok, that's really the youth right now. That's their main go-to, right?
Yeah.
Facebook is kind of dying out. YouTube is dying out. And so with Flat Earth
too.
blowing up on TikTok, it's really planting a lot of seeds in the youth. So I don't see that as being necessarily an accident. I would think that would worry them and they would shut it down. But they're not.
I see.
That's why I was saying earlier about, that the information we're getting out there, I feel like it's being allowed to be put out there for some reason right now.
It could also be hubris. They just have such faith in their programming and their system that they don't think anything we can do can beat them.
Because they're like thinking about like, oh well, we're gonna.
They were in 2016.
They're thinking like, well, we're gonna launch the project, UFO projection, so that'll take care of that. I mean, I've been also like kind of dealing with a bunch of schizos who think that like who are kind of falling for like, oh, like there was a UFO that landed in LA or Las Vegas, I think. And they were like, oh yeah, we saw an alien and whatnot. And it's like, it's like, no, you didn't, like you didn't see an alien and like, this UFO thing that you thought fell from the sky. Like that's not real. And people see this kind of stuff on TikTok. So I think that you might be right. Like they're so confident in their programming that they feel like even if there is a bunch of flat Earth stuff right now, they've done enough work that people will see the flat Earth videos and just probably be like, "Oh, look, it's flat Earth stuff."
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
There's a point we're getting close to. It's going to be live streaming on TikTok, so they can do whatever they want.
Mm-hmm.
You need to get some tags. You would have fun in the lobby and in detention. Right now, we're having a psychotic meltdown, I think I would want to call it. in detention. We got different rooms for people when they go off the rails. We don't ban people.
Oh, you put them in detention?
We got cognitive dissonance room, detention, the heliocultist members.
We kind of have something like that in the Sneeko server. When people act crazy, we call it the Matrix. We send them back in the Matrix.
You plug them back in.
Whoa, you can't handle reality. Plug you back in.
We put them in the Matrix, and then they don't have access to any of the other rooms. So it's like you can stay in here, and if you.
So it works like this. The heliocultists are such super globers that they require their own room and their own special attention. Okay, because they say crazy shit, and we have to just team up and just do whatever. Because you just sound like a nut. Those are the super. They got space pictures and everything. Those are the super ones. Then you have your cog-dis people who are just. They come in, they want to troll, blah blah blah, say dumb shit. We send them in there, and then they get one-on-one attention. So we try to keep the lobby open for people like you who come in, who say, "Oh, I just want to go in and talk, blah blah blah." And sometimes we say get checked in, or we just say go right to the live stream and somebody will unmute you, depending on how you are in the lobby. Unless yeah.
And then what were you saying next?
Oh, detention is the other one. That's for bad boys.
Oh,
that's for people like in the live stream who just
say stupid stuff.
Off the wall shit, and then we can't wrangle them in. You got to go in there and sit in there for a bit, so we can try to figure your shit out, right, y'all?
And then what's the learning curve? I like that's a good pun.
That's for new flat earthers and stuff. Globers go in there. They swear they can talk and do other stuff without being in on the live stream. There's other in chill chat. There's other ones, but we specifically have 2 live stream channels that. Sometimes we do everything from one. Sometimes we split them up, especially if we got 2 separate issues going. Then we split them up.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is a really great server. Lots of good information on here too.
I'm part of the lobby patrol. Like we're part of the, we got to make sure we watch.
Moderate and
crazy.
Stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the live stream, but I leave all the good, crazy ones up to the other guys. I just chime in with some zingers and say, there you go, and just let the conversation go. And I usually just post text and, that goes along with whatever they're saying while I'm babysitting the lobby. It's easier.
Yeah, everyone plays their little part, like people like Radwin. They have a lot of information, and I can't go in there because I can't type fast enough. So I'd start having a conversation in the lobby, typing, and they've already done 3 replies, and I'm still on my first reply. So I just go, fuck it.
Yeah.
Well, when a mod comes in, we'll try and hook you up at least with flat Earth roll.
Oh yeah, thanks.
I want to ask you a few questions, but yeah.
Yeah.
You'll be all right.
Absolutely.
Oh, crypto's in you.
What's your education?
What's my education?
No, he's joking.
I was like, what? I'm a college dropout.
Are you?
Right answer.
No.
If you are educated, you cannot be flat earther.
That's funny.
You must have some kind of retardness to be part.
You got to be a little schizo.
Yeah. Something, if you think that straight is flat, if you think that horizon is horizontal, if you think that sea level is level, that kind of shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't skip school. I don't want to talk to you.
I honestly never liked school. My parents put me in. I went to Catholic school growing up, and I finished high school, but I just really wasn't interested in working. My mom was like a stay-at-home mom, and we grew up in a very traditional household. So I kind of just wanted to do the same thing. I didn't really see the point in getting a career and whatnot if I wanted to have kids in the future.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, exactly.
So where does this Muslim stuff fit in?
I was born Muslim, but my dad was very secular, and so I didn't really grow up in a very conservative household.
Salam.
Walaikum salam. So, yeah, I didn't grow up in a very conservative household. My parents were Muslim by their identity, and we used to just celebrate the holidays and whatnot, but they were totally trying to fit into the West.
And obviously Christmas too. So you got the whole thing going.
Yeah, and my dad sent me to Catholic school because he wanted us to be in an all-girls school and have better education, I guess. But he really felt for the American dream and wanted us to have careers and become boss women, which I don't know how his mind shifted to that. But I grew up mostly agnostic. I kind of just did not really believe in any religions, but then I started becoming more. I just found myself being more conservative than most people around me in my late 20s. And then I started looking into Islam again, and I saw that this way of life seems a little bit better, more in line with what my own principles were. And I found that this feels more like the truth. This is how life should be. And then I got married. And now I'm kind of just, learning more and more about truth stuff. My husband taught me about flat Earth and everything else, by the way. So I feel like I made the right decision.
Oh yeah.
Is your husband also a Muslim?
Yeah, he's a Muslim. He also has another wife. We're in a polygynous marriage, and it's very traditional. He's all about organic living. We only eat organic foods. We have a crazy water filtration system because of the fluoride. We homeschool the children. So, yeah.
Do they know it's flat?
Yes, they do.
Can they flat smack a glober?
Oh my god, I'm sure they will when they're much older. They're kids now, but yeah, they're a handful. But yeah, they're growing up, being homeschooled, and they play outside. They don't really get much screen time. We try to limit screens and whatnot. So we want them to kind of grow up playing in the dirt and whatnot.
Yeah, like normal people.
Like normal people.
If you don't eat some dirt, then you're not going to get immune to stuff.
Yeah. We don't want them to be bubble boys.
Guys, did you hear? Whenever there's a nasty bug floating around, what you have to do is not see anyone for 3 years, and that cures it. That was sarcasm.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, but every now and then, these boys, they'll find a giant slug, and they'll be like, "Oh, look what I found," or they'll run and they'll fall, and they'll hurt their knees and whatnot. But they're they're like out like playing, you know, in nature and not like at home playing video games all day. So
Can I ask you a question about Islam?
sure.
I'm curious about. So, do you guys like go to like a temple and worship together? How does
Not
that work?
we don't actually.
You don't.
Yeah, we pray at home.
Okay.
And yeah, basically we just follow the way of life as was taught in the Quran and by the Prophet, the Messenger, Muhammad. And it's basically just like, you know, the like what we can eat, not eat. We have like a moral code. Morality is very important. Also, the like certain things that are forbidden are like interest. You know, dealing in interest is a sin. Adultery, fornication, these things are sinful. So we try to like instill these values into our children.
Oy vey.
Yeah. So
How dare you?
yeah, like, you know, like basically like right now the main reason for like homeschooling the children is because, you know, schools are like indoctrination places where they're teaching about like, you know, gender theory to like really young children, and like to me that's very weird that they're talking about sexuality to like really young children.
Well, that for me is one of the main powers of religions, and I'm not a religious person. I do believe we're created, so I'm kind of like a deist or whatever. But it's like in no religion whatsoever do you find where it's like, oh yeah, basically men can be women can be men, you know, go and sleep with everyone, and you know, like Christianity doesn't say that, Islam as you would say doesn't say that, like Buddhism doesn't say, no, none of these, Taoism doesn't say that, none of them say that. So it's like almost like religion has this role to play in pushing back against this tide of degeneracy that we're
this degenerate like ideology.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's the main like gist of the religion. Like, I mean, the first and foremost thing is that there's one creator. You know, he has no partners. He's the most powerful, all-knowing, and all-seeing. And that this life on Earth is a test to see, you know, who's going to follow the guidance sent by this creator and who's going to just go out and do whatever he wants. Did that answer your question, Paul?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great.
I'm not religious. It's interesting hearing you guys talk, though. I know there's a creator that's different for me. I build and design stuff for a living, so I kind of get what he's doing.
Yeah. Can you like, so you do believe that like there is one creator, because as a designer you can kind of see that like designers each have like a signature in the way they create things, and you can recognize that this was done by one person. So like, do you recognize that in creation, that it was made by one creator?
Yeah. With a team of helpers. That's just what I think, you know.
Yeah, and I think that today the reason why people are so disconnected from God is because they're not actually really pondering or reflecting on creation. Like, they don't go out and see things in nature. Like, they're just stuck.
I go wow every single day. Every single day. I sat there for 10 minutes and snuck up on my window so I could watch a female, what was it? A cardinal, because they're gray, they're not red.
Yeah.
And watched it sit there eating an eggshell that I don't know where it came from. It was on the deck, so obviously it came from somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm aware of all the stuff as much as I can possibly be. I'm super hyper aware now.
Yeah, and especially if you live in the city, like I grew up in New York, it's like, you know, you kind of just live in your own bubble and you almost forget that there's a whole world out there, you know? And it's very easy to just kind of forget that there's like an all-powerful creator of all things and that like there's something greater than us. Like I think living in the city kind of gives you this illusion that like, oh, it's just all about you, you know? And the cities are it's just buildings and buildings, and you don't really see things in nature. You just see whatever's man-made, and you don't see any more of God's creation anymore. And I think that also pushes people away from like believing in God.
I think a lot of organized religions also do that too. They push people away. That's why I don't really like. I believe.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
And and I believe. Me personally, I like the King James Bible, and I like to follow Jesus' teachings. I believe in Jesus, and for me, that's what I do. But I don't think it's necessary that I need to belong to an organized religion.
I see. Well, we kind of like, we're a little bit different than like the way most Muslims follow the religion today because there's so many sects, like all of them are upon something that is somewhat false, and a lot of scholars misinterpret the verses and they spread falsehood, you know, which is why we don't really listen to a lot of the scholars and what they say today, because it's all just false interpretations based on like what they can gain or benefit from it.
Absolutely.
Like we don't believe that Saudi Arabia is we don't go to the masjid. Like it's actually like it's you're supposed to go to the masjid, you know, to pray. But if you go to a masjid and like, you know, the sect that they are is upon falsehood, then, you know, that's a condemnation, right? Like you can't you only have to follow the religion in its truest form. And none of the sects of Islam today are upon the truth, unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's why, like, I mean, just like talking about the flat earth, for example, like majority of Muslims believe that the earth is a globe, you know? And they've shoehorned a lot of like falsehood into the religion. And that's why like we can't really say that there is such thing as a Muslim country. So every single one of them are upon falsehood. Like the Muslim liberals who are like, you know, apologists and sympathizers with like, you know, the Western agenda, all the way to like the extremists that are like, you know, bombing school buses. Like they're all upon some sort of falsehood. It's like no one's actually following the true religion of Islam, really. And like me and my husband,
exactly.
like, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, basically, where we're just.
I was. Oh shit! We're stepping on each other.
Go ahead.
Shut up.
Well, I just wanted to just say like that's what me and what my husband kind of like tries to get us back on to really reflect on the speech of God in the Quran and not rely upon like scholars to spoon feed the falsehood to us, because a lot of the religion has been lost in translation. And so we tread very carefully and we try to understand like why did God say this, or like why we also notice that there's a lot of fake hadiths or like fake sayings of the prophet, right? Like what things that he didn't actually say. So we're very careful in the way we follow the religion, because just out of fear of God and trying to make sure that we're living our life the way he intended us to live it. Yeah, please continue what you were saying.
Oh, I was just going to say that's why I mentioned that I think a lot of the organized religions are a detriment actually to people finding the creator, because so many of them stand on falseness, you know. Because I grew up Catholic, actually, and I went to a Catholic school for 8 years, and you know, they were teaching me the Big Bang Theory, and It was horrible. I didn't learn anything. I never felt I had to go to church, once a week, and I never really. It just didn't fit with me because whenever I would ask a question too, whether it would be a scientific question or something about the Bible, the answers were so basic and terrible. I didn't learn a damn thing. They didn't teach me anything about the Bible. We didn't even read the Bible. So it was horrible.
Yeah, I remember going to Catholic school. It was like we learned everything, but then like we had one subject or like one period of the class with one period of the day with religion class, and that was like 30 minutes. We read the Bible, and then we had First Friday Mass. But it's just when there's so much sectarianism that brings a lot of contradiction in the religion, and I think that's also what pushes people away. Like, I know that a lot of Muslims leave Islam because they're like, how am I supposed to choose from like 73 sects of Islam, and how do I know which one is right? Like, how do I know I'm safe? So then they throw out the baby with the bathwater, and then they completely check out of the whole thing. They don't realize that like there is a truth to religion. There is a truth to that. There is a truth where like God created us. He there's a purpose behind us living here. And what is that purpose? There is a true purpose, but it's just been so chopped up into little pieces that no one can really find what the truth is anymore. And that's what makes them that's what discourages them, because then they think that this is like a really long path that they have to follow, and they're apprehensive of whether or not they will actually find the truth.
I've seen some debates with like Muslims versus atheists, and even the Muslims go like, to prove a point, one of their talking points are like, okay, the Quran proved that there's orbits of the planets and all this stuff. Like, there's
no, it didn't.
It's so silly.
It's I actually know exactly which verse they're talking about, because they always bring this verse up with me, and I always tell them, well, you're kind of using the translation as a crutch rather than the actual Arabic. And the Quranic Arabic is a dead language today too. So my husband and I, we're learning how to read the Arabic so we can understand. But yeah, that verse about like the orbiting planets, it's just shoehorned translations. They're trying to like make something fit where it doesn't actually fit. Like, nowhere does God mention planets in the Quran ever. There's nothing. The only thing he always talks about is the earth, the heavens, the sun, and the moon. That's it. That's all I've ever heard. And stars. So, our conclusion is that anytime anybody looks through a telescope or they're looking at the sky, they're just all different variations of stars. But then Muslims who are talking to atheists, they kind of use this because they themselves are thinking, oh, I can get an atheist to believe in Islam by trying to prove to him that their globe model exists in the Quran, because that might be easier.
Yeah, and also like they're themselves buying into all the science stuff, so they're like going along with it, and
Yeah,
they
now
have to
they're
admit it to themselves, like, oh, so this is actually what it is, therefore it has to be in the Quran because the Quran protects everything.
Exactly. So they're reversing it. Instead of thinking like, okay, let me see what the Quran says, they're thinking like they believe what NASA says, and they're like, okay, well, I believe this is true, therefore it must be in the Quran. And then they shoehorn it. Or they like, try to find some definition. Yeah.
Yeah, I was put off with Catholicism as well when I was growing up. I did not want to do that stuff. Like, they told me to get on my knees and all that. I was like, do I have to do that? Like, didn't feel natural. And eventually I became an atheist, which was really stupid. I was an idiot because I went the other way. And it was like a wake-up call in the end. I was like, what am I thinking? Like, isn't it obvious that God exists? Like, why did I go so far the other way that I became deranged, essentially? Like, I didn't see the truth at all.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the plan, I think, to have people in that mindset.
Yeah, I'm Italian, and I had to go through. I didn't have to do any of the church stuff, but yet to this day, I still have to go to the Catholic things, and they do all the kneeling and stuff like that. And I sit there. I don't know what to tell you because I don't even know what to do or even what's going on, and I don't care about it because I had that a long time ago when they were passing around asking for money, and every time you see it on TV looking for money, I figured it was just a money grab at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a powerful thing because as a child, you feel what's right. Like you feel like they're walking around like asking for money. That doesn't feel like it's authentic. It just puts you off. And I think that's by design.
Times when I was a youngster going to church, the only time I felt the presence of God was sometimes when somebody would be reading from the Bible. Sometimes whatever they were reading, a lot of times when I would listen, the story they were telling somehow related to something in that time that I was going through in my life, maybe that day or that week. Other than that, it felt really unholy.
Yeah, I remember kind of like when I was in Catholic school, I always thought it was weird the ritual of like eating the body and blood of Christ. I mean, just like not now, but like in high school when I was like 16, 15, 16, I was like, what is this ritual? It's so weird. It's so strange.
It's still strange to me now. Like it's like you come up to this old guy and you open your mouth, you stick your tongue out. That's weird. As a kid,
but just even eating are we eating God? We're eating His blood, and like it's just it's a weird ritual. And I asked about it, and they were like, well, it's has something to do with him sacrificing himself. And then it's like, okay, but like, why are we eating
his
him?
body was the sacrifice. So then,
gross. That's gross. Who wants to drink blood?
If you accept that that act, if you had faith in that act, that his body, by him, dying, saved you from your sins, then that's all it is. It's just a
I definitely don't want to eat him now.
Accepting.
If the guy saved me, I don't want to eat him.
Just curious, Paul, do you know what like Muslims believe about the crucifixion and Jesus altogether?
Not at all, no.
Yeah, so Jesus, peace be upon him, he's a prophet of God who sent as a messenger. And when he was the Jews or the children of Israel, they had killed prophets and messengers in the past, okay? And because they were extremely arrogant and they denied the messengers. And when Jesus came, they were obviously gonna kill him too. But then what God ended up doing was when instead of him like actually dying, he ascended into heaven to God. He took Jesus back to himself. Jesus didn't die on the cross. Like the Muslims we believe that Jesus is still alive and that he's going to come back in the end times. So we are also waiting for like the second coming of Jesus. Which is interesting.
The only way I could go along with something like that is because of some weird shit that I've seen in what appears to have been a flood and killed off a bunch of stuff, and now we're like the second go around, or possibly third or fourth.
Yeah, like we believe in the Antichrist, or like the Dajjal, right? We call him the Dajjal in Islam. He's going to be like a huge test for mankind. right? Like he's going to bring rainfall, he's going to make the crops grow, and he's going to lead people into thinking that he's actually God. But it's actually Jesus who's going to come and defeat this man. Like he will protect the believers from this man. And anyone who ends up believing in him, well, they've failed the test because they believe in this man, like he's the deceiver. Like that's why I think in the Christians believe he's the Antichrist. He's going to pretend to be Christ when he's actually not. And Jesus will actually come down, and people will recognize him when he descends, and he will fight the Dajjal character, like in the end times.
So it's very close to then the revelations in Catholicism.
Yes. Like, okay. So basically, if I were to describe like Islam, like it's the same God. Like they're all playing for the same team. Like God sent Moses to Pharaoh, for example, right? Like to the Jews, and then they accepted Moses as their messenger. But then what ended up happening when God sent Jesus, they rejected Jesus, right? A few people believed in Jesus, and then those were the Christians. And then when God sent Muhammad, they rejected Muhammad. But it was always God sending messengers to reform society. And so Muhammad was the last prophet that was sent by God. And the Quran is basically just like an iOS update on the scripture. All of the scriptures, all of the books that were ever sent by God were all sent from the same God. Like we as Muslims have to affirm the gospel, we have to affirm the Torah and the book of Psalms, and the 10 Commandments, the tablets from Moses, and so on and so forth. So yeah, we affirm every single messenger sent by God, like Noah, Jonah, the prophet Lot, Abraham, Moses, David and Solomon, Jesus and Muhammad, and there's many more, but they're all named in the Quran. I mean, there's a whole chapter in the Quran just only dedicated to Mary and her story. And then even there's another chapter in the Quran that talks about Mary's family, like her parents. So there's a lot of information about like the history of Jesus, the history of Mary, and the history of her family.
So what's the story with Muhammad then? How is that explained? His role. So how did he like die and stuff?
So just like every other messenger that was sent to an astray nation, Muhammad was sent to the Quraysh, and he was sent to them because there was a lot of idol worship. There was a lot of degeneracy. I mean, they were burying infant girls and keeping the sons alive. And there was prostitution, like just widespread degeneracy. And this is kind of like after the time of Isa, Jesus. So he came to essentially correct this. He died a natural death, of course. But that was his plan. Like, this was his task by Allah, right? Jesus's task by Allah was to be sent to the Jews to reform the Jews after they gotten astray after Moses, right? Because Moses came and then he saved the Jews from the Pharaoh, and after they had gotten the scripture from Moses, and they knew the guidelines, and they knew what God expected of them, they went astray, and then Jesus was sent. The only difference is that God saved Jesus from being crucified, and he's going to be sent back to mankind later on to help them defeat the Dajjal. Muhammad was sent to mankind to be the seal of the prophets, meaning there's no more changes in the religion anymore. Like, he perfected the religion, and when he sent the Quran, when God revealed the Quran to Muhammad, the Quran in and of itself was a miracle in that it would be preserved. Like, no one would be able to change a single verse in the Quran. So the Arabic in itself is preserved, but obviously we have another problem now where there's translation issues.
Yeah.
But that's a whole nother thing that Muslims don't understand, that like, my husband, like, he's been reading the Quran, and Muslims believe that there is no messenger after Muhammad, but the Quran says otherwise, that there will be one more messenger after him, and that's going to be right before the coming of the Dajjal, and that this messenger that God will send will receive Jesus, and they will both work together in the end times. So this is another falsehood that the Muslims don't agree with. In the end times, like, everyone's going to have to reconcile that the messenger that is sent to the Muslims, right? The messenger that Allah sends, right? He and Jesus will both be working together, So that's going to be
So
like
there's
another.
for you guys. There's no with Jesus's death, because you don't believe he actually died.
We don't believe
so
he died.
there's
We
no
believe he's
forgiveness
with
of
God right
sin.
now. No, the only way you receive forgiveness is just by directly seeking forgiveness from God, because he's all merciful, right? So if you sincerely seek forgiveness, he forgives. That's one of his attributes. So like the sacrifice thing, like he doesn't, like in Islamic doctrine, like God doesn't need to need a blood sacrifice in order to forgive mankind, and also no one should bear the burden of another. Everyone is responsible for their own sins. But that being said, the main thing that we have is repentance. Like, we should always be repentant for our sins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there are other
So in
ways
the,
that you can expiate too, obviously. But like, you can directly seek forgiveness, and God will forgive you.
Okay. What I wanted to ask was, so in the Quran, because it's okay for the Christian Bible, for instance, in the Old Testament, God gave Moses the law and whatnot, and there was diet restrictions and blah 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 blah. But then once Jesus came, Jesus was now the new law, and he was the temple.
Yes.
And he changed all that so that you didn't need to
brought
follow those diet
abrogations.
restrictions, all that.
Yeah.
Right. So you guys don't.
We have something similar, like we believe that God sent abrogations as a way to like if people were, for example, the Jews were acting up and then God gave them dietary restrictions as a form of punishment. Like, you're no longer allowed to eat these things, right? And then when Jesus came, certain dietary restrictions changed. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but like, one of the dietary restrictions across all of the people was pork, right? Like Moses, pork was prohibited for Jews. Jesus also prohibited pork. But we know that alcohol, for example, was not prohibited. Alcohol only became abrogated after Muhammad ﷺ came, right? And that was much later. That was a much later revelation. And it was because of the circumstances, right? Like, every abrogation or addition to law is circumstantial based on how society is behaving, right? And the wisdom behind that law comes from God himself. Like, he knows how to handle the situation, so he uses his messengers to deliver this new law or abrogation. And so Jesus came and abrogated a bunch of laws, and we see that in the gospel. And then when Muhammad came, certain laws that were passed in the gospel became abrogated via the Quran, meaning alcohol was permitted, but now it's no longer permitted, right? And then with Muhammad, we had like, okay, now you have to pray 5 times a day. Like, this is a new edict that was passed. Like, this is how Muslims should pray, as opposed to how they used to pray before. Back in the day, like, even during the times of the Jews, during the time of Prophet Joseph, it was permitted as a sign of respect, for example, to prostrate in front of people, right? You could prostrate in front of your parents as a sign of respect. But then after Prophet Muhammad came, he made it so that like the only one that you are allowed to prostrate in front of is God. You can't prostrate in front of anyone else. It's haram. So, and then like marriage laws and whatnot, the marriage laws became during the time that the Prophet peace be upon him came, polygyny was a thing, and men at that time, like, wealthy men, they had many wives. Like, sometimes they would have like maybe 10, 15, 20 wives, right? Islam came and then regulated that and limited it to 4. So it was all circumstance based, like depending on how the situation, and also how God wanted to test the people of that time. So Yeah, and the Quran essentially is like the last of all of the books. It's like think of like an iOS upgrade. It's like Islam and the Quran is like the latest iOS upgrade.
Okay.
Like if I was alive during
So
the
you
time
said-
of Jesus, I would believe in like the gospel and I would have to use that as a form of guidance, for example, right? Or if I was alive during the time of Moses, that would be like, you know, the version that I would be upon, right? And if
Hey,
I died
guys.
upon yeah.
Yeah, guys, I
Yeah,
just joined.
you want us to move on? Can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Or do you guys want us to move on?
What's the subject though?
We're just talking about the differences between like Christianity and Islam and like how Muslims
They
what
pretty
is
much
the
like
Muslim belief on
originate from the
Jesus?
same subject, I think.
Oh yeah,
Like,
let's for sure move on.
Abrahamic
That's the
religions,
subject.
so they're kind of the same thing, kind of.
Yeah, I sent
No
you a
problem.
friend request, Paul, so you can ask you can feel free to DM me and ask any other questions that you might have.
I definitely will. Thank you.
Oh, freeze bounced that quickly, eh? Well, shoot.
What was that all about? Freeze.
I guess he came here to avoid the topic. Then he saw it wasn't going to work out. Yesterday he jumped into White Knight for Soy Boy. I was hoping to talk to him.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Oh, he was the one who chimed in.
So who do we got in here? Anybody?
That was our guy. We lost him.
Alpha Cat's a lost cause. She's already wide awake, so it's no point in giving her a quiz show.
Damn, no one to argue with.
If you guys want, I can bring in some people to argue with.
Oh yeah, bring him.
Sure.
Yeah. I have some hope for these people.
Well, they'll want to argue. We only give facts, so however you want to look at it.
Y'all killed the chat.
Yeah, it's like that. Well, I probably could have brought it back around, but I was kind of letting everybody was long-winded, so it's kind of hard to break in and bring it right back around again just by asking a question. I wanted to ask a Quran question about planets. You mentioned planets or no planets, but stars. What does it say about stars?
In the Quran, it says that the stars, that he adorned the lowest heaven or the nearest heaven, which is the sky, our sky, with lamps. Okay, so it shows that stars are just lights. Okay, they just reflect light. They're just not even really solid. And the other thing is that the stars are used for guidance or navigation, indicating that the Earth is stationary. So,
And did you know that that's how you navigate these days? You still navigate that way. You still can. I ordered a sextant. It didn't arrive yet, and I will figure out where my backyard is.
also the East and the West in Islam, like, you know, the way that God talks about the East and the West, they're locations and not directions. And he set them very far apart from one another. the east side of the earth and the west side of the earth are like far apart from one another, and that could only happen on a flat earth, because on a globe, east and west as directions are just relative to where you are, right? And on a sphere, east and west would eventually meet, right? If you keep going west and keep going east, like two people keep going, they're eventually going to meet on the other side.
Very interesting.
We also have a surah where this guy traveled all the way to the place where the sun sets, and he saw it setting into a muddy spring. And then he traveled all the way to the place where the sun rises, and the sun was rising over a bunch of people who didn't have a shield against it. So we do believe that the sun sets on the earth, and it is local, and it's much smaller. It's like the same size as the moon. So it's not like 93 billion miles away or like 33 million times bigger than the earth.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know enough about religion to get you to talk flat earth, so. Heretic might.
I see Heretic Dubé. Is that from Eric Dubé?
No, it's yeah, but that's how the name came, I'm sure. He changed his name like I changed mine. Tomorrow you won't recognize me. Only by
I see. Yeah, Eric Dubé was Eric Dubé's documentary was how I really learned a lot about flat Earth. I think his documentary was like the most extensive and just the most thorough.
Yeah, I can't really take him talking.
He is very monotonous. Yeah, I need to take breaks, but I did listen to all of it.
Yeah, so I'm like a flat earther that's a flat earther because the earth is flat, not because I watched anything, and not saying that to anybody else out there. I'm just telling you guys how it happened to me. I mean, I just figured it out. Once I figured it out, I figured out everything, bam, like that. Like then I was just like, wow, now we're completely, I knew about blah, blah, blah back in 2001. I knew what happened then. And now everything is making a big circle, and now it makes sense because the moon landings didn't happen, and so this has to be true too. And sure enough, it is. And everything else is just bullshit. You can spot bullshit a mile away. You can tell when people are truthful, and you can tell when people are lying. And there's a lot of lying going on.
Yeah. So I'm assuming you also believe the moon landing was fake, right?
I used to think it was real. I watched it. My dad worked at NASA.
Yeah. Yeah. It was, I believe it was fake. I think it was shot underwater.
Absolutely it was fake. Go watch Capricorn 1. They tell you how it was done, what happened in that movie. For some reason, they just decide they're going to just go ahead and let's put that one out there.
Yeah, I also feel like the whole Challenger mission was like a fake crash. Like those people that died in the rocket launch. I think that was an entire psyop so that people.
4 of them are still teaching.
No. Hey, Brad, Wooden, and Alpha. I have a valid argument as to why the moon landing is real. You ready?
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I hear that one all the time. We just had 2 days worth of nah in heliocentric.
He said nah. Wait, did he really just say nah?
Basically, it's just like this is this because of this. No, it's not. Oh, okay. So water's not just flat? Nope. Oh, so it's curved? Yeah. So you can prove it? No. Just that kind of shit. That's what we should really have little halos over our heads, the people that sit in there and deal with the cognitive people all the time, because it's a challenge sometimes. You have to have a lot of patience. It sounds like I don't, but I actually do have a lot of patience.
Yeah, sometimes people try to talk about like how water you can't see the flatness, or like you can't see the curve rather because it's so big. And I'm like, but then they themselves don't know the curvature formula, and I'm like, it's not that much. It's like, I think every 3 miles there's an 8-inch dip in the horizon.
Uh-oh.
And 3 miles is not really that much. Like 3 miles is not a lot of space if you think about it. So if you're able to look across the ocean and you see like buildings and whatnot, then yeah, the Earth is not so big that you can't see the curve. You should be able to see the curve past 3 miles.
It's 8 inches per mile squared.
Per mile squared, okay. Not 3 miles, right? Okay, so after 3 miles, it should be, what, like 24?
So 10 miles is 66 feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a 6-story building, by the way.
Yeah.
So if you can see the whole building at 10 miles with a good camera or binoculars, if you can't see it with your own eyes, the Earth is flat. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
It's so simple. Isn't it funny? It's so easy. We all fell for it. No, we all believed it.
We all did believe it, yeah. Yeah, we did.
And it's so ridiculous. It's amazing. I just love it when Globers come in here and people ask them, who measured the Earth, when, and how, and they can't answer the question.
Nope.
But they believe it was done. They believe somebody did it. Somebody had to have done it, right?
Yeah, but when they Google it, when they do Google it, they accept that as fact until we have to go through that with them.
When your best measurement is putting sticks on the ground and measuring the shadow, that's questionable. What you believe in to be authentic, it's quite silly.
So Alpha Cat, old dude, posted the mileages so you can actually at a glance look.
Okay.
10 miles, 66 feet. And you can do the formula. It works out. I didn't draw this one, but after seeing this, I pulled out AutoCAD and drew up the same exact thing, and I got the same exact numbers. I think this was drawn in it is. It says on it, AutoCAD. So I don't use AutoCAD anymore. I use SolidWorks, but
I accepted your friend request, by the way, and sent you a message.
Yes, I just responded. Yeah. Thank you.
Just got it.
Oh wait, I'm just gonna see what you posted it in the voice text. Okay. Yeah, I actually have this image.
So when they say it's really big, say, how big is it? I mean, what is the dimensions? And let them give you the answer. Don't try to tell them. Don't try to tell them at all. Since you said it's really big, how big is it? Look it up.
There was a guy who wrote the book Earth, not a globe, or I think it was written by Samuel Robotham. And he was a flat earther who did an experiment in like a canal in England that went on for 22 miles, and it had no interruptions, and the water was completely stagnant. Like he did this experiment on a day that there was no wind and whatnot, and he had somebody on a boat sail across this canal holding a flag, and he had a telescope to see if he would be able to see the flag, and he was. And then he had him place the flag at different points to see if they would each slowly dip, and then he put a flag that was longer than the one behind it to see where it would fall, and it all indicated that the Earth is flat. Like there was no curvature, there was no dip. he shouldn't have been able to see past like the third flag. I think he put like 6 flags, and all of them were above the horizon,
as they should be.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. Never heard that one before.
Yeah, he wrote a whole book about it, and his experiment is in this book. Hold on, let me see if I can.
Yeah, I think it's Earth is not a sphere, something like that.
Yeah, it's like Earth flat, not a globe, or not a sphere.
I think I heard about that in the Eric Dubay documentary too.
Yep.
He mentioned that experiment. Yeah.
Samuel Robotham.
See,
Yeah,
there's
Earth, not a globe.
If I don't watch the Eric Dubay stuff, because I seriously, never knew this stuff. I just know it's flat because it is.
I saw it. Yeah, you can see. No, if I always feel like if we were living in the desert, like also the earliest companions of the prophet, like they all had the headspace that the Earth was flat, and I can imagine that they would think that because they were living in the desert. They were living in the desert. They had like more. If they looked out into the horizon, they were probably able to see that the Earth is flat.
Yep.
Absolutely.
That's one thing that I've been actually.
Yeah, it was just magicians decided to come up with some wizard stories and pass them along and get people to go along with it, and then it happened and it worked.
Yep. That's honestly the thing that you just said about Muhammad and his companions, stuff like I've been actually openly claiming that about all of the religious men of old. They all knew it was flat. They surely did. They had to have. And that might piss off some people, but whatever. That goes for Jesus, the Buddha, Muhammad, anybody you can think of in any religion anywhere. Surely they knew that it was level, because it's quite obvious what water does. And then, like you said, with the desert, and also the heavens declare, you can see this stuff from many different altitudes. And another thing that's common is these elders of old, they would go to high places. They would travel to these locations that are of great altitude, so you could see a great distance. And they're wise and contemplative.
Have you guys ever had someone like a glober per se? I guess what I'm curious about, the Bolivian salt flats, right, where it's 10,000 square kilometers or whatever of like utter flatness. Have you guys ever encountered a glober that somehow tries to rebut or refute that, or what do they say about that? I'm curious.
They run away from that one mostly, I think. Some try to use it, but I'm not familiar with their tactics on that one. It's just flat anyway, so we can just shoot a camera across and just right there is enough proof.
There's some salt flats in Utah too, right?
I'm not familiar.
I might be mistaken.
Maybe another flat earther wants to jump in on like geography and stuff where places are, but because things have changed for me since I know exactly like it's flat and that we're contained and it's created. I'm not in search of flat Earth anymore.
Oh yeah, those are the Bonneville salt flats. So some of the anti-flat earthers like to use it as a proof for a curve, but there's a curved road, so it kind of deceptively film the video there. So it deceives the curve, which there really isn't one. So
well, I'm just thinking, if you think about like the Black Swan.
What do you mean?
The road is like,
is the road actually pitched?
It's like when you look at it, it looks like it's like going down, but like the cars look like they're going down, but actually like just curved, yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, I guess I was thinking about it, trying to find we'll call it a terrestrial analogy to the sea level, right? And so maybe it's the Bolivian salt flats that serve a better purpose there, but whatever, taking a P1000 or a P900 across that and seeing, essentially reproducing the Black Swan images, right, across Earth, right, and not the sea, I suppose, is what I'm curious about, it, or what you guys know about that or think about that.
See, that's different. If somebody wanted me to go reproduce something and I have the ability, I would go and do it. Like, I have my P900 and I live on Lake Erie. And again, this year, I'm going to try for a shot of Canada. But it's hard to do because schedules and humidity and Lake Erie sucks and all those factors, you can only just get it right once in a while.
Yeah, I'm pretty close to the Gulf of Mexico, so I'm debating getting a P1000 and trying my own hand at that, especially because the number of oil rigs sitting out there, right? So, yeah.
So you're familiar with just looking out over that thing at pitch black, right? And you can see so much when it's out there. The last cruise I was on, it's just pitch black. Cruising it, 2:00 in the morning, and then it was a full moon. I could see so far under a full moon. I was like almost having a panic attack because it's perfectly flat. I could see everything is lighting up because the waves are, sparkling. I was like, holy crap.
Well, I can't see that well, but I'm hoping a camera might help me. So, but yeah, I definitely want to play around with it some. If nothing else, it's a fun hobby. So.
Oh yeah, that's why I bought it. I do sky pics. I got a picture. I'll post it here. This is done with a P900, and if you're going to get a P1000, you think it's a little bit better. The last one I saw, it's hard to get this picture, but if you can get it, get it. And this was not a clear night, so that's why it looks like it does. But here you go. There's Saturn.
That's one of the cooler of the space bubbles or circles.
But it always looks like that. It doesn't actually.
That's really cool.
Color or anything like that. It always looks like that. It's just, how the face of the moon rotates? So does that.
Yeah.
That's super cool. You did that with a P900, huh?
Yeah, P900. I'm considering converting it over to infrared.
Would you do it yourself or take it to a shop?
I would do it myself, but I don't think I can see that well to do it right now or anymore. So I would probably just have somebody do it. Plus they'll probably sell me another camera and I'll buy that too. I want a DLSR or whatever they are, DSLR, or, I want to be able to open it, keep that lens. You can't do it on the P900 or the 1000. Keep that lens open for night pictures. I have a sky tracker.
I gotta get myself one of those one of these days.
So moon pics come out crystal clear because I can track it while I'm doing as long of an exposure as I can get. I think I can get 25 seconds or something. So they come out really clear.
That's freaking cool, man.
It's almost time to break it out. It's July is usually when I break out my camera. I get it ready for the 4th. I do the open shutter, as long as I can. There's actually a 4th of July setting for fireworks. So it's just boom. And you get that cool display. But I use those for my desktops, believe it or not. They're part of a rotation. So I don't get bored looking at the same crap. So I've got like 4 monitors that running. I don't want to look at 4 of the same picture.
That's cool, man.
Along those lines, I don't know. Is it okay if I ask a question about the ether or what's posited by some flat earthers?
I don't want to touch that, so I don't know what anybody else says.
Oh, you
is there anyone here who's?
I'm gonna head out. Bye.
Stay blessed, Alpha Cat.
You too.
My definition for the ether is the etymological definition, so I don't really have anything else to say about it other than that.
I'll put the question out there. Feel free to ignore it. I'm just curious. I've kind of been looking into it a little bit, but it essentially ties into your comment about the exposure time, right? Where, from my understanding, it's I'm incredibly ignorant on this topic, so I'm looking for some education, right? But from my understanding is that light essentially is not particles and it's instantaneous, right? Light is just there and it's part of this background medium or whatever you want to say, however you want to define it. And so when you're doing let's say a shot of the fireworks or the moon or whatever, and you're keeping your shutter open longer, right? The whole purpose of keeping that shutter open longer is to increase exposure time of the light to the photoreceptor. If ether were true, let's say, put it that way, would that even be necessary? I suppose, right? It's just kind of something I've been thinking about. And again, maybe that's more for a speculation Sunday show or something. I don't know. I was just curious about it because you mentioned exposure.
You'll get better results on Sunday. I'm telling you, people like to talk about that.
I'd say I don't like most if questions, to be honest. Usually the if questions, though, that we get are from the Globers. Well, if the Earth was flat, then this, and then they make something up. And so that's why I don't really like if questions too much at this point. I get why you're asking, though.
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. I'm just trying to learn.
Come back in a couple days on Speculation Sunday, and I'm sure a lot more people will reply.
Fair enough.
Quiet night. We need some competition in here. Where the Globers at? Crickets. I was saying before that I respond to what Radwin was saying, I need to get a hold of one of those cameras. Start taking some pictures and stuff. The way I look at it, there's a black swan everywhere. There's unlimited black swans. Find one near you. Take a picture of it. One thing that's interesting to me is no matter what altitude you reach, it's still flat and level. And a lot of people make weird claims, like, let's say, oh, go climb a tree and you'll see the curvature of the Earth. Like, people make dumb-ass claims of that. It's like maybe 50 feet if you climb a tall one. It's not one of the greater ones. Or then there's like these towers, Burj Khalifa. I think I pronounced that wrong, probably. But that's the tallest tower in the world, I believe. You don't see it there, it's flat. And I say, oh, we'll go skydiving. It's fucking flat up there, too. Maybe 10,000 feet. We'll go get on a plane. We'll get on a commercial plane and go fly. 30 to 40,000 feet, something like that. It's flat. Oh, well, the military people, they've seen it's like 50, maybe 65,000 feet on like some of the more impressive aircraft. Flat. And you go all the way up to the Red Bull Stratus. Flat. Oh, well, what about the ISS? And then you look at the cameras from that shit, of that stuff, and there are fisheye lenses that contradict one another. So which Earth do you live on? The little one over here on this feed, or the one here on this camera when they just shift the angle and now it's a little bit bigger? You know, big Earth, little Earth. And you got multiple Earths here going on. There's something weird. That disqualifies that information. Can't have conflicting data. Not only that, there's like freaking physics professors and shit that have already calculated it out. Like, yeah, it would look about flat from up there, even at the ISS. So, whatever. And they show weird pictures from the moon, like, oh, okay, here's the moon photobombs the Earth. Then you compare that to Earthrise. So you live on big Earth with little moon, or little Earth with big moon? But that's another thing. They'll be like, "Oh, well, what about all these space agencies? Why would they? How would they all agree?" They don't agree. That's the point. Why don't you go check out their feeds? They're all different. We've got hundreds and hundreds of pictures of different versions of the Earth with the continents in different shapes and forms. Some are big and some are little, and they all contradict one another. Flat and level. That picture right there is really cool. Critical inception. You have something like the X-15, a rocket-powered aircraft. It can go over 250,000 feet up into the air. Flat. So you're not climbing a damn tree, you're not climbing a mountain. You can go to Everest and it's flat. You're not flying in a plane and seeing anything. There's no curvature. You thought you saw it, you imagined it. That's something that's really hard for people to let go. Well, I saw it, I swear I know I saw it. Okay. I understand that you believe that. Belief. Belief is one hell of a drug. Belief will allow you to ignore everything painful if you can hyperfixate on just that belief. And they do, because they have to face the rest of reality if they accept the fact that everything that they know is a lie. That means that all the rest of it's actually true. The spinning spaceball religion. Shape-shifting monkeys. Turn into a hairless ape with post-traumatic stress disorder and a prescription.
I just shared a video of a solar eclipse from NASA. I got a question. Why is it that I can't see the moon at all until I just see, a black object covering the sun? But until it reaches that point, you can't see it anywhere. You can't see the moon at all. And I've been trying to find another one where they didn't mess with the camera to darken it. But I haven't found a good one yet. If somebody's got one, please share it so I can view it. But yeah, this doesn't make sense to me that the whole time this is happening, before it actually gets in front of the sun, you never see it. You can't see it at all. Shouldn't the light from the sun be reflecting and lighting up the moon as it's making its journey in front of the sun? Somebody explain to me.
I don't think that the silence to your question is an intentional sort of dodge. I think that that is something that we can't explain. Anything would be actual supposition, and people can offer that, but that's all that would be. Right? The two luminaries that are closest to us, they have yet to really explain very well. But yet and still, they're explaining to us about the luminaries that's supposed to be much further away, right? So go figure that, right? Does that seem right to you?
Yeah, no, I agree. I actually was being, I really wasn't asking. I was being rhetorical. And yeah, it can't be explained.
Not with any of the explanations that they've offered to us, right? And so outside of that, all we have is our observations.
Right. And that's just what I'm saying. My observations, I don't see the moon. So I don't think it is the moon.
I'm going to offer something that I heard when I first started looking into this, and I heard this a lot. I mean, I haven't heard it recently and then on any of the platforms in a major way. They used to talk about Rahu and Ketu. I haven't given either one of this much of a look-see, but those are two terms that I heard in speculation as to what's going on during eclipses.
Just Tommy with a couple of weeks ago.
Busy in here tonight, huh? Whoa. All right, shout out to YouTube's. We got out there 444. What's up, babe? Oh, it's working. My mic's working. YouTube's. Sizey? Not the Sizey. Hi, Hoot. T Hoot. YouTube, Green Flowers. Excellent, man. Anybody over at Rumble? What's up, Chris V? Here in here. Let's check out the Rumble people. If this thing's rumbling, we're rumbling. It says there's 13 people over there watching. All right, well, cheers to everybody. Anybody got pictures of satellites in space, from space? That would be cool. I can go with that. Why is the sky blue? Why is the sky blue? Somebody's been asking that question for a very long time. Why is the sky blue? It's a good one. All right. Well, cheers out, everybody. I just saw that nobody was talking. Yeah, 18 people in here. Everybody's eating dinner or busy or sleeping or parking it. I don't know what they're doing, man. Parking? Just parking it. I used to park it a lot. I got to know you guys. It's parking it.
Well, good evening. Hopefully that helps.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's good.
Yeah, good to hear from you guys.
Always good.
I take it since you're back here, Flat Earth dude, you didn't find that curve, huh?
No, I thought I was looking over on some other servers, but they were all like talking about stars and like, stuff we can't check out. But I mean, we can see stars. I get it, man. They move. I get it. What does it prove? I don't know if there's anything to do with what I'm standing on, other than they're nice. They're up there. We're down here. Yep. $38 million for that moon buggy, huh? And that's 38 million back in like the mid-late 60s. Jeez, is that adjusted with inflation? 38 mil? Somebody did a great breakdown of that moon buggy and figured out it was like a Ford pickup frame or a Jeep. It was a Jeep frame. It was like a Jeep frame. They lined it up. They had like the Jeep frame, pictures, and they lined it all up. I haven't seen that video in a while, but I do remember that. It was pretty funny. Yeah, they charged 38 mil. They build the thing for like, 20 grand. And then they just pay everybody else off to shut up about it. Something like that. I don't know.
And the audacity to just leave it in New Mexico where we shot the video. It's just crazy.
Right. Or Arizona. I've seen a couple different sites they might have used, but
it's probably Canada.
Could have been Canada. Yeah, but it just, you think about the recklessness of what they did with the moon buggy, man. They're out there just ripping it around in the dirt. All it takes is like one puncture in your suit, man. You're dead. You're just driving around, falling down, getting out, getting back in. What a
When
shit.
they were up there taking all those pictures, did any one of them snap any pictures of them guys putting that buggy together?
There was some video I saw where they were pulling it off the lander, right? And like part of the fucking one of the drivetrains or shit broke or something like that. And they just pulled it off and fucking threw it on the ground there. It was kind of like, what?
We don't need that, huh?
I don't need that. But yeah, it was all folded up and kind of in this little compartment on the lander. And then that must
Probably had like IKEA instructions on how to assemble it. You had to have the Allen key.
gotta have an Allen wrench.
That's right. To give it a Kinder Surprise. That's what it is.
But it was like, I think I saw it on Ghostbusters one day, man. They were going on. I think Bob was showing it how they broke the axle or something, and they broke one of the. It was supposed to be 4-wheel drive, and it ended up being 2-wheel drive or something like that. Yeah, they just chucked those other. Anyway,
Someone should have called them about the extended warranty.
It would have been nice. Anyway, just saw I was like quiet in there. I thought I'd jump in and give 2 cents. It's about something. Say hi to some people in the YouTube chat. We got 23 people hanging out there. I got 13 on Rumble, but nobody chats in Rumble, man. There's never anybody chatting over there. 16 people watching over there. Nobody chats. I don't know what's going on. It's cool that we got the extra platform to go over there, man. But I did talk to a couple guys that found us on Rumble. I was like, right on. So it did work. At least brought a couple people in so far. How long has it been going? Like a week? 2 a week, man. It's all it's weak around here. Anybody in the YouTube chat want to come in? Now's a good time, man. You've been waiting years. It's like, dude, I'm finally gonna click it. Join in DC, man. It took me a while to join in here, man. I knew about this place. I listened to this place on YouTube. I knew a lot of people. I knew Jose Mesa. He was begging me to come in, but I was doing at that time we were doing Hangouts and YouTube live streaming. And I was like, man, I'm busy over here with these guys, and we were killing it, but that all got shut down. And then like, okay, well, let's check out this Discord thing over here, man. Get in here and get on board with waking some people up, man. I like it.
I don't know if I showed this to you before, dude, but I just posted an article about. So apparently, NASA has actually simulated what it would be like to be on the surface of Mars. So perhaps that's where that stupid rover is. They're actually locking 4 people into this environment for a year.
For a year, yeah.
See how it goes.
I think I read that article a while back. Ever any meetup? We just missed the meetup out here on the West Coast. You're on the East Coast. Mary wants to go to a meetup. She's server muted, man. What's up with that? Did she like hot mic or? Anyway, I can't undo your mic for you. I'm not privileged.
I'll do it, man.
Right on, man. Thanks, Timbo.
She's no trouble.
She's not trouble, right?
She might have been hot micing or something.
Hey, Mary. Welcome
There,
back.
it's open.
Hey,
Sorry about that. You
that's
must have
okay.
been hot micing, or
Usually when I enter in, I'm automatically muted, but I don't come here as often as I used to, so maybe they had to.
they forgot about you.
They forgot about me.
So you've been verified in here since October 22.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's, yeah, shouldn't have been a problem. I don't know why you were serving me. You must have been making some noise. Maybe they were talking.
Yeah.
It happens. I get server muted every once in a while, too. Usually because I'm just speaking over other people. There is a little bit of a delay with Discord, and sometimes I jump in right when somebody else is talking. You know, we all do it at some point, but yeah.
Did you guys get many numbers coming in?
Yeah, we're looking. I'm looking. I don't see anybody. Everybody was muted here when I got in, and Paul and I were just talking about the moon buggy. It cost $38 million. And then they're putting a bunch of people in this Mars habitat thing for a year. They're going to live in the little habitat thing there. That's a cool thing. What they got there on Earth in the simulated Mars mission is they have this cool thing called oxygen, man. Like right there. That's awful.
I feel like they should turn it into a reality show and like vote people off of Mars, like Earth Mars. You know what I mean? And have like,
dude, that's a killer idea.
Have the ceremonies, right? And some backstabbing, some intrigue. Be great.
Yeah, and you have to walk it out of there. You don't get no ride.
Did I miss the Flat Professor news hour? Did I?
No, I haven't done that yet. No, I was thinking about it, but I'd have to start getting busy, man. I have seen a few articles here and there. Hey, Galactic supposedly launched something, Virgin Galactic. I guess they sent a couple people up on one of those parabolic free falls, you know, high altitude.
Yeah, man. I saw the website about that about a week or two ago, and the cost was just huge. And I don't think they go up for very long. Like, and then the actual free fall or weightlessness is not for very long as
it's
for
like,
the cost.
3 minutes or something. I don't even think it's not much longer than what they call the vomit comet or the zero G plane. It's not much longer than that, really.
I think it's the same shit. They just different marketing and advertising, and then they call you call yourself an astronaut according to them on the website.
Yeah, you call yourself an astronaut. You were in space for 2 seconds. Yeah. What? Astronaut. That's
Maybe
crazy.
that's what they mean by Virgin Galactic. Like you literally.
That's what.
Virgin on the galactic proportions.
It's taken them 20 years to get to this point. They've sent up like 8 people in 20 years. Just killing it. And the ride lasts like 10 minutes. Wow. Just killer. Yeah. And it was 200. I think it's like 250 grand a pop, something more than that.
I think it was more.
If you bought it, if you reserved it 20 years ago, it's 250. See, he took 750 people's money at 250K starting like 20 years ago. That's a whole lot of money, man. You could just, collect an interest and everything off of that shit for 20 years. He has refunded a few people's money, but
yeah, but that's chump change for these guys.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's nothing. But you and I, man, that's life-changing money, Fuck. But No,
Dude, I'm not walking past $2 on the street. If I see $2 coin on the floor, I'm not walking past it.
no, man. $2 is $2, man. Count me in.
$2 coin.
Yeah, they make a $2 coin. I think.
In Canada.
Canada.
No, I'm in Australia.
Australia.
They have $2 coins there too, huh?
Yeah, we got $1, $2, and then after that it becomes then it's $5 note.
Yeah, that's how Canada is too. Do you call them toonies? What do you call them? What do you call them there?
Call them $2.
$2. Australian dollars.
We got a $2.
It might actually be the one thing that Australians don't make it into something stupid like Tuno or something, like put O at the end of it. It might be one of the only things that we don't shorten.
I remember when I did live in Canada for a while, it always sucked just having a pocket full of change. It just it would weigh the side of your pants down. Like you would just be trying to walk with all the coins. So ridiculous.
Well, NASA's Webb telescope identifies the earliest strands of the cosmic web. It's 830 million years ago, after the Big Bang. 830 million years after the Big Bang. 3 billion light years long. It's 3 billion light years long. Look at this.
Is that like space internet?
That is like 3 billion light years long, man. You got to see this. This is great. This is fantastic. I can't make this shit up, man. That's right from NASA. There you go. It's 10 galaxies, man. It's 10 galaxies. Pretty exciting stuff, man. Pretty exciting.
It just back on that the Mars experiment thing where they have the people. Yeah, I can imagine them doing I don't know if you guys ever played Among Us, where there's like an imposter. They should have that sort of thing where they have to all vote on who's the imposter and they jettison that person. And based on whether or not they're right or wrong, they get told you just killed someone that wasn't the imposter. It was pretty funny.
Well, it would be a funny, like a Big Brother, but they vote you off. You got to go.
Or a big murder mystery night. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone actually gets murdered just to heighten the intrigue. It's like Hunger Games, except Earth Mars.
I feel like they're going to simulate living in a certain environment or something like that. There has to be some sort of psychological thing that needs to happen. Like, what if you accidentally put a psychopath there? Because anyone willing to actually put themselves into that has to have some sort of mental derangement anyway.
Oh yeah.
So it's imagine you're stuck in this small place and you can't get away from this person, and they just I think more the psychological side of things is probably worse than any survival aspects. Being confined with that one particular person that you just don't gel with.
All right. Checking out the NASA news. Dude, that fucking Webb telescope is so awesome, man. It can detect carbon molecules, man. Molecular. Holy crap, man. What a fantastic telescope. It's worth $10 billion. 10 bill. It's crushing it. This Webb telescope is taking it to the next level, man. I'm telling you. It's crushing. Woo.
So can they steer that telescope?
I don't know, man. It's a good question. I haven't looked
Do they
into
claim that they can
technical
move
data.
it?
I know that for a fact that the Hubble can't move. It has no jets or propulsion or anything on it. I know that. There's nothing on the Hubble. But this thing probably, I don't know. Probably nothing on it either. Yeah.
Sure, it'd be cool if they turned it around and gave us a good view of the Earth. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, right.
That would be cool.
I'm thinking, like, look at the moon and show me the flag.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a 404 error from NASA. Dang. Right.
The waving flag, of course.
Could you imagine them sending like just picture this, right? So it's meant to be so far away. You send it a command. By the time the command reaches it and it's able to send a weak signal back to say, yeah, I got the command and I'm doing it. Hasn't the Earth rotated like a couple times and potentially you won't be able to receive the signal that you originally it's pinged back?
That's why we send it.
The whole logistics of it just seems so important.
You just have to send a preemptive commands based on the R value. It's just you just have to preempt it. That's all.
There you go.
Hey, we should send in some ideas. NASA wants some ideas for the Artemis 3 moon landing experiments. How about you check out the curve of Earth, man? You fucking bastards. Hey, NASA recycles its sweat and pee. Not only the pee, but they do recycle their sweat too up there, man. There you go. Into drinking water. Wow. We got a new photo of Jupiter. You guys, it's stunning. Oh, that's Forbes magazine. I won't give you guys that one. NASA's grounding its all-electric plane. That's a bummer. NASA's going to mine resources on the moon from The Guardian. They're going to mine resources in the next decade, man. They're going to be taking shit off the moon and bringing it back and making some cool shit out of it. Yep. Yeah.
Does it say what they're bringing back? Hopes and dreams?
Rocks, man. Bring back rocks.
Rocks.
I don't know.
What's up there that we can't get here?
Let's see. What do they want to bring back here?
Petrified wood.
Well, first they got to get the first woman on the moon by 2025. That's ambitious. They want to excavate the soil by 2032. Yeah. And the plans are, we're going to send America back to the moon by 2025 and be the first humans to land on the moon since Apollo 17 in 1972. Exciting stuff. Yeah. NASA.
I often wonder why the Chinese or the Russians don't fly to the moon and plant their flag just a little bit higher. Just seems like the right dick move to do. You know what I mean?
That would be, yeah. No, as soon as we landed there, man, the Russians, we're done. We'll see you guys later. Well,
if you had the means, wouldn't you send a tiny little rocket to blow up that flag? Like, wouldn't you just do that just for shits and giggles?
I would send an astronaut with
the moon Fuck.
An astronaut with a flamethrower and just torch it. Just Twitch stream it too, just for kicks. That's a good question, though. Do flamethrowers work in space?
Don't think
Nothing works in space. Nothing. Space doesn't
no
exist.
oxygen, man. No fire.
Oh shit! Damn it!
Therefore, everything works in space because it's all in your mind. So anything's possible in your mind.
This recycling the pee and sweat, man. This is breakthrough. You got a breakthrough in recycling their pee, man. This is big news, man. This is my second article I've seen about this now. It sounds kind of gross. Yeah, it does.
What do they allegedly do at the
Space Agency has announced that astronauts on the International Space Station have been able to, for the first time, recover 98% of the water's crew that they brought along for the journey. Yes, this includes a lot of urine. And they're drinking a lot of their pee-pee up there. Pete Shea would be so happy. That's kind of funny. Sure. Give me a second. Oh, you think they fall down again? Yeah. There we go. Nope. Sorry.
What's the breakthrough? What's the breakthrough in the What are they doing now?
Well, they're able to get 98% of the water and sweat,
As opposed to 95. Okay, yeah.
Well, they're really, really breaking it through. It was 93, 94 until now, but they got it up to 98. So it's a big breakthrough, man. This is huge. It's huge. Yeah. There's moonquakes. Moonquakes? No. All right, here's that. It's the year-long Mars experiment. I saw that. NASA and Legos are working together. That's nice.
For the next moon buggy, I suppose.
Oh, they're making some toy moon buggies. Oh yeah, yeah. For the next rover, you should see this next rover, man. It looks nothing like the last one, man. Oh my!
It's like the rover Hellcat.
Oh, dude, it's like a transformer. It's a fucking transformer or something. Oh shit! Oh, man, here I'll just post the article here. Fuck. Even has a YouTube video to go with it. Fantastic.
Little Lego dude. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Jeez. Well, I'm convinced, says Platter.
NASA's working on the electric aircraft. Yeah, they're still working that. Yeah, NASA's got their hands in all kinds of stupid shit, man. There's going to be a delay in the Starship pending an investigation. So Elon Musk's going to have to wait a minute. His Starship. Didn't his Starship blow up? Oops.
I think so.
There's another article about the PP. Why NASA should be cautious about using AI in space. They need to be careful. All right. Chat GPT style artificial intelligence is heading to space, but experts say NASA will have to iron out a few bugs in the technology before it's ready for astronauts. That has to be a fucking AI article that was completely generated from AI, man. I guarantee it. I think like over half of these are totally AI anyway. You guys want to watch the world choke on CO2 in the Erie NASA video? CGI video? Yeah, we're going to choke to death on CO2, man. Oh, here it is. It's a GIF. Space.com. Sorry. Space.com. How do the Globies find the channel? We send them links sometimes, Mary. We go ahead and we sometimes find us on YouTube. There's a lot of places our links end up to get people in here. So they're going to isolate those people in that chamber on the Mars simulation thing. They're just going to lock them in. That's it. They don't get to put on their spacesuits and go for a walk or drive or play some golf or something. Nothing. Oh, boy, they're really pushing this PP recycling thing, man. It's all over the place. NBC News has got it covered. Fuck, here we go.
Wouldn't that be so funny if they came back and they were like, dude, the Earth is flat. They like find out that they were like putting a weird lens on the window. They're like, wait, why does it look so? They like figure it out.
And NASA just found a donut-shaped rock on Mars, man.
Donuts.
Donuts.
Yes.
We got Krispy Kreme on Mars, man. Check it out.
Hell yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Coming soon to a planet near you. So how's it been, guys? How's it going?
Hey, everything's been going good. Day in, day out, man. We're over here. I got helicopters flying over my house. And
where at?
plans to mine the moon. I think they were talking about that back in the 60s and 80s. I remember that. They're going to like mine the moon. 2032, man. We're going to be getting some moon dirt. Moon dirt.
Moon rocks.
Moon rocks. Are there earthquakes on other planets? Directly from NASA.
How the hell would there be an earthquake?
Right?
The moonquake.
There you go. Here's the article, man. This for making sure I'm not full of shit over here. Gotta lay something out here.
It's like also the new dessert at Dairy Queen, the moonquake.
It would be called planet quakes, man. Whatever planet.
Boba, no.
You guys are sharp, man. You guys don't miss a beat.
Now, question: how you can have the Earth or whatever earthquake on other planet if planet is gaseous?
Gaseous, right?
Yeah,
that's a better question. Is there quakes on gaseous planets? I love it. Virgin Galactic could open up space to everyone. They could do it. They could do it.
Married to Wet. Gosh.
It's only 450 grand now. That means it's available to everyone. Shit, it's so cheap.
Listen, if I have to drink your pee, I am not paying 450 grand.
450 now. It used to be 250. Now it's 450. Pony it up, people. Come on, this is cheap, man. That's chump money. You guys got this.
Gasquake.
Gasquake. There you go.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it. Gasquakes.
Isn't that wind?
Oh my, we've got something here. We got a new amazing photo of Mars, man. You've never seen Mars like this before. You got to see this picture, man. Holy crap. You guys got to see this. You guys got to see it. Okay. And, boy, they're really pushing the Mars thing here, man. Oh, God. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Look at that. This is in the main news, man. I don't make shit up, man. Just like, here's what's going on. Here's what they're selling. Here's what they're putting out to everybody every day. This is all in the last week. Everything I posted all happened in the last week. So
look how many forests is there, man.
Lots of forest. It's blue. I like the blue. The blue's cool.
Purple is cool.
Purple.
Yeah, that's what the seasons look like here. What is this, Dr. Who?
I think it identifies as a gaseous planet in that right-hand picture.
Right?
That's Antarctica.
It identifies as.
It's got the purple hair. Perfect.
Yeah. Part of it is missing.
There is also Antarctica on Mars.
Oh, Antarctica.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's white bean.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
NASA's working. NASA is working to avert an internet apocalypse.
That's the truth.
That means it is similar to the Earth. They are not lying.
Yeah. Anyway, just little headlines here. I got a few more, maybe. We'll see. I'm glad that NASA's working on so many things to help us out, man. They want to make sure our internet still works, and we want to get like resources from the moon, and they're really, really kicking ass. Kicking ass. NASA's kicking ass. Uh-oh. There's a contest. You guys want to join a contest? To develop space food of the future. Any of you guys out there chefs or anything? You guys could win a prize. Come on. Space food. Yummers. Yummers. Yep, NASA needs help, man, developing some food. You got to get like what's that Ramsey guy? He could work it out, or One of those famous chefs, whoever they are. They could do it. Mining the moon. Electric plane. All right, a couple more. Let's see here. 450 grand, man, for a 10-minute flight. I like it. That sounds like a deal. There's some mysterious stuff happening with dark energy, man. And NASA has joined forces to tackle this problem, man. Wait till you see.
Where are you getting this?
Hold on. This is all in the last week.
It's a
this is fucking
it's
crazy.
a credential source.
Look at that. Look at that picture, man. NASA's gonna find the dark energy, man. Come on. These guys, they don't stop at nothing. They're gonna dark
Man,
energy.
you gave us 3 news there, so
Fuck me, man.
enough. That's like
Yeah, I do this
fantastic.
like
That's incredible.
I do it like once a month, man, just to show you guys how fucking stupid, ridiculous shit they got out there, man. They're pushing every day. They're pushing this shit, man. It's ridiculous.
It's amazing.
It's amazing.
$70 million a day into the
88.
cartoon.
It's
Is
88
that
now.
adjusted for inflation now, or is that
88
just
now.
the new
Yeah.
budget? Yeah.
Man, space is big. Everything is it's happening there. What do you want to have space without story?
What about dehydrated bugs for our space food contest? I think that bugs is the new thing, right? So if we can somehow
Eat
get
bugs.
cockroaches, yeah,
I like it. That's really
beyond
outside the
bugs,
box thinking.
maybe. Yes,
Beyond bugs. All right. The last one. This one's pretty cool. The Milky Way's central black hole woke up
Melting.
200 years ago. They woke up. The black hole woke up, man. It was apparently there's sleeping black holes, man. Did you guys know there's sleeping black holes? I bet
So
you
it
didn't know
woke
that.
up 200 years ago, and how long until we feel its effects?
200 years.
it woke up on a Space Monday. It's been a while, so
400 years, 500 years. Oh, fuck. All right, that's enough of that. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
I haven't
There you
laughed
go.
this hard in weeks.
Ridiculous, man.
It's always
I love
good to
going
know.
through it.
It's always good to know new things in reality.
Yeah, I did it. I was doing a show for a while weekly, man. But the problem is you didn't get really enough after like a week. The next week you're probably kind of going over the same shit. But if you do it like once a month, it's great because then there's like 20 or 30 great stories about stupid shit. You're like, they discovered a new terrifying asteroid, warning it could end the world, and they got 98% of their water recycled. Yeah, they got a new spacewalk, and yeah.
Maybe Flutter, you can earn money. You can collect all the data in 1 year, and you can call it like all all discoveries in 2023. You put in one book, and they will pay you for that.
Love it.
All this stuff, and that's only in 1 year. Can you imagine in last 50 years? What happened?
It's ridiculous. But it's funny. I mean, growing up, 80s, 90s, we would be lucky to get like 1 or 2 launches a year, man. And that was it, man. But now they're launching shit every day. It seems like Oh, we got a new satellite going here and one there. And I'm like, where did these fucking 20,000 satellites? When did they launch them, man? I mean, I was always paying attention to space and news, and it's like, but for some reason they got 20,000 launches. I never, shit, Russia or ESA or. Oh, that's a great picture, man. I love that bladder. That is smoking. Was that a rocket up there on the left of the Earth? Is that a rocket?
Yeah.
It's kind of funky. Why is the top of it glowing and the bottom? I don't get it. That's kind
I'm
of weird.
guessing that's no brand, whatever their design is.
It's kind of phallic symbol looking kind of thing, like most rockets. But Jeff Bezos, man, he wins the prize for the biggest penis looking rocket ever. That thing is straight out of Penisville, man. Guarantee it. The thing is, it even has the balls connected to the damn thing. I'm like, damn. Could you be more discreet?
I just want to say something quickly. So, like, I'm seeing all these Lego sets. So, like, the moon. I think it'd be really great if they had a fake the moon landing Lego set with, like, the warehouse that you could fake it in.
Yes.
You've seen that meme where they got the cameraman and then the astronaut, and it's like in the same package. There's like a little toy thing. Have you seen that meme? It's kind of like that. It's hilarious. I have it somewhere on my computer here, but yeah, the fake moon landing toy playset. Let's get the.
I think it'd be really funny if they had like a little mini director in a director's chair with those megaphones, and like a large amount of black Legos just to create the background, but not very many star Legos because there were no stars in the background. Remember?
Exactly. No stars. Can't have stars, man. That's out of the question. Can't do it. Yeah.
You guys are making me wish I had, a Don Pettit action figure.
Nanosecond.
Chug a coffee.
Or he's got like a drawstring you can pull and he says things and it'll say like nanosecond or it'll say like we destroyed all the evidence. Right? And just all the different comments he made. I think it'd be fantastic.
It's called really good engineering.
Don Pettit says.
Well, then we'd have a leak.
What a fucking clown.
What an art. I mean, I have a nephew who's autistic. He's kind of like that, man. He's pretty smart, but he just says the weirdest shit sometimes. I'm like, just like Don Pettit. Wow, that's pretty wild, man. I think he's like on the spectrum, man. Didn't he take like thousands and thousands of pictures of from space? Something.
Somebody he did invent the anti-gravity coffee cup. He's got a patent for it. So,
Anybody got that patent? I'd like to take a look at that. Is that the plastic bag thing that was fucked up? Maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Anyway, I was just going to go somewhere. Never mind. All right. Who's out there in YouTube lands? Jenna. 444 green flowers. Miss you, Jenna. One big pond. Cheers, mate. Peace. anything else going on. What the heck is that, Sasha? They're all waiting for the water?
A rooster recognizing another rooster.
Oh, the red head. I get it. Got it. Oh, there it is.
Gas pressure with the container.
There it is. There's your Orion. There's your space shuttle. I think that's an actual. Yeah, that's a real one, right? Yeah.
Orion, that's the mission to Mars, right? Orion? Is that what they're calling it?
What, the new one?
Well, yeah, I've been to like the Johnson Space Center. Like I live near the Houston area here, so we go there every once in a while. And I thought it was Orion was their Mars mission. Isn't that the name of it? The code name or whatever you want to call it? Project name?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that was it. Something like that. Galaxy Heroes, man. Hey, where do I get my coffee at? I need some more coffee. You guys are hilarious, man. You guys are crushing. All right. So, Creasman in the chat. What's up? You guys join the VC, man. Get in here. Don't mess around. Tonight's your night. You can do this. Click the link in the description. Come on in. We got anybody new in here? Just regular. Oh, we got Trilai. Trilai is new. Join today. Been on Discord since January of 21.
I joined just for you.
It has no roles. No role. Somebody want to check him in? Or? What do we do? Anybody got any polls? Nobody? No, we're all just a bunch of...
Timbo was here, right? Is he still around?
Yeah, I think he left. Yeah.
Planes literally built over city. They were typically work on the
Any gold plus? Oh yeah, Orion's here. He could do it.
Did you ask me a question a minute ago?
We got a new guy up here, Trilai. No roles. We want to check him in.
Yeah, I'll see if I can.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Always good to have some new people around. Talk about Quark.
Well, the last half hour has been pure comedy. I'm impressed.
It is
Solid
comedy. I like to bring some fun to all this stuff. And
Are you guys talking about comedy?
Well, we were talking about NASA, actually. That was pretty common.
They're synonymous. They're synonymous.
Pretty funny stuff, man. You can
They
go
got
back
some
in
good
the,
gags.
you can go back in the chat and look at what I was posting. It's pretty funny. So, yaw angles in here. Highly suspect. Detention. I don't think I've ever seen those roles before. It might be new. It might be new.
Wait, you need my help doing what now?
Law I is no roller. Give him his mic or something like that. So he can speak. It's a good question, Sasha. What does measure 10 to the minus 17 torr, man? That's a pretty bitchin' gauge, man. You got one of those. Who's got one of those later on? Splash.
Again, somebody calculated.
It's just a calculation. I don't think they have a gauge they put on it. But putting a gauge on
That would be interesting.
It goes into the voice check-in. If it goes in one of those things and then types in one of the voice check-in voice texts, then I can VC verify.
Okay. 3 law. Go up to VC check-in 1 or 2 or something. And then type into the VC check-in voice text. And we'll get your microphone. Or don't. It's up to you. All right. Blind spots here. VC verified. Quark. VC verified. Right on. Everybody else is known associates.
Can I see my own roles or
blind spot?
Yeah.
Click on your own name.
Okay, sounds easy.
VC
I'd figure this out.
And then you can it shows you your
I'm not a known associate, is that correct? I'm like incognito.
Yeah, you're not. Known associates would be like flat earthers, mostly. And then even some Globers. Depends on what other roles they might have. But
I mean, I'm pretty new, so that might be why, yeah.
Yeah, you only been here
a hot minute.
Yeah, like a half a month or whatever it is. Couple weeks. Cool, man. I was just reading out some NASA news earlier, but just kind of making fun of NASA a little bit. I like to do that once a month at least. Especially if they've got something good, like, hey, they can recycle 98% of their pee now, man. We're good.
Well, what do they use the pee for?
They recycle it and make it into water and coffee. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Yeah.
There's caffeine in pee?
No, they make coffee out of the water that they recycled from their pee.
Oh.
Right? It was pretty exciting news today, man. Very exciting.
So where do they get the caffeine?
From the coffee grounds?
Like, do they grind it up?
Well, it's probably pre-ground, but yeah, they make coffee in space. From what I've heard. Talk to Don Pettit, man. He talks all about it. He's been he's an astronaut. Yeah. Yeah, he's really good at. Nothing's working.
All right, we can hear you.
So how do I become a known associate? Is there a quiz or something I have to pass, or?
Yeah, they take you through the 3 basic steps. They haven't done that for you yet.
No.
Like asked about drop over distance, gas pressure, earth rotation, stuff like that.
No one has.
Well,
I don't know if it's that important, but yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah, they'll just to make sure that you understand the basics of the evidence that supports, your beliefs.
Gotcha.
But I don't have any power to do anything, so it doesn't matter if you do it with me.
Yeah, we just get to know you a little better, then you're known. That's it. Did he leave? No.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just here to listen and learn. So.
Okay. Maybe somebody took you through the 3 questions, huh?
Well, Sheepdog did my voice verification.
Okay.
I'm not so sure we covered those 3 questions, but I think it was just whatever. VC, right? So
I mean, I'll just ask you some different questions. I don't know about the 3 questions, but what the hell? How did you find us? How'd you get here?
from FED, from the FED Discord. There was a link here, and I had heard Elijah mention 24/7 a couple times, so I thought I'd check it out.
Right on. I like Flat Earth debates over there. The QE and Nathan Oakley and my favorite guy over there is Neil.
Neil loves me. He loves me.
I love Neil. He's like, I love when he goes, "It's so fucking ridiculous. Those freaking stupid fuck."
He just goes all Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci, man. And he comes in here once in a while, and I always like to give him a hard time and laugh. And
you can tell he's a good natured dude. He's got a good heart. Yeah,
he's a fantastic guy. I love Neil, man. Big fan. So he's like me, man. Just kind of like in the background. I'm not like gonna be breaking out any freaking physics tools or anything, but I got some 2 cents to throw into the conversation here and there. Most of the time, I keep my mouth shut.
I'm pretty much the same way. Yeah. And look, I'm pretty new to the topic, so I don't know much anyway. So I'm just trying to soak it all in and see what you guys know. So.
Yeah, there's some really super smart people around here, man. I do mostly listening, probably 22 hours a day, and then I'll come in. Tonight's a special night. I got in here a couple hours early, but I'm usually on from like 10 to midnight on the West Coast here.
Okay, yeah.
In which most people are in bed, and I just like to come shoot the shit with some great people until it's time to go to bed for me. But man, during the day, man, I'm usually listening, driving around, working, whatever. It just depends. I'll flip back between here and there's another one called Earth Awakenings. They live stream on YouTube as well. And, there's a lot of guys like Wits It, Gets It, and some other like Geo's over there. I like Geo.
Yeah, I want to talk to him, actually. That's funny you mentioned him.
Witsit comes in here probably, I don't know, 2-3 times a week. Usually in the morning. Sometimes late at night. I caught him here one night not too long ago. It was like up when I'm on like 10 to midnight. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning for him when he left. 2 or 3, I don't know. But he hung out for, I don't know, 2-3 hours. We were just talking about how the Globers come up with the craziest stuff to defend their religion. Mostly, I mean, the fact we were talking with him, the fact that the cosmic background radiation, all of it centers on Earth. Isn't that something? That's weird. That was like, what? Yeah, that's what they came up with. That's what the Globers, that's what the astronomers and all those guys came up with. It's like, dude, all your data and everything shows that the background radiation ends up dead center on Earth, man, right here.
Yeah, I was looking into whatever we'll call it the debunking of evolution theory. It's probably, I don't know, probably 2-3 years ago during COVID, whatever. And I was watching this video series, 12-part series, long series, and they're going through all that. And one of the things they presented too, and as part of that series, was exactly that, right? The cosmic background radiation showing, essentially proving geocentrism, put it that way, right? And it really convinced me of just geocentrism, period. Now, I think the team that put it together or whatever, I would say they probably still, they're not flat earthers, I guess my point. They believe in geocentrism, but not even stationary, I would argue. They probably think it's still rotating and whatever, right? But I don't know. That's actually a good point. I'm thinking about it now. But anyways, that convinced me of geocentrism 2 or 3 years ago. But at that time, of course, I had heard about flat earthers, right? Or the flat earth concept. And I was listening to a podcast, and Quite Frankly is the name of the podcast. And they always had a guy on there that he would be the token flat earther that would, come on every once in a while. And I was like, man, this guy's nuts. Like, there's no way. Like, what are you talking about?
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, it was only a couple months ago that I really kind of decided to take some time and dig in. And dude, just utterly impressed. Like, it's not just, from outside looking in, you think it's just some nonsensical BS or whatever, right? When you don't lend any credence to the claim to begin with, as a Glober per se, right?
Exactly.
But then when you come in with an open mind and really try to take an unbiased perspective of the evidence and the facts that are presented, it's just like, holy shit. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Right? And so it's really it's been a fun past couple months for sure. So,
well, it is absolutely amazing to see people defend something they don't know a lot about, and that has always intrigued me. To say, "Oh, of course it's a globe, dude." Well, how do you know? Dude, I saw it on TV, bro. I mean, come on. Everybody knows it's a globe. like what?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
that's
40 years, right? That's what you're told, right? So
some basic information, and they don't really know how far the moon is, or circumference, or radius, or anything. They just, nope, it's a globe, man. Take it or leave it. And they're just they're bought in, and that's it. And
I was probably already a little bit predisposed to it, right? Being that I had already been convinced of geocentrism, and looking at Bart Sibrel's stuff, right? I read his book Moon Man, right, and things like that, and I watched some of his documentaries, and so I was already convinced the moon landing didn't happen, right? And so the pieces kind of fell into place then at that point, right? Once I realized, and this is to your point, there's some smart freaking people here. You know what I mean? And this isn't just whatever. And there's really people that are thinking through it intellectually, intelligently, analytically, critically. And anyways.
No question. Like I said, I'm the Neil of here late at night. And I just come in and go, hey, dude, did you see that stupid shit NASA pulled out, trying to pull out? Yeah, I'm like, just trying to make fun of it. But, there's the Nathan Oakleys and the AIs and the Sashas and the list goes on in here in India and the Orions and the CBs. And there's like, I would go to battle with all those people any day, anywhere, man, anytime. There's Miggy. I mean, there's just a shitload of people in here that are just like, Timbo. Like Timbo. And, there's some really smart people in here. And I learn everything about Earth and, other sciences too, man. I mean, these guys know a lot
100%.
about stuff that I'm like, I didn't even know that was even a thing.
I even told my dad the other day, like, I've learned more about science, just pure science, in the last 2 months than in my entire life.
Yeah.
Right? Of grade school and high school and whatever. Dude, I'm soaking it all up. So, and Jedi's, at least on here, what I've seen is just like
amazing.
Just dismantles people. It's just amazing.
Yep. And I think we have it down to a really nice format in here to bring new people in and say, what do you know about the globe or flat earth, or what do you think it is? And I love that kind of format where we can bring new people in and just ask them a few questions. They can ask us some questions. I like to keep it on a civil level, but then we get those guys that will come in, they're like hot and heavy, mother freaking educated. They got a PhD or they got a master's in something, and they try to fucking wiggle through it and just explain to why we are stupid.
Yeah, I kind of got the sense of that last night with Soy Boy, who came in for a couple hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they think they know it all. And when we start really breaking it down to them, and they're like, Cavendish or the fuck all pendulum or something. I always try to, that shit gets broken down fast around here, man. You ain't coming in here with no Cavendish and thinking, I got you guys. Game over. Dude, that fucking pitch was so far out of the fucking plate. You have no idea.
Sticks and shadows, I got you.
Sticks and shadows. Oh, fuck. Really? Gravity? Oh, really? Gonna bring up that again? Yeah. So it is just for me, it's a super psychological observation that to see people so whoop-assed, they don't know really the first thing about the globe, and they don't know radius, circumference, spin. I mean, I've seen people not even know. Like, I've seen people ask people on the street, go, "Hey, man, how many times does the Earth rotate in one day?" And they're like, I don't know. Like, they're so far gone, man. I don't even know if those people could be helped, but I've seen it to that extent. And I'm like, oh my goodness, that's crazy. But yeah, once you start studying the globe, I always tell new people, man, you got to know the globe, man. Don't forget flat earth, man. Go learn your globe, come back. Let me know what you learned. And then we can actually have a conversation at that point. Because, just telling you what I know and what you think you know, this is not going to be real productive. But you got to know the radius, circumference, how far the moon, the stars, light speed. You got to know this stuff, man. You got to know it without even thinking about it. How many people have been to the moon? I don't know. Bunch? No. Anyway. Learn
It's
the globe.
been a lot of fun. Yeah.
Learn it first.
Oh, guys.
Come again?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, man. I was mad for a second. I was mad.
You're muted.
I was muted, man. Like I was mad. Why the fuck you not giving me mic for 20 minutes? Like, but it's okay. It's okay. Understandable.
What's your name?
My name is Ali.
Ali, nice to meet you.
Ali, yeah, Arabian.
Ali, sorry, yeah.
Ali, Oxenfree. That's an American thing. Anyway.
Well, we're not in charge of the mics, so we apologize for any delay in your acquisition of a microphone, but don't blame the messenger.
Understandable, man. Understandable.
Yeah, welcome to the chat.
How did you find us? How did you find us?
Internet, man.
Well, no kidding.
But I'm not kidding. Internet. I was searching at Twitch.
Just searching on Twitch?
Yeah, I found a private.
You sound Middle Eastern. Am I right? Middle Eastern? India?
Yeah,
Where you
Middle East. We don't know the real map, man. So let's say Arab.
Asia?
Asia.
No. Okay. Yeah. Well, welcome. I'm in California. I don't know where Blind Spot is, but
Texas.
I'm good
baby.
with geography.
Good with geography? Good.
Yeah, I'm not bad.
California is really nice. Man, you ever been to California?
Yeah, I have a question for you. California. If you fly west, man, where the fuck you go? Like Hawaii, then what?
They say Japan, but I have my doubts about that. But I think it's Japan's more north than they tell us. But that's just my theory. I've looked into it. I got a map. That's about it, man. But yeah, Hawaii is west, and then the Polynesian islands and
the Philippines,
Japan.
maybe.
The what?
The Philippines? I don't know.
No, that's a little more southwest for me, according to the map. Again, according to the map, I don't trust all maps, but
yeah, I wanted to say that, man, as well.
I don't trust them, man. I think the maps have been hijacked, and where things are exactly has been a little bit cheated to make it look really good. And I agree. I could fly to Japan. I can, but where it is for me exactly, I don't know, man. I'd have to. I would love to go to Japan one time, but
they say there is no flights above Pacific.
Right. Oh, I do remember that one, Flatter. Our friend doesn't have access to the live stream voice text. How familiar are you with Discord? You've been on here a while, right? 2022? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a gamer, man. I play games as well.
Okay, well, you can look in right above live stream. It says live stream voice text. I think you can at least click on it and see what. There's a lot of guys posting, a lot of gals posting different pictures and diagrams, and yeah, Florida got really big, man. I remember that one. Yeah. So, what brought you to think about the subject that we talk about in here 24/7, every day of the week, every night, for every day? We talk about where we live, Earth. What brought you to talking about Earth? What brought you?
Well, man, the question is like, what? Why they keeping believing themselves? They still believing that it is a globe, it's round.
Right. That's true. I did. I know you did.
Still believing.
We all did. At one time, we all believed it was a globe, right? Everybody.
Man, I've never had I've never think of it. One time I've thought of it like, yeah, They told us it's a ball, but it's not a ball, actually. It's not logic thing.
No, it's no logic.
Yeah,
You're
it's
right.
about logic now for faith. It's not. Let's forget the faith. There is something called logic, and we are human beings, we are looking for objective things. We are more into objectives.
Exactly. Objective reality and being logical with your objective reality. And I always ask, if somebody comes in here and says, yeah, I live on a globe, I'm like, if you walk out the door, do you feel like you're shooting around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour? Really? And they're like, no. Well, that's called logic, man, because you're not. Because if you were, man, we would have some really crazy stuff to look at in the sky every night, man. It'd be like, it would be different every night. It'd be like, I don't know, what are we going to see tonight, man? Damn, it's crazy.
What's up, FE people?
We got Ta'ali up in here, man. He's Middle East. He logically knew that it was not a globe.
Oh, what?
It's a faith, man. But let's say logic too.
It is logical, but it's so weird because when I look at this moon out here, it's like almost directly south of me, and it's pointing like I saw it in the middle of the day. Actually, it wasn't in the middle of the day. It was in the late afternoon, like 4 or 5 o'clock, up in the sky, just almost exactly southeast, and pointing in this really odd direction, like up. It looked like it was tilted about, let's say, from my viewpoint, if you're looking at a clock face, the whole thing was tilted at about toward me about 10 degrees, and then off to the right about 50 degrees.
Wow.
Or no, not quite. Like 30 degrees. If you can get what I mean, if you get what I'm saying about the occluded part of it, the dark and light part of it, like it looks like there's two different angles. Like the whole thing is pointing one direction and then it's rotated to a certain direction. Well, those things don't line up with the sun at all. Like it was pointing way out into space, at least 20 degrees or 30 degrees away from where the sun was in angles. It's crazy.
It is kind of crazy.
And now the sun's all the way down, right? And
it's all the way down, Sonny.
All the way down, and this thing's pointed like
it's all the way away,
directly west. It looks like it's pointed directly west, but slightly up. Like it's still weird because how could it be like slightly up and pointed directly west, straight out west, and have the sun be gone over the flat horizon? And that's how it is, actually, right? Over the flat horizon. No,
we got Sonny. We got Blind Spot in here. He's from Texas. He's kind of new. Super cool guy, man.
Actually,
thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we were talking with you last night, weren't we, Blind Spot? Or early?
Yeah, you bet. Yep. No, it was last night.
This morning, yeah. Last night too? Okay, last night, yeah.
Yeah. Was I in there?
You started after because I was getting tired.
Yeah, I don't think I've met you before, so
I came in kind of late last night, man. I was around 10:30 our time.
Right. I start zoning
anyway,
out.
I'm early tonight because I got a free night.
That's
to just hang out with you guys and talk about Earth.
Yeah.
We got Ariaxa. She's a ladies' night, VC verified. We got Ali up in here. He's totally new. He just got here.
It looks like Erixa.
There you go.
Just spitballing here. I'm gonna go grab a 6 of Guinness. I think I could use one beer. I had the best cheeseburger ever and fries in my life. And shout out to Five Guys. They got it all across the nation. Apparently, the New York Times and everything reports on these people, and it was the best burger ever. So anyway, Shout
No,
out
it ain't.
Fried Dice. No, it ain't.
I'm gonna get you a better burger, dude. I guarantee it. But
It wasn't bad. Listen, I haven't had a
wasn't
burger.
bad. Wasn't bad, right? Wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Comparatively for fast food, I would agree. They're pretty decent, but yeah, that's not a good burger.
It's not a good burger. Quark is in here with us too, VC verified. So we got some newer people. I appreciate you guys hanging out, man. I totally. We got Bear up in here. We were chatting last night. Right on, Bear.
I'll be right back in a few minutes. Off to the
Yeah, man.
I am
Thank
proud
you,
of you guys. I'm proud of you, all of you.
You're a what?
I'm proud of you, and I support you guys from Middle East.
From the Middle East, man. We got applause.
Yeah.
Everybody. Damn right.
Right. Let's hear a drum beat. Let's hear a drum beat for that intro. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you. We get a few Muslims in here. Not too many people from the Middle East exactly. It's a lot of UK, Australia. We're big in Australia. America, we're big. We got a few people from Japan, or at least one.
Yeah. Shout out to Australia, mate.
Shout out to Australia.
Well done. Finally, shout me out. Thanks, dude.
You got it, buddy. So we always love our people that are upside down on the globe. We love those guys. They're amazing. But Middle East, man, what's it like in the Middle East with flat Earth, man? Talk to me, baby. Tell us some stories.
Man, there is too many. Like you guys, the America guys, they brainwashed the Arabs, all of them.
All of them brainwashed. I know it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
They're all,
and
well,
the corruption.
not all of us, but most of us. Yeah, you're right.
And the corruption has reached the Middle East.
The corruption, dude. I'm all about the corruption, man. If we could get rid of corruption, we could fix this world, man. That's my theory. What do you think?
Yeah, we have to do something.
We got to do something.
Yeah.
We have to do something. And if it's coming on Discord, that's something. But, is it enough? I don't know, man. Do I have the answers? No. Do you? No. But all these governments are corrupt as all fuck, man. It's ridiculous.
Is flat Earth talked about a lot amongst your peers and your friends in the Middle East? Is that a big topic of discussion when you guys get together?
Is that a question, man? Did you ask me anything?
Yeah.
Please repeat. I'm Arabian, man. I don't understand fast.
Sure. I was wondering if in the Middle East, if flat Earth topic is, a big topic of conversation amongst men when they get together and talk.
That was my
man,
next
they would
question.
never think of it. Like no one think of it. No one.
Okay.
Like if you go to a dinner party and you're like, "Hey, the Earth is flat and stationary," you guys know that.
I'm gonna
They'd be
say
like,
that you are
yeah.
very high.
They'd be like, "Yeah, of course it is." Would you like some more matzo balls or whatever you guys are eating? Be like, okay. They don't even think about it, right? That's what I understand. I mean, I've talked to a few guys from the Middle East. They're like, everybody knows it's flat. They don't even talk about it, though, right?
Yep.
That's kind of it. It's in the Quran. It's a flat plane, right? In the Quran.
Man, let's avoid religion things. Let's say I'm a fanatic. I'm a fanatic, man, about religion.
But no, I mean, I don't know anything about the Quran, but I do know that a lot of guys here that follow it said, "Hey, man, it's a flat Earth." They talk about flat Earth on it. Same with the Bible. Same with the, the Torah. All of it's flat, man. They're all flat books, but pick your flat religion. We don't care as long as you're a flat earther. I don't care what book you want to read, bro. Go for it. But that's just me.
Man, I believe a thing. Like, I don't know if you agree with me, but we will never be able to explore it or discover
No,
it.
you're right. You're right about that. No, never. But we can explore parts of it, like oceans, lakes,
It's
rivers.
limitless. We should know that it's limitless.
It's a pretty bitchin' place we live, man. What a great place we all live, man. I mean, it is amazing. And nobody's ever going to debunk me on that one. Good luck. But this is a place where we invite new people that want to talk about the subject, or maybe they don't have people to talk to about it. Dude, when I first started looking into this, and I was like, dude, I got to find some people to talk to about this because I'm on my own over here, man. This is starting to freak me out a little bit. I can't be, the only one, besides these people online. And like, they started these chat rooms and all that stuff. And they're like, I got to get in there, man. I got to talk to somebody about this. Because at first, man, when it first hits you, you're like, damn. All right. And I think Blind Spot feels the same way right now, man. It's like, dude, man, how can I go talk to somebody? I can't talk to my family about this shit.
Yeah, I tried to talk to my parents. That didn't go well. So
Yeah, you fuck that all up, and then your best friend, dude, my best friend, dude, my best man, my wedding, dude. I'm like, dude, and this guy talks about everything. He was like Mr. Conspiratard, man. He's like, yeah, the government's corrupt, money system's corrupt. I mean, he knew everything all about IRS and the law system. This guy knew everything about corruption and how it's rigged. And I bring flat earth to him and he's like, get the fuck out of here. I don't even want to talk to you. I was like, what? Are you kidding me? You gotta be kidding me, dude. 9/11, talk no flat earth, nothing. No, get out of here. I'm like, oh shit, that's wicked weird, man. That was known the guy 30 years, man. Bring up flat earth, don't want to talk about it. That was to this day, man. It blows me away, man. Like, that is some serious indoctrination, man. It worked on some of the best conspiratards in the world. They still think it's a fucking globe. I mean, they know all about the fake moon landings and everything else, and the money system and the laws and the governments and the wars and the bank. They know it all. They know every part of it. But you bring up flat earth, man? Nope. No, we live on a globe. I'm like, what? Really? That's all you... Anyway, funny world, man. So you never know. Yeah, I wouldn't bring it up to too many of your friends and stuff. You got a nice spot here. You can talk to anybody you want about it. Nobody's going to call you out or hate you or anything. But yeah, just be careful with your friends and family. Don't lay it on them. You can ask them simple questions. Have you ever heard of star forts? Dude, these star fort things are interesting. There's thousands of them all around the world. What's up with that? Yeah. Forts, star forts, Ollie, star forts. They shape like a star, and it's made out of millions and millions and millions of bricks, a lot of them. And it goes into the territory of Tartaria, which is a whole nother stuff you can bring up at a party or something. That there was ancient civilizations that had technologies that were way beyond what we even have today. And people will wow, that's interesting. But they're not going to throw you out of the room like flat earth. It's not. It's
Wait, it's a new thing for me. Can you please repeat it? What is it?
Tartaria and star forts. They kind of go together in my book, but if somebody wants to drop a link, I can find something for him to look at. But these star forts are in every country in the world, and they are here in America. They're in the Middle East.
Autodidactic may be the best one to start with.
Yeah, hit him a link, man, 'cause I'm not like super into it, but it's an interesting topic to bring up at a party, to bring up to a friend, to bring up to your wife, whatever, man. It's just like aliens almost. Like, well, do you think there's space aliens? I mean, it's pretty safe, It's not you don't just hit somebody with flat Earth if they've never ever heard of it, man. That's just not going to go well, man. So yeah, I try to hit them with something interesting. Flat Lloyd, right, man? What's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Ain't seen you in a minute. I hope you're enjoying your summer off right now, man. Doing some hiking, camping, or working. You're probably working, designing some.
Yeah, we had someone the other day go, "Oh, why don't you just ask an architect?" We're like, "Oh, it's funny enough. We got
Well, we just happen to have one around here, man. What do you want to ask him? I'll pass the message on. Yeah, there you go. Lloyd Wright, you guys are crushing the star forts, man. Thank you, guys. Anyway, it's an
I just love
interesting.
looking at them. They're amazing looking, dude. Just looking at
So
the
bitchin', man.
pictures.
It's so cool, dude. Can you believe they built thousands of these? Thousands, man. Not like hundreds. No, fucking thousands of them. They're all over the place. They're hidden. They're in like the backyards of people in Ohio. They got a fucking star fort right there. They don't even know it. It's all grown over, and it's like, damn, that's weird, man. They're along the rivers up in New York and in Canada and Mexico, and they're everywhere. These star forts, and it's just. I always like to ask people, why do you think there were so many star forts? Just to get their brains kind of like thinking outside the box. And I think it's helpful. I don't know. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. You can call me out. That's cool. But I think it's a great subject for a party. I wouldn't bring up flat Earth. You could bring up the fake moon landing. I've tried that a couple times. It backfired. I ran into some real zealots. What do you mean? You think the moon landing's fake? I'm like, oh. Well, I don't know, man. I looked into it. It looks pretty suspicious, bro. I mean, there's a lot of anomalies there that don't add up. And he's
Are
like,
you one of those flat earthers?
yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you got to be
I like
careful.
how the picture of the one I posted, it's like even the landscaping, they like shaped it.
Yes.
It like
Isn't
to
that
go
bitchin'?
along with the man. It's so awesome looking, dude.
So bitching, dude. I've never seen that one, by the way. I'm gonna mooch that. I like that. Definitely mooching that one.
Who's our new person? Is it Arit?
Ollie, we got Ollie up in here.
Ali, okay, Ali.
He's from Middle East. We don't get a lot of Middle Easters in here, so I was like trying to work with him here.
That's cool. The basic idea of it behind like the whole Tartaria thing, Ali, is that people speculate that that a lot of the structures that we see, like ancient structures that we see it on Earth, weren't built by who we're told they were built by, and weren't built for the reasons we're taught. That there could have been other civilizations that have been basically eradicated from written history. And so that's basically the idea.
Yeah, that's about it. And there's
Tartaria was a huge area, like around, was it Russia,
Mongolia. Yes, huge. Pictures of giant cities with nobody in them. I'm like, what? It's
I like
nobody on the street in this fucking huge city.
I like to
St.
bring up
Peter.
the Great Wall of China. All the entry points are what you consider the defender's side, are on the north side, on the Mongolian side. The side you would be defending against faces China.
There
Yet the
you go.
Chinese built this? Doesn't add up.
Don't think so. Yeah, the Great Wall is. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I've seen enough. I was like, whoa, man, that's certain. certainly worth questioning. What the hell is that all about? And it's just part of the whole Tartaria and the Starfort thing, man. I mean, fits right in, right? Maybe it was a big giant Starfort. That's basically what it was.
Maybe the Chinese had all the biggest giants, you know.
I don't know. That's a whole other thing, man. Giants is. I don't bring up giants at a party, but I'll bring up Starforts and Tartaria for sure. But it depends who I'm talking to.
Rabbit hole.
It's another rabbit hole.
Different rabbit holes, doesn't it? Like, I mean,
so giants are taboo at the party. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, man.
No? Oh, shit. Okay, let me mark that off the list. Hold on. Okay.
Even though they were found in every single state, they were found in every single state of the Union, and by first-hand accounts of explorers and their scribes that went with them. Some of them, the Jesuit priests, were the scribes, and they were writing the whole story down. These books are available, public knowledge.
Those darn Jesuits. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
They let the cat.
Ali is probably familiar. Ali might be familiar with some of the reports of giants being dug up in the Middle East as well.
That's right.
I mean, 7, 8 foot, 9 foot long, tall skeletons, burial sites.
But is there any photographs that look like they're actually no bullshit? Because every time I've seen one of those skeleton photographs, that looks completely fake.
Those really huge ass ones, yeah, I know that they look fake, but they're like, we're talking like they're legitimately, like, apparently I can't verify it, but I can't say legitimately, I guess. But no, we're talking 7, 8, 9 foot tall humans in burial grounds in the Middle East.
Who says? Like, who the fuck?
Wasn't Graham Hancock involved in some of that?
Because see, even if that kind of shit was uncovered, like the Smithsonian or whoever the fuck, that would be covered up like instantly. Like that would never get into most archaeologists' knowledge, man. That would be like hushed up, fucking taken away quite quickly.
Where was it? I'm trying to think of it. It was maybe Iraq. I can't remember now the exact country it was around the Middle East area, in the Middle Eastern area, but their government themselves are just, I don't think they even let Westerners get in there, Europeans get in there to have a look. They just stopped excavations and didn't allow any more studies into it. That's what I read. I can't even remember where I read it, but I read a report about that.
I know that city. I know it.
What's that, Ollie?
I know that city that he's talking about.
Okay.
Just let me Google it. I'm gonna link the name.
Remember correctly, there was a lot of burial mounds, and they dug up like 3, and then they found these large skeletons, like 7, 8 feet tall skeletons, and then they quickly put a stop to it. They didn't let anybody dig up any more or anything like that, and then I don't know. You hear about this stuff, but you don't know if it's like tabloid stuff or what. But yeah.
Tabloids.
Well, they need to keep feeding the sort of conspiracy-minded people's minds as well, so they kind of drip feed this stuff just to keep some interest with the sort of truth seekers and people who think they're uncovering stuff. It gives them something to do.
Let me ask you this, brother. Is the internet just one big tabloid now? I want to ask you guys that question. It feels
every tabloid.
No, but the Michigan tablets and Phoenician and freaking ancient Egyptian don't lie. The petroglyphs they found, those records don't lie.
Where's the evidence that they don't lie?
So
where's your evidence, son?
Okay. So do you see the 5 videos I just posted? So look at those and then come back and we'll discuss it, because you don't have the context yet.
What do you mean, bro? Videos, any kind of media. Any media can be corrupted.
Okay, I know. Of course they can.
Right, so you don't have to keep saying, okay, well, I'm speaking, bro. You can let me fucking finish my sentence, sonny. You don't have to keep saying, okay, that's fine, like condescending me, man. Fuck's sake, get a grip of your life.
Okay, sorry.
For fuck's sake, man, chill out. I'm just saying, man, media can be corrupted. Like, look at us, we all used to be Globers. That's case in point. That's my proof that all media can be corrupted. That's why I don't get how religious people or flat earthers can then become religious. And it sounds to me, it kind of sounds hypocritical that they can drop watching fucking space on TV and pick up a 2,000-year-old book and start quoting it and arguing with people and being a nasty bastard just because their God says something, or even killing people. Look at this. Look at the amount of people who have died in the name of religion. Fuck's sake. Through media. That's what my point is. Media is corrupted.
You think?
Of course. So that's why we go to the primary sources whenever we can.
So who's to say that these Phoenician tablets or these fucking hieroglyphs on a wall or this book that was in, or papyrus or whatever the fuck was found in whatever cave or in any place under a dungeon under the Vatican, who's to say any of it's like true? Like, if they say it's not a copy from the book previously or whatever.
That's true. We need to use discernment. You are correct. I agree.
Hey, I got something for you, Sonny. The moon is an oblate spheroid tonight, guaranteed.
Sometimes it looks like a piece of Play-Doh or something.
What the hell is that? What the hell is that shape there tonight, man? It's so wild looking. The shape. It's just crazy cool, man.
Take a
Where is it
picture.
for you guys?
You got to go look at the moon tonight or today or wherever you're at. But it's weird shape, man. It's got a weird ass shape to it tonight.
It's
Where is it for
daytime.
you at the moment?
Well, it's daytime here, man. It's cloudy. It's been cloudy for days.
Oh, shoot. Sorry, brother.
Hey, Spike, did that Aussie guy put you in a bad mood before?
What's that, brother?
Did that Aussie guy put you in a bad mood, did he?
Nah, mate, but, man, he just wouldn't answer the fucking question, bro. Fucking see if I have to repeat the same thing over and over again, I get annoyed because I was almost on my bed, but I thought I'd check him in. But it was fucking annoying me. But now it's like 5 o'clock in the morning and I'm wide awake.
We had an Aussie come in.
Fucking
Now?
bloody Aussie.
Or back. Or in the morning. Okay. We got Mary in here. Mary's been
You got a moon up in the sky that looks like an onion cut in half.
It's like a oblate spheroid, man. I don't know what the hell shape it is, but
it looks really weird.
So cool. It's so cool looking, man. I just went out and looked, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, Sonny's right. It's got this weird angle to it today."
It looks like a little yawning man is in there looking out. It looks like he's like got these wide eyes and this little yawning mouth tilted to the side. Like he's like giving this look. Like that's the image I see. You know, like I never used to see the face, but like if I look at it tonight, I see the face on it.
Yeah.
It looks like an egg to me tonight, at least in Texas here.
Yeah, that I use the word oblate spheroid because that's what Neil deGrasse Tyson uses. Anyway,
so
that being said, I'm zooming in with my iPhone camera, so it could just be.
Dude, I'm just looking at it with my naked eye, but
it looks like
got a really
I can't
cool
see it that well with my naked eye. That's my problem.
Well, NASA showed us it as an egg shape.
It looks like an egg shaped oblate. An egg shaped oblate.
Egg shaped oblate. I like it. That's a good one. So yeah, we like to look at where we live, and I heard some discussions today over on Earth Awakenings with Witsit and some of these other Mongos, and they're like, "Well, you can just look at the sky, and it predicts everything, and the globe works every time." And they're like, "Well, dude, they've been looking at the Earth for Witsit's like they've been looking at the Earth for thousands of years. They just fucking figured out it makes cycles, man." And that's what they base the whole globe off of. Like, well, we have to use. Okay, if the Mars is over here and Venus is over there, then it has to be the planets spinning around the globe and the suns and the. I mean, they had to. That's how they had to reverse engineer it to make it look like it makes sense. But the problem is when you dig down into it, it doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't even work mathematically. It doesn't even work. They have to add in like black and dark, matters and all kinds of crazy things to try to make it work. They just keep throwing. They just keep throwing band-aids on the globe, man. This globe system, the solar system, and try to make it work and make sense. And it's a joke at this point, man. What they're doing, man, it actually is, man. I'm really enjoying this time right now in Flat Earth because so much stuff is getting exposed, and it's just fascinating. Thank you guys for doing what you do. Love it. This shit's coming out fast and furious these days too, man. They are getting.
Well, his big thing is that, of course, the sky should match the globe claim because that's what they reverse engineered it from, right?
Exactly. That's it. And that makes sense to me because I could do that. We could all do that. Like, let's watch the sky long enough, man. I could come up with all kinds of crazy systems that probably work, with mathematics. They'll be really close.
And it doesn't match. You just have to say refraction.
Or you get refraction or dark matter, bro. I love that.
Energy.
But they were off, dude. They were off when they did their mathematics and they did their predictions. And they said this particular nebula should expand at such a rate. Everything should go away from it at a certain speed because everything's expanding in the universe, right? Well, it turns out that they were 99% off. And then they go, well, that must be dark matter. And they threw some other calculations in there to kind of make it work. But literally, they're 99% off, even on their predictive fucking models with all their math.
Bro, that's only 99%, man. Give them a break.
I thought it was 95, but okay, we'll give them 99.
No, they were way off. They're so far off.
Bro, they were only 1% right, man. Surely, we can't go to space, man. All they've got is the Discovery Channel, so give them a break.
That's true, man. I'll give you the Discovery Channel. Okay.
They've got people like Neil deGrasse Tyson fucking teaching them, man. So it shows they're fucking complete imbeciles.
And they always have this answer, and it's like what it is like, first part of it is, don't worry. And then the second part is, it's way freaking further out than we thought. Like we're supposed to have confidence in that.
Right. Well, even since Flat Earth has been like a modern 2015, 14 thing, the distance to Polaris has changed. I don't know if you guys know that. When I first started in this, man, it was 430. No, it was like 440 something million, 440 light years away. It was a lot, really far, but they backed it down to like 432. Like,
holy crap.
Wait a minute, man. How did you miss it?
What?
Man.
How'd you miss like 10 light years, man? What happened, man? Where'd you go wrong?
What kind of instrumentation did you use to measure that again?
Yeah, exactly, right, Sonny?
Could you tell me the method that was used?
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, since I was looking at this shit, and I'm like, they changed the distance to Polaris in the last 8 years, man. Guaranteed. Anyway, funny stuff.
Yeah, pretty soon they'll have to change. They'll have to move the Atmo all the way out there.
They're wrong. They're very wrong, but they're right.
Right.
They already did move the Atmo all the way out there. That's what Professor Phil told me.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he says, well, the gradient just extends to the edge of the universe and never ends.
Oh well. So the lights are in the firmament. So they're starting to catch on. Boy, it's sure taking a long time. 500 years isn't bad, I guess.
Can they show this edge? I'd like to see this edge that they're talking about.
T, baby. You have asked a lot of guys for that edge of the universe, man. Where is it? And they're like, I don't know. It's out there, like far away. That's about all I'll get, man.
Way.
Thanks for that, bro.
Asking for something that they actually did claim.
Oh, T, man. They also claim that the universe is expanding at 95 million miles a second. But I always ask them, what the fuck is it? What is it expanding into? I always love to throw that one at them and see. I don't know, more space. I don't know. Shit, we got a no roller in here called Fat. You guys want to talk to Fat? He's a brand new no roller.
Yeah, but what were you trying to say, Spake?
Go ahead, Spake.
I can't even remember. It was pretty funny, whatever it was, because it's on the tip of my head.
No, shit, it moves fast in there.
We move fast, man. Yeah. But we got somebody named Fat rolling up in here, man. Oh, Fat split. Oh, man.
What
scared them away, man.
Scared him away.
Okay.
Dude, I'm not the nicest guy you'll ever meet, right, Sonny?
We're all being nice. Like, we're actually all being nice today, like together. We're like in a little while.
Sonny's got a lot more edge than I do, but I'm pretty chill, right, Sonny?
You know what? I'm determined to keep working on my energy level. Like, it's a constant challenge. Let's just say.
Yeah. You're a little
high strung.
Well, you're older than I am, and you're not high strung. Oh, okay, high strung's a good word. You're more pissed off about this. You're more pissed off about them fucking lying to us than I am. How about that?
Well, there is that in there, but you can only do that so long until it starts affecting you. Literally, it'll make you ill. So, like then when I realized that, okay, my sour attitude is souring my whole fucking life. I'm like, oh, who's doing this? I found out who the culprit was. Oh, it was me the whole fucking time. So I got to take responsibility for my actions.
Anytime you're socially engineered in a certain way that it's going to affect people different ways, and we were all socially engineered through music, movies, television,
PTSD. So like
there's a lot of PTSD up in the house, man. No doubt.
We're lucky that like people our age can even make a coherent sentence at all.
Well, dude, you and I are way above the mass majority of our people our age, man. We're like, they might have more money than us, but mentally, man, they're not going to hang out too long, man.
Yeah.
Because
it is a daily challenge, so to keep challenging myself to like not be lazy, to not give in to the base needs. Like sometimes just stay on schedule, keep moving. You got a whole day ahead of you, so make like part of this day 50% of it nothing but outside exercising. Basically, that's what I do.
Yeah, you're in great shape for your age, dude, man.
I rode 14.7 miles today. 7 miles each way.
Love it, 14. Man. Yeah, I'm more of I'm in the rocking chair of flat Earth, really. I mean, I'm like just in the rocking chair, checking it out, man. What are you guys talking about today, man? Oh, you guys are talking about the spin of the Earth? Oh, that sounds interesting. What do you got? What do you got for this spin of the Earth, man? Who did it? Who measured it? What do you got? We're interested. Yeah, and we keep coming up with a bunch of fucking zeros in here, Sonny. Nobody's got rotation. Nobody's got curvature. Nobody's got gas pressure without a container, man. Nobody. Not one.
When was any of that ever experienced by anyone in human history? Please bring us the evidence of this.
They don't have nothing, man. And it's so fun to just kind of sit in the rocking chair and watch them fucking try to spin some crazy bullshit about fucking dark matter and, gravity or something.
Man, you know what? Summer's coming, and I start dreaming about a couple of nights at least at Catalina fishing and going on shore, taking a little walk, and like
Dude,
having
you and me, man.
and
Sail
let's
up Catalina, bro. Man, we could sail up there, man. And
look. This year's a big deal because right next month, I'm supposed to get this increase. Of course, all the vultures are going to take their part, and they've already let me know. But it's still going to be an increase, and I'll be able to help pitch in, man. Like,
I don't worry about it, dude, man. I don't worry about that. You know me, bro.
It's going to be good. You know, because listen, I have plans. I have plans to get a GoPro camera, a waterproof GoPro, and I want to take that literally on live bike rides and live flat smacking and live music playing and live underwater exploration, skin diving.
Cool, man.
Fuck yeah!
Hey,
I'm like all for that. That's and I'm gonna get on TikTok and just do all that different stuff and fix my amp and play music and like teach people songs and like that.
Sonny, man, you could make money doing that. I know it. I know you could. Hey, we got ass up in here.
Ass up in here. Ass up in the house.
House is up in the house, man. I got no rolls, man.
Okay, we had fat. We had fat, and then we've got ass.
Fat. Now we got fat ass. It's the same person.
They're unmuted.
Hey, welcome, ass. What's going on, man? How did you find this place?
Sorry.
Hey, ass.
ASS, are you there? ASS. I've unmuted you. You have access to your mic. Can you please say hi to the 24/7 FE crew?
Mic check.
Mic check.
You got me?
Check. Gotcha.
Yeah. No, I was just on Rumble, looking around at the live streams.
Dude, you found us on Rumble. Oh man, that's fantastic, man. It's working. We love it.
Yeah.
That makes 3 in 1 week.
Yeah, saw the.
I got to talk to
you
all
got 3. Nice.
I got to talk to all 3 of them. Oh, that's cool.
Awesome. Yeah, I know. Saw the title and was like, I'll check that out. Let's see what
people
that's
don't
about.
use the people don't use the chat in Rumble. Why is that?
Yeah, I didn't see. I don't know. There's some channels people use it on.
Hey, ass, how did the server come up in a notification or something, or were you looking for flat Earth content?
No, I just went down the couple pages on live. The lower, no offense or anything, but you got 15 watching now on Rumble. But yeah, I just go to the like lower viewership channels on Rumble, and there's more interaction there.
Cool, man. That's cool, bro.
Yeah. So I saw y'all's little title there. I was like, yeah, it should be interesting. See a little more insight into that. I'm not here to argue anything or
welcome in.
But bro, what do you think about the shape of the Earth, then, man?
I'm still with it's round, man. That's fine. Yeah. I know. You probably got a lot of.
You can believe, bro. You can literally believe everything that you want to believe, but in reality, you don't experience a globe, bro. You experience a stationary Earth, don't you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Come on, and you've never seen curvature in your life, have you?
I guess I haven't been to space, no, if that's what you're asking.
So the Earth appears to be flat and stationary, bro. Like, in reality, that's what we all experience.
That's what we experience as humans on Earth.
Yeah, man. Like, humans on Earth, that's reality, bro. In case you never noticed.
Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. I'm aware of reality, bro.
Yeah, but bro, space. You mentioned space. Like, space is literally on TV.
Oh, you asked me if I ever experienced curvature, and the only way that I believe that I would be able to experience curvature would be from a distance and actually see. You wouldn't see. Well, from the pictures that I've seen and the video, so there's no. I don't have any proof, obviously, that.
So you'd have to go to like a natural law violation to experience a globe Earth, basically.
What was that word you used? I'd have to experience a what?
A natural law violation. Like, think about it. Like on Earth, we have pressure. We have got barometric pressure at sea level of 14.7 psi, and as a gradient, it gets less and less dense as you gain elevation or altitude. But then beyond the Kármán line, space is a near perfect vacuum, as good as fucking infinite as well, as far as I see. So how can a near perfect vacuum envelop and somehow maintain our pressurized system that we currently breathe?
You know, I knew whenever I joined this that I was not prepared for any of these types of conversations.
At least you're honest. At least you're honest. I love it. Honest.
I'm aware of that, and that's awesome that y'all are passionate.
Awesome, bro.
It's awesome that y'all are passionate about this, and I respect
It's
that.
fun, man. We're having a good time in here, man. We're smart and we're fun, man. It's kind of
that's cool. Y'all got y'all's niche, and that's what y'all like to do, and that's awesome. I love it.
Hey, bro, it's better than watching fucking TV, man. I'd rather sit in here and have a talk about the Earth, man.
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm not watching. Well, I'm watching Rumble shit, but yeah.
Well, bro, just so you know, man. Just 1 second, just so you know, bro. I'm going to give you a role, bro. But we don't talk about shit like COVID and vaccines and stuff that can get the server shut down. So as long as you can stick to the rules, basically, don't troll people. You sound chilled anyway. So I'll give you a role, man. But whoever wants to speak there, go on. I'll give you a role.
Yeah, the only thing I want to say to Ass is, listen, dude, I was in your same spot 2 months ago until I started to actually come in with an open mind and give the evidence some credence, right? And be kind of unbiased in what I'd been indoctrinated with for 40 odd years or whatnot. So all I'm saying is if you're a reasonable person, right, and come in with an open mind, I think you'll be surprised how much evidence and intelligence, because obviously, you look at flat Earth. Oh, okay, yeah, flat Earthers, whatever, right? The stereotype kind of.
No, I did not make any assumptions here.
I'm saying in general. I'm saying in general, right?
Okay.
The general populace. I don't mean you. I'm just saying from my own experience, man. Give it a shot, man, and just listen to these guys there. And don't listen to me. I'm new here too, so. But these guys, they know what they're talking about.
Actually, don't listen to any of us.
Don't believe us.
Go out and check it yourself. Don't believe us. If I say, hey, man, water's level, man, don't believe me, man. Go check it out. And you can check it out. You'll see the same thing I see. I guarantee it.
Can we ask us where he from? Can you please tell us?
Ask where you from.
Yeah, you can ask whatever, but who all am I giving this information to?
I don't know, man. I'm in Southern California, man. Big area, man.
Southern California.
I got a lot of people out here, man. Where you from? Like Arkansas, or where are you from? Texas?
Oh, rude. Very rude, Mr. Flat Earth.
Wow, I'm wild that.
Arkansas, come on, that was your first
I don't know,
guess.
Man. The guy
that
that
was
runs,
low blow, to be fair.
The guy that runs the live stream is from Arkansas, man. That's the only reason I brought that up.
That's unfortunate.
You don't have to say where you're at if you're not comfortable, dude. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You're in the United States. I know that. How about that?
I'll say I'm from Texas.
Texas.
There you go. Close enough. Good enough.
I don't live there, but that's where I'm from.
Right
on, not saying, I'm sure it says in Full Metal Jacket the only people from Texas are steers and queers.
And I don't see no horns.
Private Pile.
That's funny, man. That's funny thing I've heard all night, actually.
Yeah, never heard that one before.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, we live on Earth. We can check out Earth. Don't believe us, man. Just check it out for yourself, man.
Yeah,
catch moon cycles, sun cycles.
That's our commonality right there. We all live on Earth.
Ask, have you heard of the Flat Earth Society, bro? I forgot to ask.
The Fly what Society?
The Flat Earth Society.
Oh, no, I have not.
Yeah,
exactly. So when you think of Flat Earth, what kind of conceptually, what comes to your mind? Is it kind of like a frisbee deal, like a pizza?
well, now that you put that picture in my head, yeah, I guess, or just or a plane, or just a rectangle. I don't know. It could be anything, I guess. If you're
not just like if you look on Facebook memes and shit like that, stuff that's spread about flat Earth, like generally, is the kind of disc concept, and then you've got the Flat Earth Society. People like Obama's mentioned them. He's like, we ain't got time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. So these clowns have mentioned them deliberately in the public to make people think, oh, I'll go and find out about Flat Earth. You Google Flat Earth, what's the first thing you come up with? Flat Earth Society. You go there, you find out they say shit like Australia doesn't exist, we live on a space pancake, and it kind of discredits anyone even looking into Flat Earth. So we are controlled opposition as far as we're concerned, man.
Oh, that's lovely. That seems to be very common.
But as far as we're concerned, there's no curvature and there's no motion. We're not saying the Earth is a shape of some kind or another. Like, how could you even define Earth as any kind of shape anyway? It's got fucking, like, untold terrain, mountains, valleys. So it's not going to be a shape that we could even distinguish, like a geometric shape we already know about. Like, so flat is not a shape, man. It's just a description.
So, what do you see Earth as, or what we call Earth?
A topographical realm. It goes up, down. It's mostly covered in water. So we know how water behaves. It's always trying to seek equilibrium. And when it finds that it lays flat and level, we've been using water in construction for literally centuries, if not longer. So, how can most of the Earth's surface be covered in water if we're a ball?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Water's level, 100%.
Yeah, it's measurable too. Like, do you happen to know the size that Earth is by chance?
No. So then when you're out in the middle of the ocean, you see the horizon, you can only see so far. Is that just you're saying that's just a sight thing, or?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, what is the horizon? Like, is it a real place? Is it geometric? Is it Earth curve? Or is it just the point where the sky and the floor appear to meet? Like, is it just the point where we cannot resolve it any further due to atmospheric conditions, elevation, optics, whatever, like a million other reasons we can't even fathom? But it's not an actual physical place.
Yeah, because if it moves every day or every hour based on the conditions, then it's not a geometric place. And it's definitely not the place they told us. So if you know what the size of their radius claim is, they did make a positive claim that Earth is a spinning ball of an exact size or an approximate size, 3,959 miles radius. So that has consequences, immediate and direct consequences on the surface when we're looking out. That means that 1 foot above the water, their geometric horizon should begin dropping off at 1.22 miles, because their formula for this ball is 1.2 times 1.225 times 8. The square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the geometric horizon. So we went out and checked this claim.
Oh, my brain just took a shit.
We see magnitudes further, like 1, 2, 4 times magnitude. That would make your Earth almost 1 million miles in diameter. So we have to ask you, what is your tolerance for error when matching your globe with the outside world? Thanks.
Hopefully that question wasn't directed at me.
Not really.
Yeah, no. It's rhetorical. Listen, don't speak for me.
Okay.
Don't speak for me. It was directed to you.
Oh, no answer. Because
okay. So
because you understand. Let's see, discussions, right? And whenever you talk to somebody that's a layman in a subject, which I've already professed, I professed that at the beginning, right? So if you're going to talk to somebody about something that they know nothing about, and then you're throwing out numbers and then correcting yourself on numbers and not really knowing the number, but maybe knowing the number, and even it doesn't matter if you know the number, you're saying some specific number. Yeah.
I was just using that to break the ice, and I think it does a great job.
I think
breaking the ice.
I think it failed, but I'll yeah. What's up, man? What you have to say?
I'm gonna break the ice here, ass man. Ass man. Listen, the greatest thing I ever learned was the globe. just go learn the globe. Literally, I mean, what are they telling us about the globe? How big is it? What's the radius? What's the circumference? What's the diameter? How far is the moon? Ocean, tides, whatever, man. Learn the damn globe inside out, man. And then come back and say, hey, man, I want to talk to you flat earthers, because then you're ready. You know,
are you kicking me out already?
No, I'm not kicking you, but I'm just saying,
go learn the damn globe.
You gotta go learn the globe, man. In the next 3 months, man, just see what they say about the globe, man. It's crazy. It's astronomically crazy, bro. What's the closest star? Ass, do you know? What's the closest star to Earth, man, right now? And how many miles away is it? I know right down to the fucking...
That's worse than the Rangers question. Shit.
Oh, jeez.
It's that Beetlejuice. Is that Beetlejuice you're talking about?
Not ready for this kind of
It's 26 light years away. It's 26 years if you're traveling at the speed of light. That's the closest star. Okay.
Well, that's not that far away, man. That's quite close.
It's quite close. 26 light years. 26 years is really close. So how many miles are in 1 light year? Do you know the answer to that, ass? I know you don't.
No.
It seems like 200,000 miles a second or something. No, that's not very far.
186,500 miles a second. So one light year is 20 is...
It's 6 trillion miles.
6 trillion miles.
I'm the globe nerd. I know all those fucking numbers. 6 trillion miles. It takes 8 minutes to get here. That's what I used to spot out. I'll stop.
I'll be right back. Hang on. Hang on. I got a visitor.
Hopefully it's not your mum saying fucking stop talking to those fucking flat earthers.
No shit.
He sounds a little bit older. I don't think he's with his mom, but he might live with his mom because...
No, don't live with my mom. Thanks.
There you go. So he sounds just older. I mean, he might. I said he might.
That's what everybody that stays with their mum says.
Oh, God. Really? One of those fellers. No, dude.
You're in the basement.
I was in the basement. You're right, but now I'm not in the basement.
Okay, so
away
ASS.
from my computer.
So ASS. What would you say?
You can't say ass.
Okay, ass. Okay,
yeah, you said it.
Sir Ass.
Telling your mom.
They have basements and trailer parks.
I'm going to ask him one question, real quick. Sir Ass, could you tell us what is your one single best evidence for the spinning sphere Earth in the vacuum of space? What would you say your primary evidence that you use?
First off, I'm not arguing one way or the other.
He's not arguing, man. He's not. But just hypothetically, man, what would be your oh man, I see a sunrise or the moon or whatever. I mean,
I'm just trying to gauge part of it. There must be one thing.
What my concept is that I believe the Earth is spinning.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Wait. Slow down.
So
relax. Hold on.
So
I didn't even get my question out because it got all fucking mangled up then. So listen, just what is in your experience and your own knowledge internally inside you, what would be one single best proof that you'd use that sways you toward the globe?
And you're expecting me to say gravity.
Which one?
Well, I don't know. No, I'm just asking you honestly.
He's just asking.
Tell me honestly. Is that it? Gravity?
What's gravity?
That's pulling me towards the Earth.
Okay. So
is it definitely a pull, or is it a push from above?
So how do you know that's within your internal self, in your own experience?
That's a good point.
The outside world.
Sorry.
How does it line up with your internal experiences that you say, and how you actually experience the world yourself? How does that line up? Does gravity make sense outside in the outside world?
does gravity make sense in the outside world? From what I know, yeah, it makes sense. But
Where do you if you believe? If you believe gravity makes things fall down, does that mean Earth is spherical and moving?
That's what I was trying to get to. So, where do you see it working? What is it doing? Only making things fall down, so it has a direction, right? Is gravity's direction only down towards the center of mass? It is, right? Isn't it?
Oh,
That's what you asked.
Yeah. No, I'm walking in and out of headphone reception
Okay. So,
here.
what do you want me to answer for you? I was hoping you could answer for yourself. So, it only has a direction of down, right?
As far as gravity.
Yeah, it has one
You,
direction.
you mean as far as what I've been taught about gravity?
Yes.
Yeah.
But bro, the things go up as well, man. Helium goes up.
So it has a direction of down towards the center of mass. So why do all gases go omnidirectionally until they reach equilibrium? Which explains within the gas structure we have here, this is a contained system because we have a constant pressure working about 14 psi.
Okay.
So that can't exist without a container.
I don't know.
Slow down, Sonny. Slow down. Slow down, bro.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay. So
we're good. We're good, man. Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah.
We have air pressure here on Earth at sea level of 14.7 pounds per square inch, PSI.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go up higher, it becomes almost zero, right?
I don't know.
So, in order to have the first 14.7, you must have a container. Is that what you're saying?
Need a weightlifting bench? Need a weightlifting bench? No. Okay.
He's not even listening.
he's not listening. He's having another conversation. He's like joking around in the background.
It's okay. It's all right. So, in order to have gas pressure, the absolute guaranteed thing that you have to have is a container. And there's nobody, and I put out $1,000 right now. Anybody come to my shop and show me gas pressure without a container, I'm willing. I'll put $10,000 down on it.
I know.
There's nobody gonna show up at my shop and go, "Hey, I got gas pressure without a container. Where's my 10 grand?" Because it's never gonna happen. Because it's an impossibility. It's just like the laws of thermodynamics, especially the second law. You can't have gas pressure without a container, man. That's just it, man. That's a law of nature.
Hey, hey, Mr. Ass, are you still hot micing? Hey, either share with us the whole conversation or shut the fuck up.
I think he needs to jump out, jump back in. I think his microphone's gone fucked. Jump out and jump back in.
He's not even listening. He's talking to someone else in his room with it.
He's talking about a weight bench.
He's talking about a weight bench.
Yeah, he said earlier he was going to go talk to some people or whatever. So I think he's just talking to some other people. Yeah.
Hey, ask Licker.
Licker. Dude, you're so mean, man. Why are you guys so mean, man?
I know. Give the guy a break. He was having some ass visitors knock at his door.
I think he might be the ass bandit came to his door.
The enema bandit. The alien enema bandit came to his door.
Why you guys so? I was gonna say, why you guys so nice?
If people, come in and make a fool of themselves and have it so everybody can hear it.
Yeah.
That's up to
Every
them,
day, Sonny, every day.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened? Is he muted already? What happened?
Well,
just went to check in a couple of people.
No, he's having a talk with someone in his room about a weight bench while he has his mic open.
Well, give him his mic. Give him his mic back. Give him his mic back.
Right.
And then, unless
I'll
you guys do, we got some other new people in here, man. Don't we? Wait.
Ooh. Nah, I'm looking. There's no one.
There's no one.
Let's see if Ass is paying attention now. Ass, are you with us?
He's with us.
No.
It's not that loud.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes, maybe.
All right.
All right. That's cool, man.
Bring some evidence with
Before
you.
you go, make sure you mute your mic.
Bring evidence. Oh, yeah, it has been muted.
No,
Bring
it's
some
been open.
evidence.
We heard your conversation about the weight
Yeah.
bench.
Oh, nice.
All right, ass. check out the globe, ass. It's round like your ass, okay?
Do you need some assistance?
Yeah. Curvature requires, like,
You guys are
drop.
brutal, man.
Ass drop.
You guys are
Ass to drop
brutal.
off like ass.
It's a clusterfuck, Timbo. You're right, man. We got a little clusterfuck.
He was making that conversation so difficult.
It's just new, man.
You guys were literally talking to a globe with
Hey,
is that true?
Hey, of course you're roboting, Dave Hinkle. Fuck.
Hey, we got a new guy called Dave Hinkle.
We got a new guy named Dave Hinkle.
Welcome.
What's your evidence
Dave.
for the globe there, Hinkle?
One at a time. Hold on. One at a time. Don't barge in. Let Effie dude barge in first. Okay, go ahead, dude. Take it slow.
Is it my turn yet?
Yeah, go ahead. Flat Earth dude, up to the microphone.
Hey,
I'm not Flat Earth Dude. Go ahead, Flat Earth Dude.
go ahead, Dave Hinkle. You're not roboting. Go ahead.
I was just asking. I just got here. You guys were literally talking to a glober named Ass.
Yes, we were talking to ass.
With dollar signs for the S's, so that's kind
Expensive ass.
All right.
of or something. Oh.
I was
But we got Ali. We got a guy from the Middle East, man. We don't get a lot of Middle Easterns in here, man. But we got Ali up in here, man.
Wait a minute. Give Dave Hinkle some time.
Please
Wait,
talk to Ali, man.
Dude, give Dave Hinkle some time. Wait a second.
Hello,
Dave
guys.
Dave Hinkle, wait. We'll be right with you, Ali. Dave Hinkle from the Land of Caves. Thanks for visiting with us tonight. I hope your weather's fair. See, that's how you do it.
I'm gonna put it in the chat. I was just gonna give props to Wits. He just let his School and Globers show. I just watched it. It was very well done. A very good summary of the entire argument. I'll post it in the chat.
I'm gonna watch it tonight.
He's on my feed. I got a bunch of videos from all of us on my channel now. All my liked videos. It's staggering how much information is there now.
He was highlighting the one question you can ask any globe believer, provide any evidence, without using logical fallacy. They can't do it. They cannot do it. So once you learn logical fallacies, you just call them up on every logical fallacy they use. They've got nothing empirical.
They can hardly go on even to end one sentence without doing it. So it's like it's a skill, definitely. They slip by like a little rabbit, like jumping out of a hole and then running into the bushes. Ooh, gone. There it is, gone. What happened? Awesome night, man. Look at this moon. Hold on. Oh, it went behind.
Night.
Oh no! I got to go outside now.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Nighttime there. Must be a globe.
Got to be now. That's it. That's done it for me.
So did you watch that? T-Dub, did you watch that Atoll video I sent you?
No, I will get round to it. No, I'll probably watch that tonight. Like, because
those are really
when I go lie down, I chill out and I just put something on and watch it. That's what I did last night and watched that other one. I probably fell asleep through last of it, but. Yeah,
but that's the beauty. That's the beauty of them, though, because they're long enough to where, if you miss, then you can just go back to where you were and continue on. And because it's jam packed with information, it's a very dense listen.
I just put with School and Globers video in there. I just want to let y'all know.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to do it soon. You guys continue crushing the globe. The globe exists only in the minds of men. I don't know why people still think it, but continue.
Something has to be real in order to be corrupted. So we just tease at them for thinking it's real in the first place. We don't even have to go to corrupted. It has to be real first. Sorry, Glovers. Oh, excuse me, man. It's funniest thing ever, man. Hilarious. What a time to live
Bro,
in.
that energy that those guys have, like the glass guy that was just in here, it's so fucking weak and pathetic and sad. When they come here, he seemed genuine, right? He seemed kind of like cool and chill. But then you could tell how where it went. And so many of them do that shit. And it's like, what kind of fucking person are you that you're that bored in your life and you're going to come here? You even go to any server and not want to be interested in discussing the topic of said server. What the fuck are you doing here?
Really?
And then you pretend to be like a genuine person and be cool. And then you just completely tone out and ignore everybody and stop listening.
The comedy of it. The comedy of it is just like, for me, is endless if I care to look at it that way, if I try to. Just make a little effort to like look at it like comical. And it is hilarious, man. It's like cracking me up lately. How ridiculous the whole thing is. Yeah, pathetic, I know. But that's so good. That's so good, man. It's so pathetic. It's freaking great. Great comedy, man. I'm telling you. Poor stinking globe. I never had a chance, man.
You can stay a globe card.
Yeah.
Stay that way.
I really don't care. A lot of times I'm that way. Like sometimes I'm like, I'm not going to talk to these pathetic people I'm riding by. I seem to be on some other plane that they're not. I'm not saying I'm better. I'm not. We're all the same. Like we're all from the same source, but you could just tell, you could just feel the vibe, man. I don't know what it is. Like maybe I really am a hippie, maybe, you know, like feel the vibe, man.
It's just this bullshit attitude that these people have. Especially this younger generation, they have this like attitude, like I don't care about nothing, man.
I don't care nothing, but I don't know anything, but I still think I'm better. I think I know more without. They think they know more without knowing anything. Like knowing less is knowing more. I guess it's like really upside down. It's definitely on its head now. You know, wouldn't you say?
I'm sure and they seem like they seem like it's a it's lame or you're a loser if you actually care about something. You know what I mean? If you actually care about a certain topic and show passion about it, that's not cool. Like, whoa, you're a loser.
That's a bad, like those that whatever those signs are that you see that are like A. That's like just anti Christian. Like they're definitely on that. That's bizarre. How all of that like came about is just spooky as hell. Like, how is that engineered that like all these different like offshoots of this freaking 9-headed monster? I don't know what. That's some kind of octopus with tentacles. You get it? Along with like the certain kind of drugs they release to the street and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Causes people to have certain kind of freaking hallucinations that they think are real. Where literally like buildings are moving and shit like this. I felt some of this myself. But I have my own problems like with things. So like I have to like really be honest with myself, first of all, about my senses, because I've had what you consider out of body experiences in a waking state. From being awake too long, too many hours and working my ass off, trying to like keep my place clean, and creating all kinds of weird stuff. So like I have to be really careful. We all have this ability anyway. So that's why I like the music, because I can like cleanse my room. It like the frequency goes across the room, right? And it cleans it. I feel like, tell me if it does.
Cleanses you.
Just one chord. Just one chord out of this. Hold on. Okay, just one chord from this instrument here.
It resets your like vibrational frequency, right? so to
Yeah,
speak.
and I have it tuned to 432 now, so it like rings in a different way. It has more natural harmonics. I love that shit. But yeah, dude, are you still here? I mean, to like take over your spot, man. I guess he dipped. Well, honestly, we get to know each other really well in here. And some of the people that we really love start to annoy us after a while, let's be honest. And we start butting heads, so I have to know in myself when to cut it short and go like, okay, I'm out of line. Excuse me. So is Chris M still here? Are you still here? No. As you go, people change their names. Try to trip me out sometimes. Chris M. Yeah, so I went to the thrift store. I was looking for a. Flat Lloyd Wright. That's right. I was looking for a windbreaker with a hood, a light windbreaker with a hood that vents. Like those keep me the warmest, and so I don't get sweaty. It's perfect for almost any weather. But I lost my other one because I left it in a washing machine. Ain't that a bummer? But I did find a pair of light, like rain pants that cinch at the bottom and have a string at the top and a button and a zipper. And they're like waterproof. So on the bike, like now, when it's like early summer like this, and it cools down enough to where you need something on your legs, it's going to be perfect.
But it never rains in Southern California.
No, but it gets wet because I'm right near the coast. It literally gets so wet, dude. Listen, it's like it's raining. It'll be dripping off me in some cases.
Oh, like a dewy kind of.
Yeah, it just drops out of the sky because the marine layer just comes in and it just like fog coming in over the coast. And literally, like I've been camping on the beach before and everything was wet just as if it had rained and was dripping and everything. Like it was drops of moisture from so much dense humidity hitting my tent and my bicycle. It was dripping off of it. Just like rain on my tent. Drip, drip, drip. I think I'm looking forward to actually doing some more. Someone's going to send me a GoPro. Yes. What? Thanks, Floyd.
That for your helmet.
Man. I'm going to mount
Is it going to be on your helmet?
Yeah, when I ride and I'm going to go out to this beach 15 miles up, probably the ride up there, I'll probably have to do it in higher speed, so it doesn't take up as much time. Because if you're with me on the whole entire ride, you'll see how grueling it actually is if you're riding a real bike. Like I have a real bike, but it's an e-power bike, but it's a much heavier bike, so it actually is equal. It equals that out. Because even though I can get power assist from the very start, I have power assist. So once I get to a certain speed, like in second gear on flat ground with not too much headwind, I can do an easy 20 miles an hour steady, even uphill if the hill's not too steep.
Awesome. What sort of motor is it?
Yeah, it's motors on the front, and when I go camping, I put a single track trailer on the back that carries all my gear. Everything.
Cool. What kind of motor is it there?
It's called e-bicycling. E-bicycling is the brand.
What's the powered? What's the fuel source?
It's the motors in front. It's a big, huge hub, so it has shorter spoke, and the spokes are thick like an old motorcycle would have. So It's bitching, and it's a fairly thin tire, but it's fast as hell. So it goes. It has 700 cc rims, and so that's the size tire. It's about the tires are about a little over maybe like 1 1/8 inch or 1 1/16, something like that, and they hold 70 to 90 pounds tires, and front suspension fork, suspension seat posts, and a nice cushy gel seat thing now that actually can extend my ride like double just by having a comfortable seat. And shoes are important too. So let me see.
They're legal over here.
Yeah, this thing hauls ass. It's 1,200 watts, 48 volt.
Oh, electric motor.
Yeah, electric. It's badass. I've shown a picture before in here. I can go anywhere with this thing on one charge. I could go 30 miles, 15 miles there, and 15 miles back on one.
They even banned electric scooters on the streets. Yeah, in our state, in Australia.
But I'm looking for something where it charges faster than the one I have, because this one takes too long. So, like, and I haven't heard from what's his name? Oh man, see, people come and go, and sometimes they come back, sometimes they don't. the guy from South Africa. What was his name? Really good with plants and all kinds of stuff, man. Oh, he did the bonsai trees. What was his name?
You mean Trinity or the other one?
No, they did the bonsai trees from South Africa. South Africa. What's the dude's name? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway,
he hasn't been in a while, has he?
No, can't remember his name. Oh, wait a minute.
I know who you're talking about.
I know you do. I bet I have an old email or DM from him. Let me look.
I'm guessing it's not Elon Musk.
No, it's not Musk, bro. How could it be Elon Musk? See, a lot of these people are deleted users, and then I don't remember. So let me see.
Is it Solar?
Solar, yes, that's it. Flat Earth Solar, yeah.
Oh, shit, yeah.
What happened?
How many people that just disappeared?
It's about a year. I got 1, 2. I've already deleted about 3 or 4 deleted users from the list that I used to get. But of course, I've been here going on 4 years. So I just left a lot of those people. I still have a lot of them, but most of them are bunch of deleted users. It's hard to tell if that one's. Oh shoot! Someone told me a long time ago. Oh, last year, December. No, October. Told me someone was banned because they had some kind of break, psychotic break. That's from a deleted user. So I don't know who sent it exactly. And I didn't mention any names. Keeping their anonymity. I haven't heard from some of these people in so long. Oh. There's Travazo. That's what I see. That's what I knew you as before. So I don't know why I didn't get it at first. T-dub. Duh. It rhymes with V-dub. Should be able to remember that.
There's also someone else I used to. In other words, someone I used to really like listening to that was really had some really good arguments. It was Meadowlark.
Meadowlark, yeah. Lemon. His previous name was Lemon. Yep. Yeah. He went on with whatever his life entails, our paths change. That's actually a good thing.
Really good to listen to. Like, clear, concise.
Exactly.
Gospel
Very
bearer.
logical too. Very logical too, and kind of funny in the way it does it, or the way he spoke. Just his own personality style.
Gospel bearer. Well,
gospel bearer. Yeah, what happened? He's working on the trains, working on actual real trains, traveling back and forth.
He was someone that you could listen to for like hours.
Exactly. Yeah, totally true. Yeah. That dude personally sent me kefir beads and got me started, and I had my own kefir for many, many months until eventually something happened. Things go into decay here with everything. So like sometimes things have to be broken down and stuff gets
if you leave
sour.
them too long, they
they
die. But you can actually bring them back to life. So I had some in the fridge that I forgot about, and they were in there for months. And what I did was they were still in the milk, so I just rinsed them off.
Yeah.
And then did a new batch, and I threw out the first batch.
Right.
And then and then on the second batch they were perfect again. So they were still alive.
Yeah, I did that once with mine. I rinsed them off with distilled water. Rinse them off.
That's what I did.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And I think that keeps it good. Yeah.
It's just like a culture or something.
Yeah, it's like a grain. They're these little round balls, like a grain. They're called grains, kefir grains, kefir grains.
So it's
and
like
they ferment in the milk.
Mm-hmm. Like a continuous bread thing. So the kefir eventually starts making these beads, I guess, after some. I don't know if it needs some more of the bacillus or whatever they put in there.
Yeah, it just starts multiplying.
Yeah,
like Sutherland.
Same, different spelling. It's Kefir, I think it is.
Yeah.
Right. Isn't that like a leaf as well that they use in exotic Asian cooking or something?
That's kefir lime.
Yeah, right.
I think that's
Interesting.
a different spelling again.
Oh, right. Okay, different thing. Okay, cool. What are you using this for? Is it like dietary?
It's like a yogurt drink, I suppose. It's a lot of probiotics and stuff in it.
Okay.
I have it for breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps me full till lunch. So my food intake is way down.
I need to make
I've heard that. Similar to what's that? Chia? Is it chia? People.
Yeah, chia seeds.
They do the same thing with that.
Yep.
It bloats you up, kind of, and
they
makes you less hungry.
full. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have
and it's
some
got
of that.
and there's goodness in them as well, like because you're getting some calcium from the milk, but you're also getting probiotics from the kefir grains, and anything fermented's pretty good for you. So anything to keep that kind of hunger down is good.
I'm gonna have to see if it's in the local health food store, even though they're way expensive. But it's probably the only place to get it. But
you've got none left?
No, I had to throw mine out.
Fuck, I've got heaps, man. I wish I could send them from Australia, but I'm sure there's someone around there that can give them to you.
I think you can. I can just buy them online. They'll send them, I think, in the mail.
You should be able to. Yeah.
Get anything.
I make I mix them with fruit and put them through the blender and make smoothies out of it too.
I have an eBay store. I'm trying to sell some power tubes, some Mesa Boogie, two matched pairs. Shout out to eBay. Every now and then it comes through. I gotta stay diligent with all of that. I could probably build that business pretty easy too. Just doing like I turn this place into whatever kind of workshop I need. So a lot of times I'll turn it into the guitar shop, and I'll get out my fine tools and do some of that kind of work on old instruments and make them play like I want them to play till they're perfect. And magically, these things all of a sudden start making music that's like beautiful to listen to. So I love that kind of thing. I can't eat rice.
No, I can only eat basmati. It's the only rice I can eat.
I can eat
Got
a
to be
little
cooked
bit
in
of
a
it.
pressure cooker. Yeah, I love rice.
Love fried rice.
You're probably more used to it. So I used to eat brown rice and all that, a lot of that kind of thing.
Brown rice doesn't agree with me.
Yeah, well now I don't
Kind of
like.
too hard to digest.
I have to kind of watch like. I don't really have to watch the good, what I consider the good oily foods, like good bacon and eggs and things like that, like steak and eggs. I love all that kind of thing, and those don't seem to bother me at all. But some things like probably like pastries, I still have a sweet tooth, even though I weigh 20 pounds lower than my normal after this year. So I'm trying to gain weight. So I can pig out on like a bunch of carbohydrates and I just burn it off. Like it's
yeah, some people just
seem to, like it just I shed it off way faster than I can, like it stays on. It's all going through really fast, so because of my metabolism.
I've never been able to gain weight like that. Don't know what I have to do to gain weight like that.
It's easy thing to do, guys. So, can I ask you guys before I leave?
Oh yes. Hi.
What is the most real map we have now? The most legit one.
We don't have a map for FE. None of us here claim. Is that what you're asking?
No. I mean, let's say we are living on 7 continents, they say. So, the real map of these continents, what is it? The one that we discovered.
What do the Navy
one
and the
has
Army
it.
use? Mercator map, yeah.
Which one?
No one knows the real, like how all of this flat horizontal, how far the water goes to the very extremes, to the very extent, to the end, or whatever you want to call it, as far as they can go. There's nothing you like. I don't think human. No, I'm not. I wouldn't presuppose any of that because it can't be validated. So this is a really is server. Not we have speculations.
No.
Oh, that's not what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
No. I'm sorry too, but you didn't understand what I'm not saying that. I'm saying not the one that we didn't discover yet, because there is hidden lands that we didn't discover.
A map of, are you saying of a map of the known world, like
of the known, of the already discovered? Yeah.
Well, nobody has an accurate one. No one.
But there is someone indeed.
No. If they do, they're not telling any of us.
Then why the fuck are they putting military in the in the borders, in the pole.
There's like 20 or 30 different projections. They're all flat maps. They wrap that around a ball. That's all they do. So the Earth is flat, but it's all flat horizontal water, and we know north is the center.
I don't think you can even use like world maps for any real practical purposes, right? Like when you're using maps to navigate, you're using sections, of the whole, where it really like
they're like rectangular coordinates. So
But why they are not letting people to discover the Antarctica?
if you want to ask my personal opinion, I think it's because honestly, we know all the waters are horizontal over all the oceans. So it goes out how far? I don't think that is something that we as humans could ever know how far. I think it's farther, made farther and harder to get to than any human could possibly get to. Otherwise, they would have come back, given us an eyewitness account. But they can't, because look how difficult that is. When you get to Antarctica.
We can move on. Yeah? We can move on together, guys. Like we can make new countries, new cities.
Yeah,
discover what we can.
There may be other lands out there. That's one thing I think there is. I think most likely there is other lands with other resources, probably, like you said, other people, other civilizations. That's quite possible. They can't get to us either, just like we can't get to them, right? That's possible. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's like anything that I couldn't prove anything like that unless someone came back and told us a story individually or collectively, told us a story and told us they lived in this place. And then, of course, because people like me from Missouri were like, show me first. So bullshit. So you're going to have to bring more evidence to that. Do you have any other people? Is there any like solid physical evidence? Those kind of things, right? So the way I do, like, so I don't clutter my mind with all these things that are not possible, probable, or provable. I wait until there's more information if I need to, but most times, if it's something that is very difficult to understand or to prove, then it's probably bullshit. In this world, things are level and flat. Horizontal is meaningful. You can't have a horizontal on a curved surface. You can't find a right triangle, which is how we navigate over the oceans.
So basically, so I am in the Middle East now. If I want to go to your country, are you from USA or?
Yes, I'm from Southern California.
So let's say Australia, man. Are you good with geography?
Pardon me?
Are you good with geography? Like if I want to go from the Middle East to the Australia, how the fuck I feel?
Okay, so if I'm looking, and hold on a second, I'm gonna get a compass. Forgot I had the other fan blowing on the other room. It makes a little whizzing noise. So I have a little handy hand compass here, and it works pretty darn good.
Did I cut out?
So I would say, okay, so from my viewpoint, I'm looking almost directly south.
South, yeah.
Excuse me, my throat. So as I'm here in Southern California, Middle East would be like, okay, so I would have to get a cue on like if I go east, slightly northeast, and northeast, like northeast, that would be more like towards Europe, I would suspect. So a heading of, let's say, 100 degrees east. Wait a minute. I got that right? No, hold on. Let's see, this is gonna be... It's 360 north. Looking directly south, 180. So east is 90 degrees, compass heading. So let's say it's almost directly east-northeast, slightly northeast. From my position, I'm looking directly south from Southern California. So I believe the Middle East would be past like a little bit further south because the Mediterranean, and then straight over to the southeast at approximately a compass heading of about 150 degrees cardinal compass direction from my location in a straight line of sight. So you're off at like southeast, extreme far out east, but slightly southeast, yeah. Maybe even more south.
There is something shady.
So what direction would you say that Southern California is? Like, do you have like a compass that you can use or something like that you can tell? Like, or even on a map or something, even like some way you can look. I would say something maybe to do another time, and then we could talk about it later.
I know more about the Middle East. Like I don't know in Europe or some, but above me there is Turkey and Syria.
Right. So from your position east of the Mediterranean, right? So east of the Mediterranean, if you're pointing off into the about, let's say, 10 degrees west of north, so a heading of 360 degrees, I think you would hit Southern California. Somewhere over there, west northwest. Like that's like if you were sailing and you could go complete straight line of sight. And you know why these are meaningful? Because all of the sun is on the flat horizontal. I can point to you right now, and if you were on the coast and your elevation wasn't higher than mine, let's say, because I'm really near sea level here, you know, I don't know how high above sea level you are or what elevation, but I could point to your direction right now, and you could point to me, and if we were pointing the right direction towards each other right now, my brother, our fingers would be touching. They're pointing the same exact direction. Yes. So that's how this place works. That's how this earth is. It's all horizontally situated. Water lies level. We know it measures horizontal and level on the top of every surface of water anywhere is parallel to the level of seawater, ocean water. Right?
Yep.
They're all parallel to each other. Every top surface of every water on Earth, no matter how high up or low you go, it doesn't matter what the container is. The top surface all going to be level, the same level as sea level. Thanks for letting me share.
Man, like I wish if we could prove it.
Well, yeah, you can. Listen, that's what I'm saying, Ali. You're in luck. Because I've sailed on a sailboat and I've used a sextant before, and you have to have a zero. You can't get a zero on a curved surface over water.
I mean, if you can document it and show it to people as a video, like, see, guys, this is how it goes.
Yeah, there's plenty of videos out about how the sextant works. So take some of those. You have to have a right triangle. If you know anything about triangles, they have to have 180 degrees, no more. Definitely not more. If one side was curved, that's not 180 anymore. You can't navigate with a curved adjacent on the bottom part, which is the delta, which is X. What is that? The X-axis going out straight in front of you?
Yeah.
So you can't have a line of travel on the ocean and navigate with right triangles, which we do with a sextant, because just a glorified protractor that measures an angle set at 0 or the horizon, and then you line both of those mirrors up, and then you read the reading on the protractor. That's how you get your elevation angle.
It's so simple.
Yeah, to minutes and seconds. Now, these are parts of a right triangle. So you can't calculate that, especially not if you're trying to find your position. Can you imagine every position on a ball? The surface would be going down from you because it has to be. So that's the bind the Globers are in, because they don't have any proof for it. We got proof, exact proof, because people, they try to tell us, oh, everybody believed that Earth was a ball since way back. No, since 500 years ago, everybody's been using right triangles to navigate with.
Yeah, they use that.
Yeah.
Hey, Ali, I just posted a video in live stream if you're interested. There's a laser test there.
So isn't that amazing? So that you cannot do it. You would do nothing but fail and run into the rocks. You could never, like, listen, I don't know if you know anything about sailing. You have something that's so far out. Like if I, like, listen, T-Dub is in Australia right now, right?
Repeat it, please.
So in Australia, I could point to him and I could point to you at the same time, and my arms are like parallel. You get that? I guess I already went to that.
We are in the same line.
Yeah, so they're all the same line. So you can't navigate with a curved surface if you're using right triangles, which that protractor is the sextant, making right triangles. If the surface was actually curved and you were doing that, can you imagine how far off your x-axis you would be? If you thought you were on a ball, you would be lost at sea. So these people pinpoint accuracy with these triangles going across vast oceans. With these right triangles, with these celestial bodies that like almost digital precision sync up over the same geographic position over Earth that they always have. And they put them in these books that you carry with you, these volumes. Usually you have to have 4 or 5 books with you.
So, Sonny, I just want to check in on someone, mate. There's Freeze in the chat. VC Verified, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
How are we?
Yeah, we were talking to Freeze.
Yeah, good. What about you guys?
Welcome back.
Oh, okay. There you go, mate. Are you a flat earther or a glober?
I'd say flat earther, yeah.
You would say flat earther.
Yeah, I'd say that.
That sounds like a flat earther.
What do you mean? Like, why is What's funny, boys?
So what's your best proof?
I mean, you just can't prove curvature listening to you guys. So yeah, you can find so much proof.
What's when you say I would say
and honestly, just like
what do you still believe in that the globe is compelling enough to
just
say that you're not
leave the science side of it, like we know the end is like how can I say it? The end is time of coming, and like
well, we don't know that, so
we know. I mean, some holy scriptures have been mentioning that, and they've been mentioning that the Earth is flat, and so many more other like impressive things.
Why do you say leave the science out of it?
Because like most of it is just not even proven. Like you can't even prove most, like half of the stuff they claim in modern science that they claim is 100% true.
What about real science? The meaning of science. Do you know what that is?
I mean, I would say like real science is anything that you can actually do, like prove. You can test, for example, not just mathematical equations that mean nothing and do nothing and whatever. So,
well, science is just a method. That's all science is. It's a method. So when people talk about science, they they overuse the word and they say science has done this, science has done that. Science hasn't done anything. Science is a method that they
It's
use.
just how things like work out. It's just the language of the universe. It's like how things are meant to be, I guess. It's not
of the universe.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Why? You...
What kind of universe?
Do you not believe in a universe? Do you not believe a universe exists?
Yeah, the entire Earth, the Earth realm is the entire known universe is the Earth realm. There isn't anything else but Earth.
Yeah. No.
When you say universe, what do you mean by universe?
I mean the thing that we're living in, this whatever that we're experiencing now, just life as we know it. This.
Good save.
Cosmos.
We're just two lost souls living in a fishbowl year after year.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like, okay, guys, what do you think about like billions of creatures living underground that are supposed to come out at a certain point?
Sorry, my phone cut out.
Yeah. Is it possible that there's like millions of people like living underground? Do you guys believe that could happen?
Anything's possible. Provable? I don't know.
Is it something that potentially could be the case? Could there be like...
Could be, but have you got any evidence for it?
I mean, the Chinese are digging holes for some reason, so like, why would they be doing that? Kind of suspicious.
Let us know when they get past 8. Let us know when they get past 8 miles because they haven't got there yet.
They've been saying that they're gonna do that in 1 year, so guess we're gonna have to wait.
Well, the Russians tried it. They dug for what, 8 years? 7 years?
Miserably. Yeah, they couldn't handle it.
And they got to almost 8 miles, and they discovered a Earth with the consistency of like a, I don't know, but it was like a liquidy solid that they couldn't penetrate with the drill. That's what they claim. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
What do you mean, like a liquid you can't drill through? Like
it's like you know what that hard to explain, but you know when you mix corn flour with water, and you can keep it solid, and then when you leave it, it turns into a liquid. You know that?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
When you
like that.
Yeah. When you apply.
That's what they claim, anyway.
Yeah. Pretty weird, let's say.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a certain substance you can get like that. It's a liquid, but when you start moving it around a lot, it starts solid. Like, throw it around and keep it intact. Then you leave it, and it just sort of it goes back to a liquid. I've seen that on Action Lab or something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's cornstarch, just cornstarch mixed with water.
I think so, yeah. Guys, I've heard anything about the Schumann
resonance?
Yeah, I've been reading about they say like a week ago it had like a pretty weird like graph.
Yeah, the Earth's resonance, yeah?
Yep, the Schumann resonance, yeah.
Is it 3 point something or 2 point something?
You mean the vibration level?
The actual, yeah.
The hertz? I think they range from like 8 hertz to like 20, I think.
You're talking about solfeggio. Because the Schumann resonance...
The Schumann resonance, yeah.
Schumann resonance is the Earth's one, so...
Yeah, the Earth's one, yeah.
Schumann resonance, there it is.
I think a couple of days ago, like a week, had like one of the craziest ever graphs ever like recorded. Then they retracted it and said it could be
there it is. It's 7.83.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the other ones that you were talking about, there's a certain range of them. I think they're called solfeggio frequencies. And there's a range of them. But the Schumann one is a consistent 7.83. It has been linked to improved cognitive functions, reduced stress and anxiety, enhanced immune function, sleep function, and much more.
It could do like a whole, like it could just mean a whole lot of things. So, like each reading can like.
So, what about the flat Earth?
What about it?
Got any questions?
What? I mean, I might have like too much questions.
Keep going, mate. It's quiet here in the moment, so fire away.
Anything?
Yeah, it's got to be about flat Earth, though.
Okay. I mean, if it's flat, then why? Okay, that's
no, but that's not a why question. Mate.
I mean, okay, because that just like gets to like so much deeper questions. It's like why would they lie? Who's even lying to us? Like who should we point fingers at? Why are they even doing it? How could they even have that much power?
Yeah, so like we can that's like another step. That's another step down the road. So we preferred to look at the evidence first before we decide anything about motive. So we're looking at the actual evidence right in front of us. The body bag. It's right there on the floor.
I mean, I'm with you on that, Sunny, and like I think this is how we should like think, but we shouldn't also forget that since we do believe that it's a flat Earth, then there must be someone who's lying to us. There must be someone who's doing this.
Yeah, what I've done is I sifted through a bunch of information. You can see it there, but it's like not directly there. You have to. It's a web. It's a tangled web. It's like a spider web, and it would take more than a lifetime to figure any of this stuff out and to come to any kind of conclusion. So it's really difficult too. All you can do is
kind of feels connected. Like the more I've been looking, the more kind of been kind of connecting.
You see the connections, though. You do see the patterns, and you start to recognize.
I see, and like so many different topics, it's like kind of making sense together. Like kind of, there's a bigger story, I think, to this life. I think. Okay, guys, I'll just ask you a question. Okay, do you guys believe like in the Great Flood that happened like a couple of thousand years ago? Do you guys believe that happened? Do you guys? Let me rephrase. Do you guys believe that that maybe like 2 to 10,000 years ago, a huge flood just flooded Earth and destroyed almost every single?
Yeah, it happened. It happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do too.
I think so.
I think there's lots of evidence for there definitely being a flood. So
I think there's been more than one.
Okay. How does that kind of work? Like with like that should help us kind of figure out how this land that we live on, how it looks, because how water moves and stuff.
But we can only make presuppositions about like how old those things are. The geology itself, we don't know how old it is. Like you could even rely on more than one dating method, but there's no way to tell how old it really is. Like so,
yeah,
that's almost impossible, even with the geology itself. But they do know something. If you go to the people that were geography people that were more like geocentric, and they were probably no doubt flat earthers. What they thought before, like during the 1750s to the 1850s, let's say, right? I mean, we were just like ballparking it.
And how are you going to know that when you get answers for these things? How are you going to know that they're right?
I mean, it kind of has to be logical. It has to connect. It has to fit. Like, it has to fit in with whatever stories, like, with the narrative that's kind of building. Kind of has to fit in.
Why?
Because I do... Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but, like, I've kind of been seeing a narrative, like, how things are going, just, like, throughout history, like... there have been things that have been like repeating, like history repeats itself. Things do tend to happen again. There's like things don't feel like kind of random, honestly. Like historical events, future events that are probably gonna happen. Our day-to-day life that we're living now.
I would agree with you.
Like something's weird. Like it doesn't feel natural. Like in a way. Like I don't even know what that
Natural, or
means.
you mean random? Because natural's not really the word to use there. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be more logical. Yeah. So whatever thing you say has to kind of fit in, either scientifically, historically, just like.
Well, scientifically, what are we talking scientifically? Like
again, with like something like you could at least prove.
Yeah, well, we can prove it's flat.
Yeah, but like if someone brings up a claim about whatever thing,
about what?
For example, like who's lying to us? Who's really in control? Who has
it's
power?
Not really something that we can know definitively, though.
At the very least, at this moment, probably not.
Yeah, but like for example, like let's say would the president know the truth that's hidden? Apparently.
I don't know. I think they're all just pawns. They're to be. I don't think these people that they put in as presidents and stuff are that powerful at all. Anyway, they're just there to win a popularity contest. I think. But I don't know that.
That is true, but you see that's even more scary. Like who is in control? Like, are they like so powerful that there's not even a chance that we could even discover them?
No.
Aliens, for example. Like, what is going on?
Well, they're the people that decided at some point way back then, when who knows how long far back, they made this agreement. They said, we're going to be the ones that rule over other humans. They decided that in some sort of agreement. That's what's taking place. Those people, they're the same people.
I hate to sound like a cliche when I say this when I'm answering your question, but I think time will tell. If you know what I mean, like time will tell.
I mean, time is gonna tell. Yeah, that is true. But
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, guys. Okay, Sunny, you there?
Yeah, I'm sewing a button. Sewing a button on my trousers.
Have you seen the UFO news? Have been like every single week they've been just coming out with these UFO sightings, government sightings.
Yeah, that seems to
like
be
why no?
great,
like,
doesn't it?
Like why no? Like something.
Why not?
I think something's definitely happening. Like, they wanna,
yeah, you're speaking my language, man. I agree. Like all those things. Like I speculate the same way most other flat earthers, but we just don't put that into the live stream. At least not for very long, for any more than like I did for that little bleep. And then if we stay that vague, then who cares? But like, it's not something we can prove. So I go like, okay, that does lead to some ideas about what they might be trying to direct us to, or might be able to trying to divert their. It's just a trick. It's like a card game. It's a sleight of hand. That's what I think it is. It's playing the odds, but the house always wins. You know, like in Vegas. So it's like that. So,
wait, I think this would be a great time to like freeze. Can you tell me what does the acronym UFO? What does it stand for?
Unknown flying object.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or unidentified. One of the two, unknown or unidentified. Yeah. So the part I wanted to emphasize in that is the first part, the unknown or unidentified. So, like, you know, I mean, you may see something flying through the sky. Hell, you may catch it on camera. But catching it on camera, seeing it through our eyes doesn't demonstrate what it is or where it came from.
Mm-hmm. But
they call them.
kind of
What do they call them?
like if you see this from like like more of a political thing, it's kind of very scary because like 5 to 4 years ago, like for example, not a single person from the science community would even dare mention the word UFO, because that would automatically destroy his whole career, his whole like kind of scientific like kind of trust, whatever. Nowadays, the government itself, like are literally saying that aliens might attack Earth. Like how did
that's a bunch of
one side
bullshit.
to another in like such a short period? Like,
please, you gotta understand. Like, if the government is saying bullshit things like that, like I mean, I wouldn't normally assume anything, but okay, let's assume it's psyop, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because we do not know where any UFO comes from, but we know where it does not come from. And I'll tell you where it does not come from, and that is the vacuum of space. The reason why it doesn't come from the vacuum of space is because we know it doesn't exist. And the reason why we know it doesn't exist is because we know that gas pressure requires a container and a fixed volume. Thus, we are in one, and there is a vacuum of space. So we don't know where any UFOs come from or what they are, but we sure as hell know where they did not come from. They didn't come from the vacuum of space.
Yep. So that makes things a little more, that's actually crystal clear when you look at it that way. We know what it can't be. It can't be a violation of second law of thermodynamics under any condition. Shit out of luck.
You notice that they've changed it to UAP now, unidentified aerial phenomenon.
Yeah, so they can easily take the shit.
Yeah, they've changed that last word is no longer object, right? So they're looking for explain it without having to say it's actual thing, an object.
I can't wait. I want a good seat to the show. Why don't they hurry up? Damn it. I want to go.
Wait, but Sonny, it's not them that hurry up. It's us. It's the people that need to openly acknowledge the Earth is flat and stationary. But that's too mentally painful for so many people to do.
So you think they're waiting for that to happen?
No, Sonny, you're talking about like the people at the top who would pull a veil over our eyes, like they're waiting for something to happen for them to show something to us. I don't think the people at the top care for us to know the truth. I think it's crazy to even assume such a thing to be true even for a second. Like, I think the people at the top are happy about us being ignorant, and that sentence can end right there with a period. The only thing that's ever going to change about that is if the people change.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Things point in that definitely in that direction. That seems to be as solid as the direction of time. We know one thing occurs after another. We're not going back to the first thing. Just like we don't go to an imaginary horizon that doesn't exist and use that for the rest of our whole calculations. A presupposed size that doesn't exist in reality. So why did they say that in the first place then? Really? That's how they just stayed with that story? You think if they had enough motivation and time to change the things they did that we know they did about history itself, then why didn't they do better with this globe Earth thing? Because then they thought they were going to clinch it with space pictures.
Well, hey, Sonny, haven't you ever heard that phrase, if you never tell a lie, you never have to remember what you said? You've heard that before, right?
Yeah, and so that's what's blaringly evident or apparent, like we could see in that way, we can see what they've done. So
an example of dark matter.
Listen, that we like going through it like that, like you and I just did logically. That's why I don't really care too much to talk about what their motive is, because we already know. Like, I'm not, you know what I mean? We really do already know.
But you kind of don't, because like I think you kind of do need to know, because like this could be like kind of like dangerous to you, because this thing could like affect you.
Well, here, let me say it in a different way, Sonny. Let me say it in a different way. perhaps you or I know in our hearts what their motivation is. But let's not get ahead of ourselves and say we know what their motivation is.
Yeah, that's true. You definitely don't want to put like all your eggs in that basket because it's just one of the possibilities. These things are
like what if we actually needed to do something? What if, like, for example, like this could be like a way out of, like, this could be crazy, but like let's say a wipeout. Like let's say every couple of thousand years there's like a huge wipeout. Where like civilization is like done.
like maybe that's something that just happens cyclically. I don't think we
Yeah,
need
but like
that
maybe
either.
we could stop it. You see? Maybe we should do something about it. But like
I told at least 2 people today the Earth is flat. How many of you guys told today? Actually, hold on. I didn't tell them the Earth is flat. I just asked them the 3 points, and then told them to ponder those questions. They said they would, which I kind of think is almost better.
It's a response.
They were laughing, but also saying very clearly, no, we don't know of any time anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature. No, we don't know of any time that anyone's ever detected rotation of the Earth. No, we don't know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity. They were acknowledging this is all being in the negative as far as answers go. No.
Were they laughing like in ridicule or laughing at themselves not knowing the answers?
Laughing just because of the fact that they were surprised that I was asking them the question in the first place.
Oh. It is a weird question, actually, if those people have never kind of come across this argument or even thought about it, because automatically you think that you live on a globe. Like someone coming up to you and going, "Do you know the Earth is flat?" I'm sure you didn't do that, but like it would be weird, wouldn't it? You know? What do you mean the Earth?
Yeah.
It's a globe. We live on a globe.
Out of ordinary.
Yeah.
Like it's just one of those things that people don't normally think of. Like actually, those weren't the only questions technically that I asked them. I asked them also like, so you believe you believe the Earth is a ball, right? It's like, yeah, she believes it, right? Like you believe the Earth is spinning, right? Like yeah, she believes it's spinning. But I also add in the preference there, because you and I were taught it in school. You were taught in school. I was taught in school, right? Like yeah. Like, making the point, obviously, with the tone of my voice and the expression on my face that, yeah, you and I were taught it in school. That doesn't mean it's true.
How old were they?
Some teenage girls. It was just when I was at work, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they'll avoid you. God, there's that guy that thinks he is flat. It's a good talking point, though, isn't it? At least now they know.
That's the funny thing, is that thinking about the totality of the conversation between me and them, I actually never said the term flat Earth anytime throughout when we were talking. I just simply asked the 3 points. So, like, okay, now you ponder that thought now, and like, go on your way.
Oh, that's good. Good idea. So you're not straight out this crazy person that believes the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm engaging in critical thinking. Is that a crime now?
Yeah. Do you know anyone who's ever measured curvature? Yeah, it is. Do not use your brain to think. Don't you dare use logical thought.
Let someone else do that for you.
Just drink your fluoride. and eat your McDonald's.
Yeah, like a friend of mine bought me a water filter, like a store-bought one recently, and put it in my fridge. And it's like, I don't even know if it takes the fluoride out or not, but it makes the water.
What kind of filter is it?
Like I think
the charcoal one.
I don't think so. I think it's like something else. I gotta look at this. The name of the brand is just Pure, so it's not. I guess the term Pure isn't like half of those brand names, so it's not Pro Pure, which is a different brand I know, but it's just Pure, Pure. But anyway, it makes the water taste basically the same as bottled water, which is a lot better tasting than tap water where I live. And like now I'm drinking it myself and feeding it to my cat.
It's just a filter. It's not like a. So I think the only ones that get rid of the fluoride are reverse osmosis and distilling.
Yeah, I'm guessing it doesn't.
Yeah, because distilling, I've discovered distilling is the best way to do it. Reverse osmosis is an expensive way to do it. I got a distiller, just a 1 gallon, which is about 4 liters, I think. So I just put it on every night, brush my teeth with it, drink it, make coffee with it, cook rice or make anything with water. I use that.
I don't remember though. I don't think that sodium fluoride is a proper bioavailable form of fluoride. But just keep in mind that fluoride technically is one of the 60 minerals that your body technically can't function without. It's not to say that sodium fluoride is the form that you want to absorb it in, but you want to absorb it one form or another.
From what I remember, it's been years since I looked into it, but I looked into it for ages, and the fluoride that they were using to put in the water system seemed to be a byproduct of pesticides and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, I don't know about where you live in Australia, but it's added here. Like it's actually added to the water system here, unfortunately.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
I thought it was a byproduct of something they did with aluminum. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a few things.
So there's a natural fluoride.
There is, but you get that from vegetables and stuff.
Yeah, I think maybe also even actually, I mean, I could be wrong about this, but I think it may also be even in like water, actually, amongst many trace minerals.
Like in spring water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keep in mind, there's a lot of other things in there that might surprise you, like arsenic. Take, for instance. I was laughing really hard when I found out arsenic is a mineral, and it's one of the 60 minerals that your body cannot function without. It doesn't need a whole lot of it, but it needs it nonetheless.
Place near where I live, they had to they had to warn people not to drink the water supply because they found high levels of arsenic in it.
Yeah, and there's even like I think it's I can't remember if it's the Great Salt Lake in Utah or if it's another lake in the area, but I think it's the Great Salt Lake. But I can't remember exactly. But there's like a lake in that area. Anyway, there's a lake somewhere in the United States in the Midwest where there's an unusual high level of arsenic in the lake, and there's like shrimp that live in it, and there's such an oddity because they're like full of arsenic all the time. Like levels of arsenic that would kill most other organisms, but these shrimp just like thrive in it.
Well, isn't I've heard that there's active and inactive arsenic. I don't know, something like because I heard something about apples having arsenic in it. Is that right?
Yeah, the seeds.
Seeds or something, but Right, but it's inactive or something. That's what I heard. I don't know. I'm not a very good chemist. I'm not very good with chemistry. Someone told me that it's an inactive arsenic. It doesn't harm you.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's an old like a urban legend, but it was an urban legend that I was like taught as a small child, which is like if you eat a certain number, like 8 or 10 or 12 like apple cores, just the core of the apple, that you'll die or something. But I think it was just an urban legend. I think it was just something people thought of because it's like arsenic. Hey, I'm curious to know something about Australia. So, is Australia a dry heat or a humid heat, or is it different throughout the continent? Because after all, it's a big country.
It's like saying, is America a humid heat or a dry heat?
Oh yeah, so I guess it just depends on where you are, right?
Yeah, I've got it down. I'm in the south. We have a dry heat.
I'd say it can get humid here. Get high humidity levels, but get low too.
What are the areas where it's like, in the summer months, it's like typically hot and humid?
The north, so
Queensland, yeah.
Queensland, Northern Territory, and the north of Western Australia. Well, it's in the tropics.
So it's kind of interesting. Like the United States is kind of different. It's like the East Coast is all really humid and hot in the summertime, and the West Coast is more dry and hot in the summertime. It's also, interestingly enough, colder over there. Like they get a lot more snow over there on the East Coast, like in New York, and a lot less snow over here in like Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, we only get snow in the mountains. But I don't know. Western Australia is dry, but the coastline's huge, so that's just a whole third of the country is one state with 10% of the population. So maybe not even 10% of the population. But everyone lives on the East Coast, pretty much.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Midwest of the United States. Most of the population is on the West and East coasts.
Yeah, but ours is just East Coast.
That almost sounds like. Well, let me ask you this though. Like, what's this East Coast that you speak of? Like, what are the beaches like? Like is it like kind of the beachfront property where like you'd be like, oh yeah, I want to buy a house near this beachfront property? Is it that kind of that beachfront property or not like that?
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah, you got beautiful beaches on every single coast. You got a little rocky. You'll have a little rocky bit, and then you go around the corner, and there's a beautiful white sand bay. And then you're going around another rocky head, and then there'll be another beautiful white sand beach. And then you got most of the places have got hills behind the beach, so you can build a house up on the hill. Oh, the East Coast is expensive though. So the whole way up the East Coast, you'd be lucky to find something near the beach for it's an affordable price.
Well, but on the West Coast, you're saying you could.
Yeah, you could on the West Coast if you're willing to be isolated.
That's
but even over there, like, so you've got Perth, which is the main city over there, which is southwest, And then below that, you got all these surf breaks like Margaret River and places like that. So that anywhere near Perth on the coast is expensive as well. But if you go north, you start hitting like desert, where the desert meets the sea and stuff like that. And no one lives there. No one lives up that way.
Well, it's just basically the point I'm trying to make by this is I'm just happy that at least there's somewhere where you can at least get warm water, oceanfront, beachfront property and not pay like $1 million plus for it.
No, probably not. You'd have to fork out probably that and plus that.
Well, but not all of it. I mean, what about the desert area you were talking about to the north? I mean, at least some of that's still cheap land near the beach, right?
Yeah, you might get. Yeah, you'll get something cheap around there. But if you go past, so if you're on the east coast and you go past, there's a river which divides where there's crocodiles and where there's not. So you want to stay below that zone, otherwise you're not going to be swimming. But below that, yeah, you get nice warm water, northern Queensland-ish. I'm trying to remember the name of the river. Is it in Cairns, T-Dub, you reckon? North of Cairns is crocodile country, isn't it?
Yeah, well, jeez.
Or it's even lower than that.
Might even be lower, yeah. I was thinking... I don't know that area very, very well. How far... Where's Townsville? Do they have crocs? No.
Wait, I got a question. Do the crocs ever go down the river into the ocean?
Yeah. They're in the
There's
ocean.
salt and fresh water. Yeah.
There's
salt
two different types.
Well, damn.
And sharks will go up into your freshwater rivers a fair way. Some of them will. They get hungry.
Dang, if they stay in the river, if they stay in the river, then the property would be much more attractive to me.
That they swim into fresh water to vomit. I don't know how true that is. But.
So this might be that where it is. Rockhampton might be. Once you cross over that river in Rockhampton, which is on the Tropic of Capricorn, then it's Fitzroy River. That's it. That is. You don't go swimming past that. I wouldn't go swimming anywhere near it, but.
So wait, I'm curious. Does that count as an area off the coast of Australia where you may in fact have to watch out for crocodiles and sharks?
Correct. And jellyfish too. But you can't actually see the jellyfish because they're the size of like maybe the end of a teaspoon, like the back end, not the spoon end, but the other end. So there's a species called irrigangi. And they're small and you can't see them, so you're not allowed to close the beaches in the summer because you can't see these jellyfish and they paralyze you.
They don't just burn you; they paralyze you.
Yeah.
There's stories of miraculous survival.
Yeah, so you go hot weather, really hot weather, can't swim in the water. Nice warm weather like southern Queensland, perfect. Really nice in the winter, 20 to 25 degrees. And then summer, like 35 degrees every day. The beaches are nice, the water's warmish. Weather's always good. Queensland's a place to go, like southern Queensland, like Gold Coast, around the border in New South Wales and Queensland. Probably the best climate to live in.
Yeah, you can pretty much grow stuff there all year round.
Yeah.
barely get a frost.
See, it's like a very different thing if I try to drive 60 miles west of the coast, park my car and go swimming in the ocean. It's a very different thing. There's I don't have to really worry about animals or, the wildlife attacking me. I just have to worry about the cold because the water typically comes down from Alaska.
Yeah, you'd have the same water temperatures as I get. So I'm on the south, and even in summer, so we get warm days in the summer, but the water temperature only gets up to maybe 18, maybe 19 degrees if we're having a really hot summer. But during the winter, it drops back to about maybe 13, between 11 and 13 degrees in the water. So.
Oh wait, are you talking about Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Yeah, Celsius. Sorry. Yeah.
All right, I was just checking on that. So, you can still swim in it. It's just not comfortable.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing as up here. It's you can swim in it. It's just not comfortable. But
yeah.
I think I'm gonna invest sometime soon, maybe in just my own personal wetsuit, because I was going on a camping trip at a lake next to a campsite with some family members of mine recently, and I didn't go swimming in the lake, but I went onto the lake with this raft sort of thing that my brother Zach constructed, along with his wave runner, his jet ski that he pushed with it. And so I went over onto the lake, but I didn't swim in the lake because the water was just too cold. And his girlfriend told me that she had swam in it the day before, and that she thought it was too cold to swim and she had to go back in. And so but my brother Peter, he had this sort of a half wetsuit, where it wasn't a wetsuit that covered all of your legs or all of your arms, but just your core body. And I was just thinking to myself, I might get one of those or a little bit more extensive than that wetsuit, just so I can swim in the ocean, or go into the ocean, because and I just want to swim a lot more outside. It's just too damn cold, And
we have I surf, so I have two different wetsuits. I have one for summer, which we call it a spring suit. It's got short sleeves and short legs, and it's not that thick. And then I have a winter wetsuit, which is full body, and a seal around the neck and the legs and arms. It's full length. It's really thick. So what it's designed to do is it lets the cold. So when you jump in, it's cold, but it lets the water in, and then your body heats up the water inside the wetsuit, and then it seals it in there, and then you warm your body. Your body warms up the water inside the wetsuit and keeps you warm that way, and it doesn't let any other cold water back in.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's every wetsuit. That's the difference between a wetsuit and a dry suit. Is that a dry suit keeps you dry and warm, and a wetsuit keeps you wet and warm.
Yeah, but with these thicker ones, if you wear a normal a spring suit, which is short sleeves and short arms, the water, they're not as thick, so the water you keep on getting cold water in. But the winter wetsuits are designed so they don't let any water in after you fill up the initial water.
Well, wait, so I'm wondering,
it's really
when you put on when you put on the winter wetsuits, what temperature is the air outside when you go out to do that?
For me, it could be anywhere between 8 degrees and 14 degrees, maybe even colder. So the water is probably the same temperature as the air.
Wait, so do you surf in that temperature?
Yeah, it's the best time to surf. Winter.
You go surfing in the winter?
Yeah, I love it. There's no one around.
Shit.
And the waves are
why is it the best time to surf? Is that the only reason why? Because it's the best? Because no one's around?
Oh, no, because the wind's more consistent in the winter. It comes from the south and then it switches off. During the summer, so the waves, where I surf, the waves come from the south. So when you have storms out at sea, and then it kicks up a swell, and then after the storm, it goes calm and just shuts off. The wind shuts off, and then you get this swell coming in, and there's no wind. So, but in the summer, you get a swell out at sea, and then the wind will turn around and start coming from the north, and then it just starts swirling around, and the waves break funny. Like if there's an offshore, which is wind coming from the land heading south, if there's a light offshore, it'll hold the wave up, and you get a better surfing wave. But if the wind is heavier, it blows the wave back over, and it doesn't break; it just crumbles. And then if the wind is coming from the south and heading north, then it breaks the wave too early. So there's all these different conditions that you've got to look at. We call it onshore and offshore. So.
Hey, wait. One quick question. Do you guys have algae blooms ever?
In the ocean?
Yeah. Like where the water changes color and such?
Maybe in the bays, but...
All right, I just want to tell you, the one time that I ever surfed with my brother Zach in the winter time, it was many, many years ago. But yeah, he had a wetsuit for me, he had a wetsuit for himself, and a wetsuit for another friend of ours. And we all went into the ocean, but we were all really confused before we walked in because there was apparently an algae bloom going on the Oregon coast, and it was midnight, and it was January. It was it was really cool in the wintertime, but sweatsuits work, so whatever. But the algae bloom made it so the water was green and brown, and these green giant bubbles that some of them were 4 inches, 5 inches across in diameter. These giant bubbles would form on the surface and pop, and it's just all this green brown water. But we were almost kind of afraid to go in, but we didn't smell like anything, so we weren't really afraid of it. It turns out it was just, it's just an algae bloom.
Yeah, I don't know. We have blue-green algae which forms in the lakes, but they normally send out warnings and they tell people not to swim, or the lakes normally for water skiing and stuff like that. They tell people not to go in the water. I had one a couple of years ago in Lake Eildon. Blue-green algae, but not in the ocean. I haven't witnessed it in the ocean.
Yeah, it's kind of making me laugh when a friend of ours was making a comment that it looks like chocolate milk. So it looked kind of like we were serving chocolate milk.
You guys talking about the Milky Way? What are you guys talking about?
No, keep that stuff yourself.
Okay.
No, I was just mentioning how strange it is when an algae bloom happens on the Oregon coast. It makes the water turn brown and green, and these giant green bubbles form on the surface and pop in front of your eyes. It's just a really weird looking thing. It looks like pollution. Looks like the ocean's dead or whatever, but it's just an algae bloom.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I have a swimming pool, and I get the algae on the sides of the pool. Damn, it's a bitch to kind of keep track of the algae, man.
Oh yeah.
But algae is a great phenomenon, man. Ocean algae or in my pool, man. What an interesting phenomenon that is. Damn. I love it. Why does the moss only grow on the north side of the tree?
Well, It'd be the south side here.
Really?
Is that true?
Is it really the south side, T?
I don't know.
Or Timbo?
I'm not sure. I just made that up.
Okay.
Wouldn't you would expect it to be, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because it would be the opposite side of where the sun is. So it would be the side that never gets the sun.
Right.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think it was Ripcord the other day. He said, "Do you guys ever see your shadow in the north?" I said, "Nope." And he goes, "What?" No.
Are you saying the algae grows in a counterclockwise manner in Australia, but then it grows in a clockwise manner?
It's the algae Coriolis effect.
Actually, I just thought about it for a second. I think I just used the wrong term. I think that what I witnessed was not an algae bloom, but there's actually another word for it, but I just can't remember the name of it. Like, I think an algae bloom is something that happens when, like, there's a bunch of...
Might be called sewage.
Well, it's just that an algae bloom, I think, is something that happens when, like, a large amount of food for the algae is presented, whether for one reason or another. That's out of the ordinary. I think that's when an algae bloom happens. What I'm talking about is, I think, something that happens just as part of the reproductive process of the algae off the Oregon coast. And I don't think it's called an algae bloom. There's another word for it. I just can't remember what it is.
Does it happen after rains?
I don't think so. I mean,
wash off in the land and stuff like that.
I think it's just a stage. It's just a stage of the algae's reproductive process that is like just not very much thought of.
Are you talking about when it looks like? You're talking about when it looks like the water's like someone's like poured detergent in it. And it's just all foam. Shit.
Well, no, I mean, it was a little bit foamy, but like there's just another word for it that's, I think, more appropriate. I'm just trying to figure out what it is. I used to have a really great picture of this thing, and like the word label is part of it, but I think it was like on a previous phone.
The water becomes green because of the algae bloom. It's an algae bloom that produces this amazing biological life that's going on. And you're like, what the hell is that? You're observing a great phenomenon, by the way. And when you observe it and you see it in real life, you're like, holy shit, man. This sea is really getting wicked, man. Damn shit's getting wicked. And
turns green when everyone turns mean.
And we're trying to, like, explain it or, observe it. Mostly we're observing it, Some people go out and test it and say it's just a big algae bloom. And it definitely changes the color of the water and all the ecosystems around it, man. It's a fascinating phenomenon that we can all check out if you live near an algae bloom. I live in Southern California. I've seen a couple of them. Orion lives, I think, a little up north on the West Coast. And he's seen it. It's like, whoa, man. What a cool phenomenon that we're witnessing. It's absolutely a real thing, man. And I can testify that algae blooms will occur in my swimming pool if I don't take care of it. It'll happen. Shit will just take over, man. I've seen pools that are so green, they look like emerald lakes. Like somebody didn't add any chlorine or chemicals to this shit to make it like a clear water. Yeah, that's what we shower in every day, man. Otherwise,
if it wasn't for the chemicals, I don't know if a lot of our waters would be, algae kind of looking. Be more like a algae shower than, I don't know. Just a thought, man. I don't have any evidence to back any of that shit up other than observations. So hey, man, if you don't treat water, I mean, if it's flowing, man, it's beautifully clear, like a river, a stream, man. The fucking things are awesome, man. I used to drink out of this natural spring. It was like this little bush in the middle of this desert. There was this bush, man. We'd hike out to this bush, and it would just out of the ground was this water. It was like, oh my God, what the hell, man? That's awesome. And just coming out of the ground, drinking it, it was so tasty, man. It was like, damn, really good. And to find a natural spring like that right out of the ground, it's kind of hard, man. It's not easy. But if you find one, man, I think that's the cleanest water we could find on Earth. But drinking water that we could find. And it's a beautiful thing, man, if you've ever done it. So try it one time. Find a natural spring right where it's coming out. And it's like, oh, goodness gracious. What a cool place we live. Damn, it's cool. And we can check it out because we live here. But other people will tell us, hey, man, you gotta live out in space, bro. 'Cause that's where it's at, outer space, man. And we're like, no, man, we like it down here on Earth, and everything's cool, and it works, and it's not moving, and we're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Come on, that's ridiculous. I mean, come on. That would be a fallacious claim, dude. At minimum, fallacious. We're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Really? What evidence do you got for that? I got some math, and I got some star rotations, and maybe, I got NASA. How dare
It's
you?
It's the only way to explain what's going on in the sky if the Earth is a ball.
It's the only way to explain what's happening. You're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, even though you don't feel it. I get that. I don't want you guys to think I'm crazy or something. Of course, we know you don't feel it. But the reason you don't feel it is because you are shooting through millions of miles an hour of space, because you were born here on Earth already shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. That's the reason you don't feel like you're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour.
It's just,
of course, that makes total sense.
Big. Like, it's like putting an amoeba on on a bowling ball and then rolling the bowling ball. It won't know.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even know it's turning.
The amoeba would never know because, it wouldn't. Wait a minute. It's spinning really fast. Yeah. You would notice some kind of spin is my point.
What if that amoeba was feeding on the algae? Would that work?
That's right. The algae would not know that it's being eaten by the amoeba.
On a spinning ball.
On the spinning ball, of course. Shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Okay. We're shooting around the Milky Way at 1.5. What? Oh, shit, man. What? Who came up with this cucky story, man? What a shit show, man.
Or was it the Catholic Church?
Yeah. Well,
speaking of shit shows, I'm going to tell you guys something. Oh, I wanted to tell you something that like I heard on the radio, and it was one of those like newscaster segments where like the news radio saying like, oh, scientists are saying X, Y, or Z kind of thing, and this time around they're saying like so many people have pumped up from the ground so much groundwater and displaced so much groundwater on the surface of the earth that we have interfered with the rotation of the earth. The orbit of
I've heard that one. Yeah, that's funny.
It's so silly because water doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, there's still the same amount of water on the planet as there will always be.
Hey, I've also heard, Orion, is that because there's so many people in China, yeah, they've also disrupted the rotation of Earth because they got so many people there.
and then like a few years ago, I heard something about earthquakes. Like, oh, X, Y, or Z earthquake was so big it moved the rotation of the Earth or the orbit of the Earth.
Right,
but you can't feel it.
Of course, you can't feel it, but the reason you can't feel it,
you can feel the earthquake, though.
Oh yeah, hell yeah! I've been through.
Yeah, well, that's one of the answers they give when you say, "Oh, do you feel the Earth moving?" Yeah, during an earthquake.
That's the only time we feel the Earth moving. It's in an earthquake. That's the only time I've ever felt it move. I actually saw the pavement in front of me do like a wave, like a ripple, like an ocean.
Freaky.
Damn. That is so freaky, man. Damn, this earthquake thing it's freaky, man. But that's just
apparently we had a small one last night.
You had a 4.6, I heard, man. Oh, dude, yeah, I was going to ask you about that.
Every time, I've never felt one in my life. Every time I've had one, I've been asleep.
And last night is no exception. I take it.
I could sleep through if a whole flock of flamingos flew through my bedroom, I would still be asleep.
Did it even happen in the daytime?
There was one that happened in the daytime, and all these buildings fell down, and it wasn't even that strong. But because we never get them, our buildings aren't built for it, you know. So
hey, let me shout out to Dusty, bro. What's up, baby? Shout out to Dust.
What's up? How is everybody?
Hey, man. I've been drinking. I'm about to check it out, but glad you're here, man. Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, it was good to see you the other day.
Mm-hmm. Dusty and I, we hooked up at on the beach last Saturday. Last Saturday, and we hung out with a bunch of flat earthers, man. It was crazy, right?
You haven't told us about it.
We haven't talked about it yet. Mark Sargent was there.
Mark Sargent was there. We had Renee, who hosted the place. That's his house. What a flat earther that guy is, man. Damn. I'd shout him out more than I'd shout out Mark, because Renee has been... He's such a great host. Fuck, that guy is so good, man.
I know. It's a nice place to hang out, too, because it's right there on the sand.
Great place. It's right on the beach. It's in the sand. What a great host Renee is, man. Thank you.
Yeah, Renee's great. He's so funny, too.
Funny. He's super enthusiastic about so many things, from electromagnetism to clocks to flat earth. I mean, the guy's he's fantastic about thinking outside the box of the globe, man. Thinking outside the ball, man. Can we use that term instead of thinking outside the box? Thinking outside the ball.
Seriously.
Yeah. Oh shit! I like it. What do you guys think? It's good.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's something else you coined now, is it?
Yeah, I think
Mongo,
so.
and now you've got thinking outside the ball.
Thinking outside the ball, bro. Fuck this box shit, man. I want a ball. Let's think outside the ball. So yeah, he's fantastic host. There were some great authors there. I picked up a book. I don't know. Did you get the book? It's called Flat Pilled. Oh,
yeah,
dude.
I'm like halfway through it.
Oh, you're halfway through it? I read the first couple of paragraphs. Really, I haven't had much time, but I got it in my hand right here, and what a cool little intro, man! When he started talking about the radar that they picked up the Japanese planes on Pearl Harbor at 137 miles. I thought that was pretty cool, man.
Yeah,
137 miles. Really? That's a hell of a lot of curvature at 137 miles. That's all I got to say, man. A lot. But what do I know, man? I'm just a simple,
just a stupid flat earther.
I'm just a simple, stupid flat earther.
No, that's what we all are, right? I guess we're all stupid flat earthers.
But yeah, it was a cool meetup, right, Dusty, man? I encourage anybody to want to hang out with other flat earthers. I think the energy's good. Yeah, you can bring up anything, man. You can bring up the craziest subject, and nobody's going to go, "Hey, man, you shouldn't talk about that." No,
I know
it's never going to happen.
Kennedy turned into Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, Kennedy went to Jimmy Carter. We got there's crazy. I mean, nobody's going to go.
No, nothing shocks me, but you gotta have good evidence. That one, I was like, if you want to talk about it, let's go. But it was just whatever. I don't know anything about that. But it was nice to talk to, obviously, hang out with you, and then I'd seen some familiar faces, and then of course Mark. He's a trooper because a lot of people are there to interact with him, and he hung out there for 10 hours straight, just talking to everybody. So he was super nice.
Shout out to Mark, man. I mean, I really appreciate what he does. I mean, I tell you what, as far as his show goes, he only does it once a week. But he does his little show with him and Karen now.
Yeah, did you listen to this week's?
I did. And I would rather listen to that than anything that's on the radio, dude. Anything.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? There's very few commercials. What he does, first of all, and you can zip through them if you're watching it on YouTube or whatever. You don't have to listen to.
Yeah, I listened to this week's. He was wearing my jacket, which was so funny. Do you remember that?
Your little fluffy jacket?
Yeah, because he got cold, and he had given his jacket to some girl, so I gave him my jacket to wear, and then he wore it on the show. He was talking about meeting me.
I didn't see that.
So funny.
Dude, I only listened to it. I don't even watch it, man, because I'm a hip enough.
I go by
But it was one of those, man. I just put my earphones on, and I was like, I'll just listen to Mark. I listened, but I didn't watch it. I didn't know he was wearing your jacket, bro.
Well,
I would have said something.
Yeah.
I would have said something. I remember the jacket, man. It was like, I was wearing a poncho. You're wearing like this crazy jacket thing. I'm like, you and I were like, okay, we're wearing something different, but
I was just wearing a cozy because it was by the beach and cold. But
it was cold.
Go by DJ or Dust on like whatever we're on, whatever Discord or just my initials and stuff. And so he called me out. I was like, oh my god, this is so funny.
Right.
So if you listen to the episode, I was like, I should have called in and been like, hey,
Dust,
when do I get that back?
I gotta ask you, man. Have you made any headway with your next door neighbor, man? Have you
Well, he watched a bunch of stuff. you know, I think he's just existing in that headspace that it's too big of a lie for him to wrap his brain around. But the information planted, it's something that I think will, you know, over time maybe he'll get curious again. But I don't push it with him just because he's just one of those people that doesn't want to even think that anything's a lie. He wants to just trust what is being delivered to him at all times. So for him to even question anything is really tough, which just means that it's just hard for me to be around that. So he actually moved, and, you know, I wish him the best. I've seen him a couple times, and I'll be his friend, but just kind of like, I don't know, I need to put my focus elsewhere, and, you know, we'll see what happens.
Right on, man. Perfect, man. That's the way you leave it. You know,
yeah, I think the seed's planted, so.
Yeah, you just plant a seed. And, you know, when he retires, maybe he'll look into it, but you don't know. But yeah, that's all you can do, man. Just move along.
I think
plant
as this continues to grow, I mean, it'll be harder and harder to ignore. I mean, every time I go look at any post on Instagram where it's space or ancient cosmology or just any conspiracy thing, there's always a flat earther in there that's planting, you know, talking how something is BS or whatever it may be. It just seems like more and more. So, or I'm just noticing it more. And that just means what?
I've got a question. Was Matthew Learns there?
No. He was. However, I and Dusty came a little bit later, and he was not there. But he got there really early, and he left really early. So, but I did confirm he actually was there. Yes.
Oh, wow. Because he just got roasted by Nathan Oakley.
Well, he's got roasted by a lot of people. But yeah, I want to roast Matthew actually, but he doesn't come in here much anymore. So,
oh really?
Imagine being a flat earther, like a full-on flat earther, and going to Globe Earth meetups.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Let me explain myself. Okay, so when I first got into this, right, there was a NASA conference up the street from me, not too far. And I was like, what? So I put on a fucking suit, dude, which I don't do very often.
What, a space suit?
Suit, right? No. I put on, like, you know, a business suit, casual. I was looking cool, right? And I went to the conference without a ticket, bro. Without a ticket. I just walked in there like I owned the fucking place. Now, at the time, the head of JPL was speaking at this conference, right? And I just kind of walked in and just felt the vibe of how these people are presenting this great space exploration, right? And what I came away with was the people that were speaking were congratulating all the people that are collaborating to help, you know, space out. So if it was JPL, they're like, hey, I really appreciate what NASA's doing and this and that. And I really appreciate what ESA's doing and Jackson, those guys. And it felt like a ass-kissing conference is what it was, bro. But I actually went to a Glober fucking conference because I'm a flat earther, not because I wanted to learn more. I was like, I'm going to like infiltrate their system, man. I'm going to like get in there, man. I want to check it out, man. What are these guys talking about? And it was funny, man. And it was an experience that I'll never forget. It's because the only thing I remember from it was all the people talking, all the big heads of JPL and all those guys. they were all talking about how great it is to work with these people. Like, they didn't say, "Oh, we're doing this and this project." They were just like, "Oh, it's such a great opportunity. We got this big thing, and we're gonna do these." Yeah, it was. I just left there shaking my head, going, "These people are just kissing each other's ass."
Yeah,
That's what I
for that
felt like.
$10 million contract for us to make 1-inch plastic propellers. Thank you, NASA. That's to keep your computers warm while you're in space. Computers cool.
Yeah, all that money just must be motivating them for sure. Just not ask questions and not even think twice. You know?
With the way you described it, I'm surprised they didn't have cheerleaders, part of the show.
Yeah,
probably do.
It was middle-aged, overweight guys wearing NASA t-shirts.
I mean, there's NASA t-shirts everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere. They got them in Kmart here. The NASA hoodies and
Actually, it's got a funny story about that. So, one of my best friends, Reno, bought a NASA backpack with like the NASA logo and like a space shuttle logo and like something else on it as well, like just covered, over the backpack. And like I even posted a picture of it way back a long time ago on here. And like he was originally buying it for me as a prank gift because he knows I'm a flat earther and he knows it'd just be a stupid thing for me to have. But then he ends up using it himself because he needs a backpack, right? So he's just like, I'm not really using it. So he just takes it himself and starts using it as a backpack. Even to this day, he's still using it as a backpack. But the guy himself, he is a flat earther. Like he's 100% flat earther, but he's still using the damn NASA backpack just because he needs a backpack.
That's funny.
It is funny. It's a good conversation starter. It's a good way to meet other flat earthers. Because they're going to give it to you.
That's true, huh? I mean, they're just pushing NASA every which way. Even Ariana Grande had a song called NASA. That was on her album not that long ago. I'm like, this is just propaganda everywhere.
Ariana Grande.
Yep. In her song, she says she needs space. I think she means from a man, but
Subliminal messaging.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. I had a shirt that said, "I need my space." That was like meaning get away from me, everybody. But that was before I became, realized. And this is way cooler. I was already something was already happening to me. I was like, I'm not even buying this anymore. After 20 years of being on Mars and they can't sample up the dirt and see if there's anything in there, I was just getting tired. I'm like, what are they doing?
The weekly headline. There may be water on Mars.
I know. Every freaking minute.
Next week, we may have discovered water on Mars. Ancient oceans discovered on Mars. Ancient means not there anymore. Not there, never there.
Yeah.
Wasn't there.
I followed all that stuff for so long. I mean, it's good because it helped me realize, they're not giving us anything.
So, to add on to that story about the friend of mine with a NASA backpack. So, he takes his backpack, that's the NASA backpack, to work, but he's also taken those Flat Earth Discord cards with the Flat Earth Discord link on them to work. So, I just realized he's technically bringing a NASA backpack to work, keeping all of his stuff in the NASA backpack, but also from time to time handing Flat Earth Discord cards out to his coworkers. I just realized, it'd be so funny if one of them was looking at him and be like, "What are you, some kind of asshole or something?"
Yeah. Think you're funny?
An asshole.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if people from there like ever chime in and listen on this Discord. You know, people are like listening in and just going, "These idiots." But then, if you look into it, it's like the Earth is not spinning, like you guys were saying. There's no movement, and that's just the most simple one for me to be like, "This is not right." And the moon. I mean, I was walking with some friends, and one of them is a high school professor, teaches chemistry or whatever. And he was talking about the moon. He's like, "Oh, look at the moon. Did you know that moon rocks are darker than asphalt or something?" And I was like, "What?"
Okay, well, where's that light coming from then?
I know, saying something about this, right? And and everyone's just kind of like, "Oh, okay." And I go, "Well, did you know objects in moonlight are colder? Like objects in direct moonlight are colder than objects in moon shadow?" And I was like, "Hey, maybe you could do a test with your class to see if that's actually true. I've heard this. Why don't you do the test?" And he goes, "Well, I don't know how we would test that." And I go, "Well, thermometers." I'm like, you can walk into a house with certain devices and measure moisture in the walls. You can definitely detect if something in moonlight is colder than moon shadow. So it was just kind of just putting it out there like, hey, why don't you have your class see if they do the experiment just to see what they say? Because, they don't really know how I feel about things. They just, he's pointing out Venus like, oh, look, it's Venus. And I said, oh, look, a wandering star. And just to see who gets curious, and some people laughed or whatever.
Should have said, "Oh, how do you see Venus when you're supposed to be looking at the sun to see Venus?"
Wait, say that? Oh, true, huh? Because it's like circling the sun.
Well, it's in front of us. It's in between us and the sun.
Mm.
So the only way that you would see Venus is if you're facing the sun.
That's right, huh? According to their model. Oh, that's another idiotic thing.
So where's the light coming from? If Venus is facing you and the sun is on the other side of Venus, how is it lighting up Venus?
Yeah, they're going to be like, well, Venus's atmosphere is made of acid rain. It's so glistening.
But specular reflective properties.
I know. It's just going to be crazy when more and more people wake up to this. It's going to be so crazy. Did you guys see the preview for the new movie called Origins Untold?
No.
So there's a new Flat Earth movie coming out with Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent and I don't know, some other people I didn't recognize their names, but it's called Origins Untold. Someone should post it in the... Or I can try to do that.
Origins Untold.
Yeah, there's a trailer. I saw it on... Let's see...
Too impressed with the last one.
What?
What was it? Level with me or something?
Yeah,
like
this
the part
movie,
about the shuttle, the Challenger. But,
yeah, that was good. But there's something coming out end of next month called Origins Untold.
I think I get a little bit bored with those movies because there's no new information.
Yeah, it's just nice to see like a better production.
Yeah.
A better production, and the trailer was good. So Dave has it on his channel. But I'll post the trailer so you guys can watch it.
He's got it on the app.
Yeah, it should be on the app or it's on his YouTube.
Yeah.
But what's cool is that it just looks like it's well done. In fact, at the meetup, there was Dan and Wendell that were from that YouTube. They did a YouTube with some, I guess it was like a professor or a scientist. It was like 3 and 3, and then there was the girl named Shelley. I don't know if you guys remember that YouTube. I guess it went viral where it was like flat earthers versus globers. And where did they agree, where did they disagree? They were kind of like in an underground or felt like they were in a dark warehouse or something doing a video. Anyway, I recognized her. She's going to be in this new documentary. Do you guys listen to the Flat Earth Files podcast? That's a good one.
No.
I actually really enjoy the podcast, and that's why I haven't been on here as much. It's because it takes up a lot of time. There's
Flat Earth Files?
Flat Earth Files podcast, and it's kind of good because
on what? On Spotify or?
No, I don't. It might be on Spotify, but I go through just whatever the podcast app is.
Oh, just the Apple one? Just podcasts?
Yeah. I think, there's a lot of information will be reviewed, but it's just hearing it in other ways. But what's really interesting is that he has a lot of interviews now with just everyday people that are becoming flat Earth. And for the past couple months now, it's just been interviews with one person after another who just was looking for the information. But it just seems like everyone that's being interviewed has a similar story, has a similar message, and it's kind of like resonates with what I've heard in here, what I feel myself. So it's kind of interesting just to listen to it, and it's well done.
Yeah. Robert. Conversations with Robert. Conversations with Jerome.
Or are you looking it up?
Yeah, I've got it on. I'm just looking up the episodes.
Yeah, so it kind of goes from the beginning of sometime last year, the beginning of the podcast just goes over every angle of flat Earth, basically.
Always looking for new stuff to listen to.
Yeah, this is good. I mean, I enjoy listening to it.
And I like hearing people talk who I haven't heard talk before. Claude. It doesn't give any full names, it just gives first names, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot of people just want to remain anonymous, but if you go actual episode, usually in the bio of the episode, people have their contact info. You can see the links to everything that they talk about in that episode. So it's well done. I guess he has another
start to it. Start your journey to truth with the Flat Earth Files. All of hoaxes perpetrated against mankind, Freemason Nicholas Copernicus' heliocentric model is by far the most evil. In this podcast, we give you views from a common sense and biblical perspective. Whether you're new to conspiracy theories or consider yourself wide awake, this podcast will make you reflect on everything you thought you knew as truth. I like it.
Yeah, and apparently he's the guy that does it. I forget his name. I think it's George something. Anyway, in the beginning, he said he was getting 10,000 downloads, and now he says he gets 100,000 downloads an episode. So it's grown just in less than a year of him doing this, which is crazy to think that there's that many people, which is great. I mean, people are curious.
How many did you say? Now?
He said he gets 100,000 downloads an episode.
And they're out weekly, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, more, twice a week.
A couple times a week. So I don't, he said that, and unless I'm just hearing him say 100,000 total, but I'm pretty sure it's an episode. He's getting it went from 10 to 30 to the latest one I heard him say was 100,000. So that's pretty. I mean, either way, that's a big number. People listening, and a lot of the people are just figuring it out within the past year that have been on the show.
Sonar and the Globe. Sonar on the Globe.
Yeah, it's good, to listen to. I mean, I usually listen to it while I'm at the gym or something.
I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, and then somebody posted, T-Dub posted I tried to post the YouTube link to the Origins Untold, which looks interesting and well done, like I said. I met Sam Tripoli.
Copied it and
so Sam Tripoli is a stand-up comedian who just came out as flat earther.
Yeah, I know. I've been waiting for that for years. He hosts. I don't listen as much anymore, but my favorite show of all time was Tinfoil Hat.
Oh yeah, his podcast.
Yeah.
So he was hosting a comedy show in LA, and so I went. And I was in line, and he walked out, was saying hi to everybody in line. And I was just with some regular friends, and I just go, "Hey, Sam," and he was glad that I even recognized him. Number one, number two, I was like, "Oh, I just heard you on Hibbler," and then he was like, "Are you flat Earth?" And I was like, "Hey, you know it or whatever," and he was laughing because he's so excited about it.
Well, he's always got around it by saying, "I'm a realmer." Yeah, so he's never had to actually say it on his podcast. But he's always said, I'm a realmer, we live in a realm. And you go, come on, mate, well, that's... You're pretty much saying that you live on a flat earth.
Yeah, well, he came out, he was vocal about it. He had Hibbler on his show who did the level with me, produced that. And he was excited to talk about it. So it was just kind of funny.
He's had heaps of flat earthers on his podcast.
Yeah. Mark Sargent he was with one of the band members of the Deftones as a flat earther.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. I mean, I don't really know those guys, but I know the
more
music.
90s. You sound a bit young for the Deftones.
I'm just a little young, yeah. Yeah, I was right there. But it was just kind of interesting because he was also talking about Kelsey Grammer, apparently, as a flat earther who was from Frasier.
No, really?
Yeah. He said that Kelsey Grammer had him go to his house with like some friends one day. I don't know how that came about, but I thought that was funny. Just to hear like the inside scoop.
Just keep plugging away. It's been a pleasure, guys. I'm going to have to mute.
All right, good night. I'm going to go too.
Catch up with you shortly.
All right. Flat Earth Dude. Bye, Timbo.
Take care.
you tell us, what is the curvature? That sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff. Because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot a curve, something like 66 foot of drop with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's Ireland. All around, it's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that?
Mm-hmm.
You can live with that. Because, people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
Water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and
forces.
Not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the length of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yeah.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something. It's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is
something seen.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
Actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
wait,
so.
quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's a non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
Like, he asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question, is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Oh no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day.
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume
I know it's not very nice. But that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
Maybe no, I shouldn't go. Speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, why you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why anyway, I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
You're specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. If they've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, the smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has nothing. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
correlated proven here tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim, no. I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim, you've also made up the fact that you probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
Oh, no, I am disabled. Do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop.
I'm attractive. And I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women can be great if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Can you hear
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go. It should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly the moon must be very far away, we're thousands of miles, because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on. Yeah.
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking at
on just the surface of the Earth. There is the things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into like a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, no, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
directly, yes. There. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat. How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now.
Sasha. It depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average the stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
You believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
How people...
That's a false equivalence.
How people in
theory is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. Equal sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, I don't know, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
And
know.
what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK, that hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland? Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
All around UK it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different...
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitudes.
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter. And now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, you know, and I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level. But sea level is the same, you know, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smash Up. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made a photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect big changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to pursue something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving in gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity...
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
I'm giving the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it. Meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't the sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere. So your question.
Okay. So what is it?
Invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So.
Approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like.
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is. So how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius.
Curvature has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe it was
a premise in your argument.
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great. But enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic. Whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly 4,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it will.
Are you
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again, then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious. No, because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My airtime?
You have the airtime for it. Okay, now you're gonna waste it on not talking. So you're either gonna not talk about the topic or you're not gonna talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means of the logical.
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know?
How can you know? Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them.
They're not too
laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hear my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed we should, it's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature... What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it, the main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. Do you believe this, yes?
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why you can't
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the things.
It's not irrelevant because
it is irrelevant. It's a false
equivalency. You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant.
This is a false
equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it, doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a patch. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe.
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well, kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories? Right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like... I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is... I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's... So with that, why is... I'm a bit confused with that, because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet.
Well, it hasn't been tested. Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about. It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes, so in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is a hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me
knife.
questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
Need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement
can be
is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. And we've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling.
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
We'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils? Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven
it's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it even a question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. Every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space. I'm sorry. What was that?
I believe so.
You believe so? Do you know so, or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very. It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay. Well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo, but the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the blue marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or through the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72, ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they'd do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof
Yeah,
is not
reading up
actually.
on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which
Voyager?
would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
which isn't a manned spacecraft, so that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. But
maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at that. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So, what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away
see them.
How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About,
according to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope large that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope, you have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different,
right?
Perspective.
You understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with yeah. Things shrink as they get further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
the
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance? It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Okay. Well, you say these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
It could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
yes, that's the point, my friend. The statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual.
Yeah, let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. It, like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah. Because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view, and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be the hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most clubbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. if the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if, like, so every part, so right, so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, you know, like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across, from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
How big is the boat?
About
how tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the top of my head, AI. No portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right. So
do you know what the alleged drop over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that would be at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be the alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad you said that.
There's no reason.
Right, so then what must be the reason? Okay, so it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that most of our vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness' sake. Okay, it's not because of geometry, it's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry, it's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
I heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value. So you imagine,
resolution.
Yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? Mm-hmm. If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So, if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right, and these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick. But it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal, okay, it's not curving in any way, it's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue, rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
that makes sense.
Let's just say, for example, that you call your friend and say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend, who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. Right. So with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens, and that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see
imagine like a mirror. Oh, this is right. I'm imagining like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
Mm-hmm. There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens. Not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. With a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the black swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's black swan? I know what a black swan is, but what is black swan experiment?
A black swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find the black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan.
Excellently
Yeah, it says
well
like-
said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction. That
Yeah,
makes sense. I like that.
we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go
Who's
try
that
it
saying?
yourself. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you. See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? Mm-hmm. The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? Mm-hmm. So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see... doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8?
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25
Uh-huh.
times 8
Right,
inches.
so
That'll give you inches.
sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you. Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm going to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the mass of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
It's kind of laser be refracted and stuff though.
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, Is that acceptable?
Uh,
No, it isn't, is it?
Well,
In
no,
fact, one order
sorry,
of magnitude is not acceptable. So, for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4, and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's bit, what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
Whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits, then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
That
behold,
would be a slope.
lo and behold, this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So if the Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything. One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military, the military military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat as stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience.
Yep.
Based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they like, so now you're gonna have a really good answer to this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So says you.
From that, though.
Really? So
it doesn't.
So if I can post you,
power.
Okay, cool story.
Doesn't
cool story.
Prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So okay. So let me ask you this question: why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? they left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. But the elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
but
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Grace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Gil, Was it the 7-stage track? Yeah, but
Yep. Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? It's like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this, though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last, 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay, and
I don't think it'd be possible, even if everyone was on board with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing? Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's
anymore
just true.
or anything like that they don't track ships now?
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land, because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. There's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there.
Dude, you know what,
You
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store, and all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But why would she lie? There's no way she.
And you may die. You may die without her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So,
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So, good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It wasn't a robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my headphones off, Sonny. Was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to talk when you're here.
You sound like you're on some headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
It's also, worst part is, we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us, sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glover logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's logic. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like, at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's okay to
for
lie
example.
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in, because it's like all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible, and then they hear me screaming. But I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? This is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that, we can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church, he worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not changing. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually consistent. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winsett picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So it's so flippantly, it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire. But academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing, homeless and no more, $90,000 check, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
Make money, but I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, state doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you two questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly. Generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only two. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, yo, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
If that makes sense. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He assumes it. He's assuming
just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.99.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% with anything. Right? But I am more than 99% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have. Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut you!
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
To be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence in there.
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. Well, it's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah. There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
In my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What?
From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my god!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Alright, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right? Yeah. For us to have a good discourse. Yeah, alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time. Shut up. This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we're elucidating our point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Yo, what's up? Who's alive right now? Anybody here? I paused the bot, by the way. If anyone's here.
What's cooking?
Listening. I'm making a GIF.
How's it going, man?
Pretty good, Ether.
Oh shit, different day, brother. SSDD. Globe Hog Day, man.
Did you say Global Hog Day?
Yeah, man.
What's that?
Instead of Groundhog Day, that movie where a guy wakes up every day and it's the same fucking day over and over again.
Oh,
it's kind of Globe Hog Day. Because we kind of hear it 24/7, so.
Yeah, definitely. I've been away, man, trying to get my my TikTok up, my channel. Gonna be try to be a grow host, and yeah, it seems to be working pretty good. So
Give up your fucking day job for a few years. Fuck.
Yeah, so I can do full time, you know.
Yeah, but man, like if you've got a job that, I mean, if it's easy enough to get a job, I suppose, then that's cool, eh? But I wouldn't be giving up shit that you've got sorted out just to fucking hopefully sort that out, man.
Nah, I got something worked out.
There's plenty of ways of making money on the internet, like that drop shipping stuff, and like you can literally, like, you don't even have to be using TikTok and stuff like that. But that can grow your brand if you're going to do that kind of stuff anyway, man.
Yeah.
But you can literally sell stock that you've not even got. You're just, somebody's buying it from you. You're just, as soon as the order's put in on your account, it's automatically taken out from Amazon or eBay or wherever. So it is doable.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to make money, but I'm saying I haven't explored all the possibilities, and TikTok's one of them. So that's what I've been working on. That's why I haven't been on here. But any good cover.
But I've heard you on here every day.
Well, it feels like I've been putting more focus on that. When you're on, probably I'm on.
I've heard you in the live stream every day, man. Just a bit, if not every day.
Yeah. I got some time between. I moved to another job, so I'm kind of using this time to see if I can grow a brand.
Yeah, man. Good luck. You could be lucky as fuck, man, and bang, it could just explode. Which obviously, if you got good, then that'd be big for the server as well, man. It's going to bring people here. There's already been a few people saying that they're coming in from Rumble. There was another guy earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't know if it's Helios or yourself, so he never said who specifically, but yeah, but he says he found it on Rumble. He was a chilled guy, respectful, gave him a roll and stuff. He's called Ass, A with $2 for S. So if you speak to him, you could ask him what the deal is, how he actually, whose stream he found.
Cool. Is Jedi here?
Never heard
See
of
him
him.
in the chat.
Yes. Hold tight. How you doing, guys?
What's up, Jedi?
How's it going, guys? We representing well?
What?
Alright, bruv.
Oh, mate. Fucking hell, love.
How's the TikTok adventure, Miggy? How's it going?
I'm blowing up, man. I'm at 1351 right now.
Yeah, man, I noticed last night you've obviously breached the 1,000 mark, and man, you're up into 13s, 1,300. But mate, it's not going to be long before it's 2, then 5, then 10.
Yep. There's a tried and true method how to do it now, so. But being a grow host seems to be like the best stream of revenue for anyone that's going to be doing this. Because people like the guy that the channel that I've been on that's given me the most follows. He's bringing in about 800 people in his live stream. People are dropping gifts like every minute about that are worth about maybe a couple $100 American. They're just dropping, and they're just like, you know, because TikTok has these gifts you can buy.
Yeah.
And you pay money, and they're dropping these gifts to him just constantly. They're just raining it down on him. So I would say from the time that he started his stream, because I was looking at his stream when I fell asleep, and I woke up. I was still in his room, and I was at 1,000 people when I joined his channel, and I jumped to like 300 people. So I've gained like 350 people just by being in his chat.
That's phenomenal.
It's amazing, dude. Like, because his room doesn't go lower than 800 people, so it's just constantly new people that are, and they're just gifting him, and so, like, even if whatever TikTok takes, whatever their cut is, he's still making at least half that. So.
Well, that's brilliant, man. I'm really happy for you. I'm just going to very cut you up with some news, and I got to bounce. Obviously, you know that I set up my account. I got a new phone today because the one that I was using was pathetic and slow, and it was like I had a hamster in a wheel that was running around trying to power the thing. So I've come up today. Luckily enough, it was an early birthday present for me, so that was good. Thanks, Alex, by the way. But yeah, so new phone, long weekend. Yeah, I'm going to be bouncing onto that TikTok with you, mate. I'll be following you straight up. Just let me get used to a couple of bits and pieces, like I said, man. And yeah, right behind you, buddy. Right behind you.
Yeah, I was gonna, as soon as I can, I'll give you the link to that guy's channel. So all you got to do is, it's pretty simple. You don't have to pay too much. You buy the TikTok coins, and then with some of the TikTok coins, you buy the animations. The bigger animations will put you on the board in his channel.
And when you're on the board in his channel, people usually subscribe to the ones. It's like a leaderboard, and if you're on top of the leaderboard, they'll look at all those people that are up there, and whoever comes in his channel, because he's always pointing people to the leaderboard, and constantly he's always telling people to sub to those guys. And if you're on the leaderboard, you'll be subbed. People will sub to you. They'll follow you. So that's what I've been doing. I put myself on the leaderboard, and then people just follow me from there. It's kind of like passively, I'm up on the leaderboard, and I don't have to be doing the work.
That's what you need, mate. Well done, man. Well done. So proud of you, man. I mean, you've kind of started to explode a little bit. Obviously, your followership has gone up and kind of really quickly as well, which has kind of motivated me. So yeah, man, really proud of you, brother. Well done.
Yeah, and the only way that we're going to bring everybody else up is that we become like a bigger force. You know, all of us will have accounts that are unlocked so we can use the live function. And what it is also is that it gives us the ability to have like these chats on TikTok. So like I can have a channel where we can invite people. But if you have 1,000 follows, you can get on your camera phone, and we can be like on there, like using that. And not so much like the way we're using it on here on Discord, but just to kind of, you know, tell people like if they want to join Discord or. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Find the best method and then get people to come here. And we got
That's
Mitch.
what we want.
We got Mitch that just joined us right now. Mitch, what's up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going really well. What brings you by the
Hey.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Mitch?
Just looking for discussion, I guess.
Okay. And you found us. How did you click on a link, or somebody referred you to here, or what?
I don't remember how I found this place. I've been here for a while now. I just come in every so often.
Okay. I see you got VC verified, so you must have already agreed to the server rules.
Yes, of course.
Okay. And what is the position you take as far as the topic of the server? Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, or are you on the fence, or
No, I've denounced the globe.
you've denounced it? Okay. Well, that's good. Do you know some of the characters are in this server?
Yeah, I'm aware of a few.
Okay. Do you know the arguments that we have in here when we talk about the conversation of the shape of the Earth conversation?
Not the more nuanced ones, I must admit. There's a lot of scientific discussion that goes on here that just goes right over my head.
Okay.
Most of the things that led me to my current disposition is just simple observations.
That's good. And are you open about that to have like discussions with other people in your immediate like surroundings where you're at, or are you
all the time?
Only on the internet?
Yeah, I try to sprinkle it in as much as I can to regular conversation.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
It might not be like obviously flat Earth related, but like I do ask people certain questions about things and see what they say.
Awesome.
Why do we have a horizon?
Oh. Are you asking the room or just Mitch?
The new guy, Mitch.
Mitch.
A horizon?
Yeah, why do we have it? Say I'm a Glober. How do you tell me why the horizon exists?
Isn't that just the angular resolution limit of your eyes? It just forms into one singular thing the further the objects are? I mean, like, if you look down a street, it looks like all of the street lamps are getting smaller, but they aren't, obviously. Yeah, it's a lot. It has a lot to do with perspective, really.
Why is it not caused by a geometric shape? Because I mean, like, that's why the sun sets, you know.
The sun sets because it's why? What?
Because of the geometric shape, you know. Because right now I'm a glober, and the reason the sun sets is because there's a geometric horizon, right?
I thought it was because we're tumbling backwards. Or yeah, like I'll do that tactic where I just like flood them with their own beliefs until they're kind of like, yeah, it's a little fishy.
All right. Well, y'all have a good morning. I gotta start work.
See you, Jimmy.
You too, man. That was fun. Thank you.
Stay blessed, man.
Let's see if I could turn on my live on my channel.
What got you into this, mayhem?
Me? Oh, it happened 8 years ago. I was just surfing the internet. I was checking the Mandela effect out because I was real big on that at the time. And during my search for that kind of like information, I stumbled upon this on YouTube. It was the question that got me to think. So, water being flat and level on its surface really convinced me. As redundant as that seems, that's all it really took for me.
Yeah, so you were like in the era with me where we were just flooded with a bunch of great videos on YouTube.
At the time, yeah, it was just to break open the information. There was a lot of stuff. The algorithm wasn't really censoring any or throttling anybody on YouTube, so it's really open. Here, let me.
Yeah, it was just unmitigated at the time.
Yeah, it was like I could remember it was at like maybe October of 2015 when they come into this. Get my streamer information.
2015, wow.
Mm-hmm. It was great, actually. Because, I mean, I was really looking up, like I said, the Mandela effect, and then, because it's, I mean, whether somebody actually looks into that or not or whatever, it's, to me, I know it's some type of something that happened. It was like a phenomena that took place. Whether or not that phenomena is a real phenomena or I just know something occurred. I don't know what it was. I can't describe it, but my investigation into it was kind of a bit on the conspiracy side. But I think I have something that works on the physical natural realm. At least what I've worked it out to be. Not the causation of it, but just the effects. Because I can tell you how the effects can happen if certain areas of the mind are tapped into. So the brain operates on certain frequencies. And I feel like if somebody was smart enough to hack into these frequencies, you could tap into that part of the mind, you know, to kind of hack into it. That's kind of what I think took place here in this instance. But that's not like how I was looking that stuff up during the time that I stumbled upon a video for Flat Earth. I guess because of the nature of the information I was looking up, it recommended me to this video where it had like, you know, the Flat Earth Society pizza Flat Earth flying in through the vacuum of space. And then on the side of it, the thumbnail had like Bruce Lee, like his face. And then it had like a glass of water. And it says Bruce Lee proves that the earth is flat with flat water or something like that. So I looked into it and I was kind of astonished that like that even is anything to look at, right? So I was just looking that information up and I was just, to my amazement, it was like took us, or the video was taking me through the mind that if water is flat and level on its surface, it doesn't matter how large you scale up, it's still going to be flat and level. But it started to go into like, well, they say that the Earth is 70% covered in water, and if the Earth is 70% covered in water, then we have an issue with the Earth being a globe. So,
fucking right.
Well, I didn't know that when I was looking it up, but it blew my mind. And so at that point, yeah, it was interesting, but I didn't like buy it right away. I was like, nah, I don't know about this. So I had to kind of like dig in for myself, like the information. And that's where it led me to, like, that whole research part of it led me to figure it out.
Yeah, there was so much good information going around at that time. I think for me, it was like a lot of those high altitude balloon footages where it just like the horizon never left the eye.
Yeah, there was we started off, there was a lot of arguments that weren't refined. Like,
oh, for sure. Definitely.
like,
I failed a whole bunch at the start.
Yeah, there's some that are not refined. So I started from the perspective of even being on an AE map, ice ring that's around the entire Earth. Like, I was arguing from that stance.
AE azimuthal equidistant. Yeah.
Correct. So, yeah, that's where I was coming from. I'm going to put my live, because I'm trying to work on my live stream as well. I'm going to post it in. I'll be live streaming for a little bit. I usually FaceTime so you guys can see me on my channel if you want to. Also, don't forget, you can subscribe to my channel. I have the Rumble channel that I have going right now. I have not just these conversations in here about the topic of the shape of the Earth, but I have different conversations. Like, I get into topics of, like, you know, what I've been doing as far as my health and getting that straightened out. And I get into, like, you know, other things that we can talk about on Rumble that we can't on YouTube. So
fair enough.
That's why I usually jump to like live stream number 2, and then I'll have a different conversation over there where I can have, you know, different topics discussed on Rumble than I can on YouTube. But
yeah, where you aren't so censored.
Yeah, they don't censor that. So that's why if you do think that you know, if you've been following me in Discord, you know how I do things, how I operate. And so I've produced a lot of content for Flat Earth. I'm also the founder of the curated 3 questions. I started that, and with the help of everybody here, the 3 questions are what they are. But I'm the one who originated them in the first place and you know, organized them.
Oh shoot, what are they?
The 3 questions, the ones that have never been answered.
Yes, please.
So it's kind of, it's simple, but it's not, because there's a lot of nuance to them, and if you're not well spoken in this conversation, you can get detracted. So the 3, I'm going to tell you, I'm just letting you know a little bit about perhaps what can go wrong in a conversation talking about 3 questions. The 3 questions are meant only for a baseline knowledge of the person who thinks the Earth is a globe. It's just so that you can hear what they know, right? That's all they're about. It's not about having a long, drawn-out discussion with the person about back and forth, like flat Earth points, globe Earth points. It's not any of that. It's just like an open way you can talk to somebody. If somebody says, hey, I know the Earth's a globe, when you talk to them about the 3 questions, you're just asking what they know, what information they know about specifically these 3 main points. And if they don't have any way to tell you, I know because this information is supported by the primary source, the citation, and the demonstration, then they need to admit they don't know. And so it's really getting them to a place they can admit that, so that there's no confusion that it either is known or not known in their stance.
Okay, cool.
You know what
So
I
it's
mean, Mitch?
kind of like a probing thing.
Yeah, it's just you just want to know what they know. And so either they know or they don't. But either way, there's no pride involved. It's just, okay, well, if you do know, just tell me how you know, and then we'll get into it that way. And if you don't know, that's fine. You don't know. So my whole thing is, like, I want them to admit that prior to me getting into a conversation with them about the topic. So the first things that I do, and I'll just lay it out to you, because it's no big secret and it's not a mystery. It's just what I do. Depending, like, if whatever new person comes in here, you'll hear me do it if you hang around a bit. If it's a new person, I'll ask them, go ahead and ask me any questions that you'd like, and I'm gonna answer it directly, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what question it might sound silly, like, can you fall off the earth, or whatever, or what's on the underside of this earth, or whatever question you might want to ask. I'm gonna answer you directly. But in return,
you always give them those, like, options, kind of.
Well, I didn't start that way previously. I just started. This is kind of like a new path that I've been taking recently with these guys, and I think it's a better way to have a kind of like, if I want to have them ask whatever questions they want before I ask them the questions, it really makes them feel like now I owe you one because you allowed me to ask any questions that I want to. So when it's my turn to ask questions, they need to be the same answering me directly without, because I found that with the 3 questions, they can answer you. They're not going to answer you directly. So I had a hard time with, like, them getting to the place where they were going to start talking to me, like, responding in a direct way. So I had to kind of figure out how can I do it to where they're not going to be as combative. So the thing that I did was I'll let them answer. I'll ask them or they can ask me any questions, and I'll answer anything that they want directly, so that I can make them feel like I'm not just wanting for them to answer my questions. I want them to, like, ask any that they have, and then they would respond to me and answer my questions, so that it could be a back and forth. But the thing that I wanted them to understand or to establish is that there shouldn't be, like, a struggle for this. And so that way, when I get into the 3 questions, and I'm going to talk to you about them, so it's the first one is, has anyone ever measured the Earth to be a globe by way of drop over distance? So anytime in history, right? So anytime in history, has anybody ever measured this globe that we're standing on with drop over distance? So drop over distance is a consequent of a geometric shape that's elevation change. And you can't get that if the Earth isn't the geometric shape that they're saying that it is, right? It can only be because of the fact that that's the natural consequent of the geometric shape. So if you have the mindset that the Earth is a globe, from point A to point B over any distance, there's going to be elevation change because of the fact that it's a globe. Drop over distance would be a very real consequent that you would factor in over any distance. I mean, wouldn't you agree, Mitch? That if you're going across the Earth, elevation change as far as drop over distance, because the curvature of the Earth would start presenting itself at a specific, like, let's say 20 miles or whatever distance that you want to measure to, that drop over distance would be there. That's the consequent of like, if I had a geometric shape, a sphere in my hand, right, like a basketball, and I have a cube in my hand, like a box. So I have a cube and a basketball. You know exactly the consequent that it would have if I show you this is a basketball with a radius, diameter, circumference. When I hold this cube in my hand, this box, you understand that it has a different geometric principles, different attributes. So those attributes are going to be specifically only because of the consequent of it being that specific shape, right? So a sphere would have its ways that we can measure it as defined per whatever geometric shape we say that it is, and so with the cube. So that way you understand that I'm not just saying that it's a sphere. I understand that it's a sphere because it has a radius, diameter, circumference. The basketball. You follow, Mitch?
Yes.
So in that way,
if we're standing on a giant basketball, if they're saying we're on a ball and this ball has geometric consequence, then it would have drop over distance as an elevation change over any amount of distance. It just would. That's the natural progression that would have, like if you go from one point of origin to the target destination. That's just what would happen. It would be the distance of an arc from point A to point B. And over the distance of that arc, there'd be, X amount of drop or elevation change. So if we understand this, it's very basic, right? If we understand that this is the natural consequence of standing on top of an oblate spheroid, then we could really figure out over that distance, right? Because we'd have a whatever sample set on the Earth, that there would be significant or measured drop over the distance from point A to point B. And that gives us the understanding that we are on a geometric shape because we know that the drop over distance is there. It's found. But that's the issue. When we start to see how big the Earth is via the metrics, right? The values that they give us, they give us the information of how big the radius is and the diameter and the circumference of the Earth. They tell us what it is. So we take those metrics, we go out into the field, and we see if there's any drop over distance with that size of the Earth, they tell us, because they give us the values. So we're going to use those values, apply it to the Earth, and find out if the Earth is a globe or not. And we don't find that, Mitch.
No,
there is
never.
No drop over distance. No drop over distance is measured. That's the first question. I already know that going into the question. I'm asking the person who I want them to tell me how drop over distance is measured. Now, the other thing that happens is that people would ask the question, how do we know that the Earth is a globe with measuring like that the Earth is, like an oblate spheroid? They'll go to Eratosthenes. So the reason why my previous question was kind of modified, or I made an addendum to it, was because of the fact that I didn't add drop over distance. That's very specific. I do now. Before I wasn't that way. So now the first question is now kind of redefined to like when I'm saying it, I say, when is the curvature of the Earth ever measured at any time in history with drop over distance? So I say that specifically because that thing that I just added, drop over distance, was the exact thing that I should have added in the first place. But now that I've done it, it really narrows it down to where that's only the specific thing I'm looking for. And I'm not looking for like sticks and shadows. That's not what I need. I don't need the measure of angles of shadows to the ground. I need drop over distance. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, it's a very important distinction.
Yeah. And it's so, like, who's done that? Like, that's what I'm asking for. If we're standing on a ball, that's exactly what we need to find out. So, of course, we don't find anybody that says that. Right? And so, like I said, primary source, where did the information come from? Like, where is the origin of that information? Citation, where has it been said? Like, show me where. What book? What person? Who's saying this, right? Like, that's the thing, right? You want to cite the source. And then the third one is demonstration. Show me a demonstration that what you're saying is true. So you have to provide evidence of the case. So make it to where it's understood that it's not just something you're saying, it's something that has been discovered. So we have people that fight that first question, but at the same time, some people respond vaguely. Some people say Al-Biruni, Eratosthenes, Galileo. There's a bunch of names that come involved into this, but none of them satisfy drop over distance. Because I usually say, did this person that you're telling me right now, did they figure out the curvature of the Earth with drop over distance, elevation change? Did they do that? And of course, it's a big old fat no. But I have to wait till they tell me that themselves. They can't just say it, or So I get into that, and so there's a lot of little other nuances. But usually, when I get them to say no, they don't know. Then I go to the second, because that's all I want to know. When they say they don't know, I go to the second question. The second question is axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. They're telling us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. And if that is true, then who's ever measured this Earth spin, and with what device, or by what person has done this? And so we can get into that, right?
But at the same time, when they start getting into that, I say this though, because my caveat to that, because it's another addendum that I made to the second question, I would say I need to see the natural phenomena of Earth spin. Because if the Earth is doing something, then I need to see the Earth do that thing that you say that it is. To make the observation that Earth is spinning, then I need to know that I can measure the spin. But first of all, I need to see the natural phenomena of the Earth spinning. So no one's ever done that, Mitch. Not a single living person. Like, if you think that people will give me an out by saying astronauts, that's another question. Because they figured this out way before anybody's ever went up and looked down, let's say. So they need to figure out who's ever come up with the idea. Because if nobody's ever figured that out, that means to say that only until the age of the rocket, that's where people started to figure out that it was spinning. I don't think so. This information was already proposed before anybody actually thought of going up in a rocket. So that's what I'm trying to get them to realize, is that when has anybody ever noticed that the Earth is spinning, as in per the natural phenomena that the Earth is spinning? So they might use Foucault's pendulum. They might use the sun moving across the face of the Earth. Like, they might use a lot of other things. But I'm asking them something very specific, the naturally observed phenomena of Earth spin. When has that been observed? So I'm pressing them on the fact that they're telling me that some device is seeing. I don't care about that. We don't see pendulums in nature. When in nature have we seen the Earth spinning around? So therefore, that question comes up empty as well, because they can say any device or any kind of person. But I'm asking for them because if it's been detected, right, that's fine. That's one thing. It's been detected. But where can they go and see it in nature? Because if they're detecting it, then they need to go see where it's happening, right? So the thing is, they can find out who's measured it, let's say, with a pendulum or whatever. But that's not something I need right now. That's fine. Things move around and they're doing something on Earth. That's great. Now you need to go and verify the thing that you're saying that it's actually measuring. If it's measuring Earth spin, that's great. Now go and witness it happen in nature. Because that's the next step, right? You can't just say, I see something happening with this device, therefore I know this is happening with the Earth. Because if you don't see it as a natural phenomenon, it's not, you can't verify that it's occurring. It could be something else. And if the answer, it could be something else, then you have a problem there. So they usually come up after I'm putting it to them that way. They're like, well, then of course we don't see that unless you get in a rocket and look back. But I'm telling them, like, so you mean to tell me that for as many hundreds of years that the globe has been proposed and been said to have been moving before they went up in a rocket, you mean to tell me that they already knew that the Earth was spinning without seeing the natural phenomenon of Earth spin? That's weird, right? So get them to admit that they don't know. Off to the third question. The third question is, the vacuum of space is said to be adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe, right? So we are now understanding that we have a pressure differential from the vacuum of space to where we are on the surface. We're breathing air pressure at 14 psi on the surface, which is 14 pounds per square inch. Our lungs are inhaling and exhaling this pressure, right? In and out. So we'll be able to take this pressure in and out of our lungs. As you raise an elevation, that pressure reduces. And it becomes lower and lower. So they're telling us that at the highest level of the atmos, it becomes to a point where past the Kármán line, they're already saying that those levels are significantly lower. The pressure differential from the ground to where that is extremely different. So if that is the case, and we have this high pressure differential, well, we always see something in nature called entropy, which is the exchange of like the state of high pressure moving to low pressure always. And this happens because,
or hot to cold.
Yeah, that's the law of entropy, right? We understand this. So we see hot to cold, high pressure to low pressure always. This is what takes place. It occurs this way always. So if you have something that has high pressure here on Earth, right? And outside of that high pressure is a low pressure. When you open up a valve or release the pressure, what happens to the pressure inside of that thing that's contained? When the pressure is released, the air rushes out, like as far as air goes, right? Air rushes out of
it
that.
Equalizes.
Right, and this is entropy. There's no temperature change. There's no energy change. The only thing that we see is entropy, which is the expansion of a gas in a vacuum. That's what we see. Well, in this case, is expansion of a gas into a lower pressure system.
Right.
And so when we see that happening, it occurs always. This law never changes, right? It's the same always. So we're asking the question, right? The question is, in this open system of the idea that the Earth is a globe, right? Because of course you're thinking, okay, so if the Earth is a globe and it's an open system, matter and energy can exchange back and forward in this open system, in the sense of saying that rockets can leave the system of Earth and go to land on the moon. So matter can leave, energy can leave, right? We know there's an exchange. Energy and matter can exchange in and out of this open system. If that's the case, then how do we have gas pressure without a container? That's the question that I ask on the third question. How do we have gas pressure without a container? Like they're telling us that the globe is uncontained from the vacuum of space. If that were the case, the pressure that we have on the surface would dissipate into the expansion. It would expand into the vacuum immediately. It would rush into the vacuum and equalize, where we wouldn't have any pressure on Earth. That's just that's the law of entropy. That's what would happen. Second law of thermodynamics. We understand that. That's well understood as far as like the laws go of what would occur if we have an expansion of air into, let's say, a vacuum. The low pressure state of the vacuum of space is always going to be what would occur if we are living in an open system. So then we look at how can we have gas pressure without a container, and they need to answer that question. Well, what do you think happens? There isn't an answer to that question because there isn't any instance that we can see gas pressure without a container.
Never.
Not one. Therefore, after they say they don't know, because that third one is a doozy. They usually fight me on that last one because it's space that I'm taking away. So once they realize there isn't an answer to that question, and it's kind of a bit of them giving up that they know, because that's all it is. When they say they don't know,
well, yeah, you're giving up a lot, really.
And so what happens at that point is that they say, okay, so the Earth, that's a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, is just a blind belief that they have. It's not understood